𝐷, Book 1 and 2, Complete Audiobook, by Marius. Self-published in June 2, 2023. All rights reserved. Introduction. Who is this book for? This book is for any artist struggling, not knowing where to go or who to ask for help. It's for the shy artist who doesn't want to put their art out there. It's for the artists who want to know more about art. This is for the artists who want to be who they really are. It's for the starving artist who ought to be a hungry artist, hungry for wisdom, not starving for food. And this is a book for successful artists too. This is a book that I wish could help you be the best you are. These are lessons that I learned and wish to share with you to help you in your journey. I find this book has many gems in it if you can read through the stories, jokes, and geek stuff. This book is also for my friends who were there with me and never left my side, even if I was being a prick to them, or was broke and was just plain dangerous and harmful. I wish I can give you as a gift these intangible lessons that I learned along the way to where I am now, that you guys were also a witness and a part of these art adventures and misadventures. I hope you take the time to read this and use it as a tinder to spark the flame of any project you're planning or already making. I believe in you guys. This book is for my wife, 𝐷, who is also an artist. These are stories that I know that you already know and spoke to you about a million times over dinner and art discussions, but as our pastor, Ed Lapis, said, a reminder is given to someone who forgets. 𝐷. And this will be my ultimate guide and reminder for you anytime you feel lost or uninspired. May you discover new wisdom in this book too. I love you. This book is also for our son, Maelstrom, who when you grow up, you can read about your father's failures and blunders and learn from them. Maybe to prevent you from making the same mistakes I did, but more so to guide you to find your calling. This is also for you to have discipline and faith in God, the universe, and yourself. Read it to your heart's content. I know you're my biggest fan. Make art that you love. This book is also for my family, to remind you guys to be brave and take a leap of faith in following your dreams, in making art, in writing, in cooking or baking, in making more world-renowned steel and metal craft, to inspire you in planning more amazing parties, for you to make more photographs, vlogs, YouTube videos, and for my mom for her to finish her cookbook, so that we can read it and cook her specialties in our new home. This book is also for me, as a reminder to myself of who I am. We are all forgetful creatures, and we often bury what has been done before, either traumatic events or triumphant situations. Good or bad, we seem to forget them when we have gone far enough in life. And so the lessons we learn from them are something we forget as well. Not entirely, but having this kind of reminder gives me a blueprint of how I can be true to myself again and again. My past is a roadmap for my today. As Steve Jobs called it, connecting the dots, looking backward, not forward. And it's the cookie jar David Goggins talks about when he said whenever he's put on a hellishly difficult challenge or task, he goes into the cookie jar and pulls out a cookie. The cookie represents the difficult things he's done that he made a difference, and by doing this, reminding himself, he's able to inspire himself, again and again, even transform himself to achieve even more unbelievable feats. This book to me is my cookie jar, my art zen. This book is for God our Father. This is my promise to him, to share my art experiences and the lessons I learned from all the challenges and difficulties I went through, and how I survived. Every time I slay a dragon and exorcise a demon, every time I surpass my limit and reap the fruits and overflowing rewards, I thank God that I have been so blessed to be able to accomplish all of these feats. And it is because of him, having him in my mind always in every project, in my heart as I do anything, and in my spirit as I am of him. Whenever I look back and thank him for all his gifts and blessings, I always hear him say, share what you know with those around you, share your gifts and lessons with the people who need them the most. And I smile, teary-eyed, that he has given me these achievements and challenges of how to overcome them, so that I may share them with all of you. And that is my promise to him, and now I give this book to you. About the cover. The artwork on the cover is something I made back when I first started to become an agent of truth. There wasn't a halo then, I added it just only now while making the cover for the book, just because I felt something was missing without it. Art sometimes works like that. And no, I don't want to say that I'm a saint or I'm Jesus by having a halo. However, I do want to say that we can all lead a holy life. Maybe not the kind where we're in a monastery or living as a monk in Tibet, but just plain being someone who chooses to be more aware of his fuck-ups, and strives to be a better person daily, and maybe even a better artist at the same time. We can be like Jesus. Not to be him per se, having a messiah complex, no, not like that. We can be like him as best we can by following the lessons and wisdom he taught and being more loving. I think a lot of people don't realize we can indeed be like him because he too was human, which is what I believe is the essence of his teachings, how to be like him. The best thing about following Jesus' footsteps is we can all do it, no one is excluded. As he also taught us that even sinners can repent. Paul became an apostle. Sinners can become saints. And as someone as flawed and a bastard like me, depending on when you knew me or how you see me, I have chosen to live my life on a better path. leaving the previous version of me. The halo is a symbol that I have changed myself for the better. And we can all change for the better, even if we think we don't deserve better, because we all do and because we all can. And that is what this book is about. These are all my experiences as an artist encountering challenges in life and art. Of how I dealt with them and survived them by bettering myself and my understanding, of improving my art and philosophy. Being enlightened on the things that once appeared dark and terrifying when I was just beginning. If you noticed, I also have a third eye opened in the drawing I did of myself. The wonderful detail about this simple drawing is that both of my actual eyes are closed, but ironically, that's when the third eye opens. This means when we meditate and we close our eyes, we can see solutions we aren't able to see before just using our regular eyes. But if we use our mind's eye, we can see a lot more than what's physically there. While meditating, I think of all the things we have to do, pondering everything current that is happening in my life at the moment, thinking of solutions and ideas, thanking God, praying, asking for forgiveness, and asking for blessings. And lastly, staying silent to hear my inner voice, God's voice, in a quiet place where I can be alone. I find the time to take time to prepare my mind before I really have to start my day. And I find that I can function more smoothly because my mind is clear. Ideas come and flow more often too, and they are fantastic. Because I meditate, I feel that I am always in the zone and in a Zen-like state. 𝐻𝐿 is a book where I have shared my thoughts and insights about the lessons I learned in art and life, which has helped me be a better artist in person. The chapters are divided into quotes that I came up with while I needed help for me to survive the dilemma I was in. I created them as mantras, or insights, for me to keep in mind the next time I'm in a similar situation. I invite you to read the stories and learn from them what you can, take away from them what you will, and even share them with others if you like. We all deserve a little inspiration and help from time to time. Allow me to share with you mine. Art comes first before the artist. You don't aim to be an artist, you aim to make art. I know a lot of people who just want to be called artists, but they do no actual work. They just want the title, either to put it on their resume or have it like a trophy, so that they can brag about it. Picasso once said, "Every child is an artist." The problem is how to remain an artist once he grows up. But the people I'm talking about here do know how to paint, but they do not go further with their skill to be considered, by my standards, as artists. You don't have to be exhibiting in a gallery, nor do you have to be well known to paint for me to consider someone an artist. It's just making constant artwork. That's my definition of an artist. Aim to make art, create, and produce. Don't worry too much about being called an artist. You're already one as long as you make art. But you aren't one if you have only produced one painting or just exhibited once or just had one solo show, and you've stopped painting or creating art ever since, just so you can put it on your curriculum vitae. The title artist for me is one who constantly creates art. It's a present tense if that makes any sense. In the same vein, it also can't be expressed as a past tense or future tense, like you're going to be an artist or you used to be one. Because in my opinion, no one stops being an artist. Sure, you might have stopped painting in oils, but you might have been creating sculptures instead, or you might have been making YouTube videos since then. That's art. Art doesn't only have to be painting. Making something like that takes an artist, and that is what you are when you constantly create and innovate in your craft, whatever it is. And you can't be an artist in the future tense, in the sense that you can't aim to be one if you aren't actually doing something now. It's not like a graduation or profession. Just create art, no matter how crappy others might think it is, no matter how young you are. As long as you make something creative, you're an artist in my eyes. To continue to make art, what you produce, defines who you are. If you're young and inexperienced, it's understandable if your goal is to want to be called an artist, whatever artist, graphic artist, comic book artist, or director. Eventually, when you mature as one, you'll realize the title is just a title. Honing one's craft is far more important. You'll eventually let go of this notion of aiming for the title alone. Rather, instead aim for that. You'll realize that what you should be aiming for is a message. A message that you want to tell to the world and make an artwork out of that. Most artists don't even know that you should at least have a message in your artwork. If you focus on that instead and make art expressing that message or idea, it won't matter if you graduated from a fine art school, or have a well-paying job at a graphics or illustration, or comic book company. Everyone will recognize you're an artist. And as much as I've encountered people bragging they're artists while producing so little work, I've also encountered the opposite. These are the ones who paint and produce work, but they don't want to be called artists. I know what a silly world we live in, right? But trust me, they do exist. They often say, "I'm not an artist," saying it like it's cool to say such things. Saying this when they're with other artists, and saying it just to sound counterculture or against the flow. And some say it because they think they still aren't yet considered artists. After all, their vision of an artist is someone who's either well known in the art scene or someone who produces thousands of works. It's great that these people have humility, although the dark side of this is, it gives you an excuse to produce so little work, which is also not healthy art-wise. They obviously have the skills and talent, they have a message to say, but are too afraid to be called or admit they are artists, just because if they do, they would have to make more art. That they have to commit to it. And they're too afraid to do that because they don't know if they could keep it up, or they don't know where they could get the idea of a good concept to paint the next time. My advice is just don't be lazy to paint, have the discipline to make art consistently, so that you don't have to be insecure about such a title, and let your body of work speak for you, as well as don't put the label of an artist in such a high pedestal. You get to deny what you really are and some other fool who's pretending to be one brag about it. That's not fair nor right if you ask me. And for me, I consider myself an artist because I make art, and that's it. As simple as that. I did it yesterday, I do it today, and tomorrow I know I'll be making more. When you can't say or do that anymore, then maybe that's when you doubt if you're still an artist, but heck, don't brag about it, nor deny it either. You always sound arrogant, especially to fellow artists. It doesn't matter if you're called or not called an artist, just produce artworks. That's what is really important. Instead of explaining whether you are an artist or not, just talk about your work. If you have something to talk about, then you are one. If not, then you aren't. It's that simple. You have to be brave in making art. It is not for the faint of heart. Art making is an adventure, and like any adventure, you have to be the one who sets out and decides you want it, and be brave even if it's too scary most of the time. Anyone who produces art is an artist. Anyone who cares or cares not about the label is anything but. A page a day keeps the deadline at bay. Aside from painting art, I also make independent comic books. I self-published all the titles I've ever produced, and have sold them at local comic conventions here in the Philippines, such as Comic-Con and Comic-It. One time, our group Comical was talking about our separate self-published comics, and the topic of hitting one's deadlines came up. Everyone struggled to hit the deadline, but they were shocked that I was able to hit mine on time, considering I had double the pages. I guess it was because I'm their senior and I have been doing comics since elementary school, and because I already have a system that works for me. They asked me how I was able to accomplish all my 30-plus pages and hit the deadline. I just told them that they should do at least one page a day. That way, when they have at least 30 pages of comics in a month, they could already have finished their book. I created the mantra saying a page a day keeps the deadline at bay. If you can just make the minimal effort of putting in the work of finishing one page a day, they wouldn't be so afraid or dreadful of the deadline. To do this, you must first have to know your deadline date. It doesn't matter if it's an entire month or just a week or whole year. The key here is to divide the work you have to do in chunks, so that you won't be overwhelmed by the entire project. May it be a huge project for yourself or a big client, or just something you set to do for yourself. With that said, I would also like to note that what I mean by a page could be changed to a step or a stage, because depending on the mediums or process you're applying to your art, it varies. Like for example, in making a 30-page comic book within a month, I sometimes pencil all the pages first, and that takes me at least 10 days to do, but I also have to ink them too, which takes me at least 15 days, and the last step is scanning and cleaning the pages on my computer, along with putting in the text and word balloons, and proofreading it and designing the cover. Not to mention printing all of the copies we'll be selling, which takes at least 5 days. So in total 30 days. Now you might say, how did that become a page a day? Well, it's technically not. Other people can pencil, ink, and put text on their comic pages in one day, and so in 30 days, they have literally followed my mantra. Although for me, I go about my comics and artworks and paintings by momentum. I pencil them all first, so I feed my hunger for sketching and keep my composition momentum, which is great for laying out scenes in comics. After I've done that, I pursue my inking energy now that my mind doesn't need to compose scenes. I'm more focused on just inking all the penciled work, which is harder to do than sketching and penciling, because you have to put in more detail as it will be the final work. And lastly, when I'm done inking, all will be transferred to my computer, so I'll be on my PC from that point forward. I wouldn't be going back and forth from my drawing table to my PC, because when I'm writing the dialogue for the story, going back and forth from one place to another saps my momentum and energy in storytelling. It disturbs the flow of ideas and dialogue that's supposed to come naturally. With those in mind, you can apply the one page a day mantra with the process you use, divide it into chunks, or how many days you have to finish the pages, and follow fully that schedule breakdown you've set for yourself. You can also add a day of rest, or if your schedule calendar permits it, an allowance of day or two of just in case you have delays, and you need to adjust the date. All we are doing here is to be able to see if you could inch step by step toward your goal, because having planned day to day might seem trivial, but I tell you, if you didn't have a routine and a scheduled attempt at your project and you're always just winging it, I'm sure you'd be so pressured and stressed if you look at your calendar 2 days away from your deadline. I mean, stress still won't be able to completely go away even if you follow this advice. All I can promise is that you'd be less stressed if you plan like this. Speaking of planning, why not print out a calendar? Don't just rely on the free calendars you get from Mercury Drug, where the dates are too small for you to write any notes on them. A digital calendar might sound better, but you can only see it when you open the app or you're on your computer. The best thing that works for me I found is printing my own calendar and posting it on the wall, so that I can see it at any time, whether I intended to see it or not, reminding myself of my schedule and the shit that you still need to do. It's easy to forget the stuff you need to do on the day, because you might not feel like it, but if you planned a week before, you're more apt to just do it, because you weren't looking at it day to day, you were planning ahead like your moves on a chessboard. Speaking of which, would you believe that I have at least 3 different calendars in my studio? I have one that covers the whole year, which I call my year calendar. I downloaded it and printed it out each month on one page, so I have 12 pages in total. And these have dates that all have 1x1-inch boxes for each day, so that I can write and make notes on them, or even print a small artwork that's due to be released that day. This whole year calendar is there for me to plan out, like a general which moves to make each month, and this also gives me the foresight as to which project is best to be done each month, as well as plot out which projects I have already said yes to, so I can see if I can squeeze in an extra project before or after. This also helps me not say yes or no to a project if it had a month-specific deadline, and I've already said yes to a previous one that's already in the same month or day per second. At which point I can decline or say if we can do something about the deadline to extend it, or at least weigh in on the dueling opportunities and see if the other planned event can be moved after talking to the first client to set that date. The 2 other calendars I made by hand, a few inches from my whole year calendar is my month calendar. These are 6 months worth of days in which the size of the boxes for the dates is bigger. The whole 6 months is fitted into cartolina paper, which is big enough to put more details per day. This is where we put our schedules on a more detailed note. It's the calendar I share with my wife, as we can put in schedules of appointments, birthdays, bills to pay, and even when our bread expires. I put in my schedule there which days I'll be going out as well as my deadlines, so even if I'm not in the studio, my wife can see that I'll be super busy during this time, so she won't schedule any appointments on those days. And it goes both ways, as I can also see her deadlines and remind her or check up on here how it's coming along with her project. On another wall of my studio, I also have a trifecta of whiteboards that has all our orders from our online shop and commissions and art exhibit schedules that we've accepted. We can put an X on any project finished, so that we only really see the ones we need to be doing. We also put an X to all of the days already passed in each of our calendars, so that we can see how many days left we have with the project's deadline. Also on this whiteboard are a list of things to buy, things to do, things to bring at an event, and other idea lists. It's there so that whenever I thought of something, an idea or just as simple as something to buy, I immediately write it down there, so that it won't take any more memory space in my head, so that I can think of other things, and more ideas will come to me having a clear mind. The last calendar I have is close to my PC monitor and desk. It's there as a week calendar. It's an even more detailed calendar of what work I should be doing day by day, as I plan this calendar every start of the week. It's crucial to plan ahead and cross-reference it with all 3 calendars. I also put in here reminders of what I should be posting for my page, or even just the deadlines I have for the week. Here's where you'll find my schedule for posts on every social media account. I always have something to post online so that people will know my accounts are still active, and they can see new art in my feed every week. As I said, these might sound trivial, but are all quite crucial to the wandering mind we artists have. I find that these reminders, and I employ on many others like 5 whiteboards in the same studio, humble us to see that we are quite forgetful. It's great to create scenarios in our minds, to daydream of the possibilities we want for our project, but we must not forget to ground our feet for them to materialize into our reality. Time does not exist in our imagination. We can get lost in our thoughts, and sometimes we don't even want to come back to reality, especially with the pressure we have with a looming deadline. However, if we really wish to make our dreams come true, we must wake up at some point and work our asses off for it to be a reality. You don't need to dread the deadline. You only need to make 1 page a day to keep the deadline at bay. When you're painting for a one-man show or a group show, you have to submit multiple pieces. You can chop your process in chunks too, by setting a date of finishing your all studies in a day or 2. Then pencil or sketch them on your canvas within 3 days, then you can apply each layer of paint each day. Most artists use oil paint, so you have to wait for that to dry before you can add the next layer. That layer you put in that day is a page a day. It does not have to be a literal page. Again, you can apply this to your materials or techniques you use. All that really matters is you have done a step towards finishing your artwork each and every day. And who's to say you should stop at 1 page a day? You don't need hands to make art. There are artists who have no hands. They paint with their feet or mouth. Art is not found in the hands. Art is found in the eyes, heart, and mind. When I was very young, my father brought home a videotape. It was about a man named John Fobb, and to this day I still remember his name because he was born without both of his arms. The documentary was about him, talking about the challenges he encountered in his life not having hands and arms. Although the footage on the video reveals a more astonishing story, you can see him write with his feet, even typing on a computer that's on the floor. He can eat and cook with a spoon and spatula between his toes. He can swim and he can drive with his feet. He even has a hot girlfriend. He was also doing motivational talks to people, telling his story, and sharing with them that, if he could do it, so could you. I remember another story. I was in elementary school and I remember my teacher was talking about something. I was too busy daydreaming at my desk that I didn't know what it was for really. It was something about them selling us Christmas cards or other. I couldn't be bothered. But like all teachers, mine made sure to ask me if I wanted one, and since I didn't want to be scolded at and seem that I wasn't listening, I just said yes and gave her the amount, and she gave me the card. Then something unexpected happened. On the card was an artwork. There was this painting of a child holding a lamp as he catches Santa at the Christmas tree. The scene was simple enough, but I remember I was really impressed by the artwork because I was already into drawing already by that time. I was so into the drawing that I focused on all of the details of the artwork, and even noticed the strokes on how it was painted, and then my eyes wandered to the bottom of the page, where I found something written which were in the likes of, "This artwork was painted by children with no hands." I was shocked. First of all, no child would really take the time to read anything written in description form, but mostly because when I did read it, I was blown away. I really couldn't believe what I read was even real at all, or maybe I was just imagining it, especially at that age. I had to ask my teacher how was that possible, and maybe to check if it was real, and she then said, well, she uses her mouth to paint. Hearing that opened my mind. As a kid who already draws, I can tell you that single fact made me realize you didn't have to have any hands to make art. Also, it turned out that the card that I just bought was for the benefit of children artists who painted the artwork on the card. And a third story that I would like to share: my wife and I are both artists and both our fathers are artists too. As we were both growing up, we both always got the comment, "You've inherited your father's hands," especially of course by those who knew that our fathers draw and paint well. Of course, however, no one really inherits one's hand. As if it can be removed and swapped to another person. What they mean when they say that we've inherited our father's hand is that we inherited their talent. That's obvious enough, although for people who have never really drawn or painted before, and maybe for people who are already artists, they do not know that art is not found in one's hand. If we can inherit anything, it's our father's way of looking at things. It's our father's eye that can zoom in on every detail of our subject, and focus our eyes on what we're working on to better capture it. If we acquired anything, it's seeing an aesthetically pleasing thing, removing anything that is displeasing to the eye. If we received anything, it's the discipline we saw our fathers do when witnessing how serious they are while at work. Burning the midnight oil and taking their time to finish a project perfectly no matter how long it took. You can also say, we've also obtained our father's thinking, being able to know what to draw or how to be resilient until we get it right. We've inherited the knowledge and wisdom they've given us so that we can overcome any obstacles in our way. We are heirs of their techniques on how they do things. They taught us the tricks of the trade to make our work one of a kind, which at first, we took for granted, but now in hindsight, those lessons were crucial, and were the pillars and foundations of us starting with our art. Instead of the hands, we've been taught our father's heart. Their heart because they have taught us to never fool our customers and clients or rip them off. They taught us to give our best in every project. We're inborn with instincts from the lessons they have learned the hard way, and have seen through which one prevails. We've inherited their hearts to be able to create something with love. Therefore, we do gain our parents' talents or gifts, and not just their hands. It's the way we think, how we persevere, and how we see things. That they have taught us well, and we have applied what they know in our own work consciously or unconsciously. That even if we were born without arms, we would certainly never be born without heart in our art. Commencement speeches should be given to students not on their graduation day, but on their first day of class. I think we've all seen it, but if you haven't, please feel free to watch Steve Jobs' commencement speech to the graduating students of Stanford. It's one of the best things out there to listen to on YouTube that can change your outlook on life for the better. Hearing his story of being adopted, of being ousted in his own company that he built, of having cancer and surviving it. It's his story about his life and the struggles he's gone through, and even seeing the positive things why these supposedly negative things had to happen to him. And he even stated that getting fired by his own company, Apple, was one of the best things that could have ever happened to him. Because if you didn't know, after a couple of years Apple wanted him back as CEO, and he revolutionized the technology we still use today on our smartphones. My friend Lester was the one who pointed me to this speech of Steve, and he added, "You don't need to go to college once you hear it." And so I did watch it, and boy, did it change my perspective in life and how I see things, of connecting the dots backward and not forwards. Sometime later I also saw some other commencement speeches. I saw Conan O'Brien's speech at Dartmouth, which was very funny, given that he's a comedian, and one of my all-time favorite creative people, the godfather of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, Dollhouse and Firefly, and the director of the first Avengers film, Joss Whedon. It wasn't as inspiring as Steve Jobs, nor as funny as Conan's, but what he said spoke to me. He's kind of a weirdo, but the good kind in my book, and he uses that as his superpower, being able to see things from a different perspective, and showing it to people and people finding it very interesting. If you haven't seen Buffy or Firefly, you won't get what I mean, but suffice it to say, it's pretty different and groundbreaking at the time. If Steve Jobs can be remembered by the iPhone, Joss Whedon can be summed up as being the brainchild of the MCU. Well, technically it was Kevin Feige, but if it wasn't for Whedon, we wouldn't have gotten Avengers to Infinity War, and Endgame, you know why. That Thanos post-credits scene from the Avengers was all Joss Whedon. Thanos made his MCU debut in the Avengers, 2012, and it was Joss Whedon's idea to include Thanos in the film, as his only instructions from Kevin Feige were that the film's villain should be aliens, and the rest was up to Whedon. Him being comic book readers like most of us nerds are, we really would love a big bad like Thanos in our lifetime to be seen on the big screen, and we weren't expecting it, but when the Mad Titan's evil grin showed up in that post-credits scene, us nerds went wild, and the MCU was never the same. And just look at the first Avengers film and compare it to all the MCU films that came before and after that, and you will notice a formula in comedic timing. That's another of Joss Whedon's influences in the MCU among many others. Also, when Whedon was asked in an interview which Avengers comics he read while preparing for directing and writing the first movie, his answer was, all of them. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. In his speech, Joss Whedon said these two things. To accept duality is to earn identity. Don't just be yourself, be all of yourself. I remember listening to his speech and wishing that I should have heard it when I was still in my freshman year. I think it would have helped me a lot, not just because Joss is one of my idols, but because what he said rang true to me, that I could have been myself all along, with my art and poetry, and was never ashamed of it, even though nobody in class was doing it the same way I did, or tackling the same subjects I was interested in. So it made me think that these commencement speeches are more useful to freshman students, given that they will ground them as well as inspire them and accept how different they are from other people, and that's okay too. As I said, my friend told me that Steve Jobs' commencement speech would be enough to not go to college, and hey, if you don't have the money or time, I think these speeches will be helpful, but I think for the most part, my friend was exaggerating of course. Instead, however, I propose to have these kinds of speeches shown to freshman students who are just starting college. They might course correct there, course, or maybe completely abandon school. I guess that's why colleges only show or invite people when they are about to graduate, but all kidding aside, students may learn a thing or two of real value. That doesn't directly connect to their chose course, or maybe it does, but what's the harm in that? Students are starving for knowledge, for wisdom, and our professors know exactly where to get them and who to talk to, so that they can share their knowledge as guest speakers. Please don't do it only at the end of the line after 4 years of learning minor and major subjects. Let's begin with this, all through the 4 years, invite a speaker once or twice a semester, and encourage students or even teachers to watch these speeches. They don't even need to be commencement speeches. They can be Les Brown's motivational talk on not giving up. They could be an inspiring video about Casey Neistat's approach to filming. It can be a documentary about Alan Moore's comic book characters, and how he's been a magician. Or you can also go with Grant Morrison's speeches, or Jim Rohn's talk Take Charge of Your Life. They're all quite interesting, and all of them are free to watch on YouTube. Anything is better than nothing, and we might not get the attention of students right away, but once or twice, we might get them to listen if we listen to them about what they're interested to learn. Art school never ends. My closest friends and I have a group chat, and we always share videos there just about anything, from anime stuff to documentaries, subjects we're interested in and are curious about. All of us in the chat are artists, with different mediums and specialties, and levels of practice. One day I spoke to them about something new I learned and talked about it with them for a bit, and some agreed that it was a great discovery, to which I answered, art school never ends. When you read this book, you might know that I studied fine arts painting in college at the University of Santo Tomas, and some might say that doesn't matter in being an artist. Well, I can say I really learned a lot back then in art school, and I also agree had I not studied fine art in college, I might have learned various techniques and skills elsewhere. However, I would also say that graduate or not, if you're an artist, you should keep learning. You should keep studying and knowing more and more about new art or how to refine your technique. I was a guest speaker once at Far Eastern University, where each course had invited an artist to represent multimedia arts, painting, architecture, and industrial art, advertising. I gave my talk and later the other courses had theirs too, and we were at the end of the whole talk. Mind you, this was all done via Zoom call, so there were a lot of students listening and watching, as we were all in the comfort of our own homes. It was the Q&A part, and a student asked me if going to college was worth it or just try and learn in the real world. I answered, yes and no. I said yes because I wouldn't be there if it weren't for my college training. I said I discovered a lot of things through my professors. They guided me to a lot of techniques, and made me do all kinds of plates that I didn't know I was interested in had they not tackled it. It also put pressure on me as they had set deadlines and one artwork a week, as well as taught us about well-known artists and their experience. Aside from that, my university has a huge library where I spend most of my time flipping through books about art, which really fed my curiosity. I had classmates who were artists too, and talking about art and learning from them and getting their opinion about my art was crucial as I was starting. There was also an art organization that focused on painting and exhibiting one's work inside and outside of the school, and this org, 𝐷𝐬 𝐁𝐥𝐿, was a crucial part of my growth as an artist, as I and all the members were mentored by 𝐴𝐵, who knew a lot about art, and sharing his experience in exhibiting in galleries, even though he was still in college due to his father and grandfather being well-known artists. But I did not learn everything I know inside the school. In my free time, I joined chats and internet groups, like Artist ZEN, and met fellow art groups that published their own comics, like 𝐷𝐬 Comics and Jerry Langland and John's Aimer, as I was also an aspiring comic book artist at the time self-publishing my comics. Heck, I was doing that when I was in high school. I was able to attend comic conventions, thanks to Culture Crash Comics, and even participated in some. I was able to sell my comics, and that was one of the best learning experiences. I would learn and understand what people were looking for in terms of genre, themes, and quality in a comic book to buy them. Again, I got this experience back when I was still in high school, and I sold a lot of comics, even if I was still a sophomore student. I also attended a lot of art talks about comics, and even though they cost a lot of money. I took these seminars way back when I was in elementary school, and was the youngest of the bunch. All of the attendees were more than 10 to 20 years older than me when I was just 12 years old. The seminar was held by David Kempedi of Glasshouse Graphics, and people who were already working on Marvel and DC Comics and the like. It was with writers and artists of the industry, and it was no bullshit. It was the real deal of how to make it in comics, and I learned a lot there. I also joined a lot of contests. I never won any of them, but the lessons I learned were all with me to this day, like submitting on the set deadline and doing something simple, so that you can finish your submission on time, along with getting the size restrictions correct. Tip: get that size requirement right, because if you don't, it doesn't matter if you submitted a masterpiece, it's going to be disqualified. I also read a lot of comic books, and watched lots and lots of movies and TV shows that I get inspiration from for my work. And when I'm finished with all my plates in college, I painted artworks that weren't even part of the curriculum, and even submitted them as plates later on, and the teacher even liked them too. At times, I even wrote stuff on the side, some short stories just to put my ideas onto paper. I even released one of these as a short novel just recently entitled Town Grasa. So both worlds are great, going to college and learning art outside the college. It's when you stop learning is when you decline. Socrates said, "I know that I know nothing," meaning that he only knew one thing for certain. He knew nothing, which means having this in mind, he still consumes knowledge every day, and so he keeps learning. It's a humble way of learning and even relearning, which I often do when I'm rusty on a subject in art, stuff that one must constantly fuel one's creative curiosity to truly be the best version of oneself. Art school never ends is more and more accessible too, as we now have the internet. If you have the means to pay for some masterclass courses, or if you're more of a Skillshare kind of guy, it's all available. You can even get both. If you want to go the free route, you can also just search YouTube and find an artist who is also able to do what you want to do and follow their advice. Disclaimer though, some of these art gurus may have bad art or ugly art, but hey, just don't follow the way they paint. Instead, if they have a lot of followers, listen to their social media advice on how to grow your following. Of course, some have YouTube channels that really draw and paint well. I just noticed not all of them have stellar work, so be cautious of idolizing them, as art is subjective. See if their stuff is really good enough by your standards, and not just be swayed by their video presentation, pleasing personality, and nice studio setup. If however someone is a lot more skilled, then those are the ones you should be following how they create their art. These are the real masters, and you should at least consider their techniques and trade. There are also a lot of books, self-help books for one's growth or growth as an artist. There are PDFs, legal and illegal downloads. I'm not condoning nor condemning these practices. It's just all out there if you're willing to use them and pay what you can, if you have the means to pay these art masters back. There's also social media now where you can post art and even learn a ton from experience and how your audience reacts to your art. And sometimes they are useful, and sometimes you should just publish your art, no matter if only a few people like them. What's important is you're putting your art out there and learning as you go along to improve our art strategy and releasing your work. You might be surprised if you keep putting your art out there. You might amass a following, slowly but surely, or you might not get a lot of likes. But if you consistently put your art out there, one of these days you'll get a private message or a DM from the right person who will put your art in their gallery or a much more prestigious place. With those things said, should you still go to college? If you can, you should. If you have the money and time, then go for it. You'll learn a lot of things there and try to squeeze every opportunity you have there. And at the same time, if you have some free time, do a lot more outside the school study and learn about other things you're interested in that spark your curiosity in class. Even if it was never discussed in class, you will find one thing that will lead to another thing, and you will find something that you like. However, if you don't have the means to go to college, well, it's not all that bad. You can get an apprentice job as you try to improve your skills. After graduating college, my first job was as a call center agent for 2 years. After that, I quit because I felt like I was killing my creative side there. Sure, I had the money, but it wasn't satisfying to kill my artistic side. So I worked as a gallery assistant, muralist, and even marketing assistant at a diner all at the same time. These skills I'm able to use now in marketing and making my art. I didn't have enough money to finish my master's in fine art, but I did get a lot of art jobs, which served as invaluable learning lessons on how to be a professional artist, how to deal with clients, and how to finish your job on time with masterful skill. All because you're there not making a plate, but as a hired artist to do an art job that your client might or might not like. So you have to do your best. This type of setup is like an art internship. I would even argue that this route is better, because you'll get real-time feedback if you did a great job, or not, with the client. And it's no bullshit either because the client won't baby you with words that don't offend, unlike your art teacher that will mince their words to that you'll do better next time. In this, there's no next time, this is it. Of course, you won't have a mentor, but in the field, your greatest mentor is experience. You can treat this type of learning in the field as your college for some to be put in the real world where grades don't matter. But think of it as being paid as your equivalent of a grade, and being paid well as getting a high grade. Going back to the student's question of whether they should pursue college, after my answer of yes and no and somewhat saying the things I have just said here, I told them you should keep learning regardless. I mean, I have a lot of classmates who graduated with me in fine arts painting. There were about 25 of us, and right now, there are less than 5 or 7 of us who are still making art and exhibiting at galleries. Most of us went to be on a desk job, starting a business that's not art related or are now art teachers, but not making their own art for art shows. There's nothing wrong with them having these jobs. It's just that it's sad to see my classmates don't use their gifts in real life the way they intended it to before. And I know a lot of great artists who are so talented and are still exhibiting regularly who have never gone, nor have not graduated from college. So it's up to you, as long as you're true to yourself. If you want to make art or do something else, a college degree or the lack of it should not define you as an artist. It's what you make of what talent or skill you have, and the art you share with the world, that should make you an artist, not the diploma. Art school never ends for me because, as a college graduate who accepted art jobs and is now a full-time artist man, I still study a lot every day. I pick new topics I'm interested in or even ones I'm slightly interested or some even I might be interested in and find videos of them on YouTube. Once I've downloaded these videos, I save them as my playlist for the day, and I let them play as I draw or paint. It's what they call multitasking. Most of these videos are just fun videos, but would you believe it helps me concentrate? Or at least prevents me from dozing off as I do some of the mundane tasks of the artwork I'm doing. If I really need to focus, I go for audiobooks, and it's the same thing, high, mid, or slightly interesting topics, ranging from books about business, poetry, psychology, getting things done, religion, fiction, making art philosophy, books about ZEN, books about resilience, books about people with resilience, books about being a good person, and yes, books about being creative and about people who have done it. So no, I'm not done learning. If anything, I'm just getting started. And you should be too. Make me drunk with art. Back in 2013, I lived in Baguio with my girlfriend at the time. It was kind of a new experience for me living so far from Manila where I've lived my entire life. My girlfriend then was a poet, and she had a lot of creative friends, fellow poets and writers, painters and artists, and illustrators as well. Being an artist in my late 20s living with a poet and hanging out with other artists, of course, there will be occasions like art exhibit openings and drinking sessions, and well, drugs too. But I'm used to that sort of thing already. I don't use drugs anymore now in my married life, because I found I'm more creative when I don't use them. And I only drink once or twice a year now and only on special occasions. Just the average 1 to 2 bottles of beers with a pal. But back in the day, man, I used to do drugs, weed, every day, smoke cigarettes almost every 30 minutes, and drank liquor and be released once a week with pals and at parties or shows. A party animal if you will, and I can hold my own with the booze and weed too. In fact, I very rarely tap out or black out. Of course, it has happened before but only once or twice in the countless amounts of times I've been in drinking sessions. The reason I'm telling you this now is the crowd I find myself in at my new home in Baguio was like the ones I have here in Manila. Everyone drank and smoked and did drugs, albeit more than just weed, and we all had fun doing it. Although the new dynamic in the group of artists and friends there was me, I'm the new guy. I'm thrust into a circle like a sharp spear, just because I got a girlfriend belonging to that circle. They're a good enough bunch, really talented, and I learned a lot of new things from them as well. Although I could certainly point out one thing as being the new guy there, they kept getting me drunk. I don't know if it was because they wanted me to show my true colors, or lose my inhibitions enough to spill the beans on where my art powers come from, but sure enough, I felt that they wanted me drunk for one reason or other. Maybe it's the male macho thing, but I really didn't think so, or maybe it was. I'll never really know. Or maybe they just really like drinking a lot over there. But I like drinking too, but not that much. I still got a shit ton to do and getting drunk won't help me paint well. I'm not that kind of artist. And so, one night, like most nights, there we are again, drinking, and I realize that they're getting me drunk. Again, I mean we're only just having a couple of beers, I mean beer is okay. But as a man Leno, give me something stronger, some gin or some whiskey perhaps, if you really want me to get drunk. At least if we do that, then we really have a party and you'll really see my true colors, though that's all in hindsight. What I thought of that night was, we're always drinking, but we're not really talking much about art. I mean, they're all artists, or at least in a creative field of some kind, but the ratio of the art we should be more addicted to is being overpowered and overshadowed by drinking and drugs. We've had a few really good art talks with these guys, but it's rare, I think once or twice only as far as I can remember. Not as much as all the Red Horse we consumed. It is as if maybe they can't do art or writing without the drugs or booze. Maybe it seemed that way because I didn't really know them that much, but every time I was there it was more of drinking and not enough art making or talking about art. Ernest Hemingway said, write drunk, edit sober. Which is what I think they're doing, but I don't think you should take that to heart, because there are a lot of sober writers out there who still write well and are fueled by liquid courage. Hemingway also wrote standing up and edited sitting down. Why not just follow that one if you're such a Hemingway fan? Maybe they were holding back their ideas and didn't want to let me know, that I can understand, but I think you can still talk about art and the craft, as you sip your goddamn beer and puff a few smokes without one spilling their own ideas they'd rather keep in the vault. But hey, why would you like for the other guy to spill his guts getting him drunk? I mean, the main reason I was there in the first place was to find inspiration to make more art, but not through stealing other people's ideas, but from nature in a different setting, and not by turning into an alcoholic. Maybe that's where they get their art powers. And so, I thought of the quote, 𝐷 𝐷 that very night. Meaning, I would rather you talk about art all day, all night, even without the sight of booze or a cigarette or a joint. That's how I started talking about art. I was at home with my high school friends, just shooting the shit with some soda and cheap Pinoy chichirya, and we still got a lot out of it. But in contrast, I was with a lot of talented artists now, but all they ever really wanted to do was to drink and one-up each other, with whatever they think will win them points in their book. Fuck that. Let's have a conversation about your philosophy, or at least what you think is the best way one can let his audience understand one's work and one's art. Or what do you think of this artist's work and his statement? Or what this painting means, or what this phrase in this poet's poem means. Let's get drunk about that. Just for the record, I do have friends who I can talk to about this kind of stuff, and they rarely need booze or any kind of drug to get their creativity triggered and have a good talk just about anything. Most of my friends who need no drugs or booze are like this, and they are my best friends, and more often than not, after we speak to each other, we all get something creative out of the conversation. Often a new project or collab is born, even if we didn't intend that in the first place when we meet. It just goes to show that a lot of people correlate art, drugs, and cigarettes into art making. I can see that and have been there and used all that before to stimulate the brain, and even enjoyed such vices with fellow artists, while catching up in an art show or chilling at home. But that's all just complimentary. That's not the meat of the show, nor how things should be in creativity. It would certainly be some sort of boost for some, but that route goes to dark places, if you let that addiction overcome your creative process. If you're so dependent on it as an artist, when you use booze and drugs as fuel for your art, what are you when you are no longer able to use them, and still need to create art? Inspiration should not be in the form of alcohol. It should be found within ourselves, to find out what inspires us to create, not get all drunk and messed up, so that we have the courage to make a mess on a canvas, and call it art. We shouldn't rely on drugs and able to see some images in our heads hallucinating. We can already do that even without drugs, only if we're creative enough to use our imagination. I mean, try drugs if you want to. I did. It might really expand your mind and thinking, and you may like the experience, but don't be addicted to it, or at least be dependent on it to make art or to function in your normal everyday. If anything, we should be just more curious so that we can have the guts to ask questions or admit we don't know something. So that we can spark a conversation about almost anything, and we can discover a new thing or two that we don't know. In that way, we're captivated by it, and that's a more healthy way of stimulating one's mind. And little do we know that would be the seed for us to make our next work of art. There was also this one very well-known artist, who I won't name here. He's well off, and so he invited me to their home to hang out, and he loved to drink wine. But we rarely talk about art every time I was there. I got drunk silly with the wine, but he always tapped out before I did. I guess I really am a drinker by heart. Maybe a lot of people just want me to spill my beans on something or for me to black out and get knocked out for some reason, but that doesn't happen much. But it just surprises me that drinking is used as a weapon instead of a wonderful starter for a conversation and celebration. I do not mean to demean the people and artists I've come across in Baguio or in any drinking or drug-filled session. This is just my observation. And my best guess is, maybe they just really wanted to know me by getting me drunk all the time or every day like some brothers would when you're courting their younger sister. And boy, I've been to those kinds of drinking sessions too, and I often surprise these brothers, uncles, and whomever with my tolerance for alcohol too. The last thing I had a hard time quitting, aside from drinking and drugs, was cigarettes. I was having trouble writing or making art if I hadn't had a smoke first, unable to start creating like the cigarette was some sort of car keys, missing for me to start my engine. I thought to myself, are cigarettes really the key for me to make art? Or is this just a habit of mine that I let myself believe? Then I answered, no, this was not part of my art. Because I suddenly remembered when I was still in elementary school, I drew comics from afternoon to night, and even way past my bedtime. My parents didn't even know I was still awake to the wee hours. I was just drawing, and no one told me to draw that comic book but myself. It was just me, just wanting to draw. It was so much fun being able to create your own world, to draw and color it, and have the characters say what you wanted them to say. The art of creation was my drug. So when I remembered my young self, creating art without stimulation from anything, just the joy of creating, and seeing my work finished, and imagining it being shared the day after with my family and friends, that was my art fuel. That was where my art powers lie. Making art that I like and sharing them with others. After that, I quit smoking and made more art than ever before. So instead I say, don't get me drunk on beer or alcohol, feed me art. Let me know your thoughts about this work or that artwork. I'll let you know my thoughts too. Let's get drunk about that. It's good if we either have fine whiskey or just lucky me pants a canton while we're talking, but even if you have nothing to offer me, and you only have art to talk about, I'm still all ears. Be original, just like your fingerprint. They say nothing is original. To which I say, that's bullshit. You can be original. There are a lot of original things out there. Your autobiography is original enough, and so is your life history. Every snowflake is unique and everyone has a different DNA. And okay, if you still don't believe me, get a stamp pad, put your finger on the ink, and then grab a piece of paper and press your ink finger on it. What do you get? Your fingerprint. That's original, that's you. You have in yourself something originally you, that's uniquely yours. Even twins, who grew up in the same household, have different personalities and likes and dislikes, maybe even clones. My point is, a lot of people say that nothing is original, and that's just not true. In Austin Kleon's book Steal Like an Artist, he also said there that nothing is original. It's in our genetics, he said, that no one comes from nothing. Okay, that's true, but that's not in the context of creativity. Everything comes from something, yes, but that doesn't mean originality doesn't exist. When he talked about genetics, he should have considered people having different fingerprints, but I guess he didn't think of that because his mind was already dead set that nothing was original, and so he was never too determined to find anything original in the first place. In fact, Austin Kleon went as far as the Bible to prove his point of nothing is original. He quoted a verse in Ecclesiastes 1:9 saying, "Nothing new under the sun." Here's the whole verse. What has been will be again, what has been done will be done again, there is nothing new under the sun. And that sounds final, right? Quoting the Bible. But this one I say, to counter with another Bible verse, Isaiah 48:7, from now on I will tell you new things, of hidden things unknown to you. They're created now, and not long ago. You have not heard of them before today. So it's clear that there are things not known to us, that we are still discovering, and sure, there is nothing new in the sense that you cannot add a drop of rain to this earth. Everything was already made here, and cannot be unmade. It's all cyclical. The rain becomes rivers, the rivers become ice in the winter, evaporate in the spring, and in autumn, it rains and becomes the river again. So yeah, in that context nothing is new, and therefore nothing new under the sun is true too because we discover it, rather than create it. However, if we're creators ourselves, as artists, the art we make can be original, because we can still show things new to people that we might have discovered ourselves. It can be that the paint and mixers are the same after it was done 1,000 years ago, but the expression behind it, the way the paint was painted on a canvas today couldn't be identical, by the person or the stroke. The meaning might be the same, but the way it was said, it can't be exactly the same. There might have existed an artwork before like what I did right now, but in context and presentation, intensity, passion, and overall timeline of when and where I made it, it's practically not the same artwork. Especially if I have never heard of the artist who has made what my art is being compared to. This is me and my expression is my fingerprint. Even if I try to imitate something, it will still be different. Claiming that nothing is original, for me, is a sinful thing to say, because it encourages artists and people not to go outside of the box and think of something original for themselves. It doesn't force them to come up with a new idea or approach and seeing things from a new perspective or tackling an old problem with a new solution. The nothing is original means it only lets artists and people be lazy. It's an excuse they would gladly spout about the shirk from the task at hand. Their thinking is, why should I bother? If nothing is original, I'm just going to copy this trending art style. That's why when you see a successful art form in the art scene, you can almost be certain to see a pop-up clones with lesser-known artists copying the art style. And no, I don't mean a movement. An art movement can generate surrealist painters, but not everyone looks like a Dali painting. Or in today's NFT movement, there are a lot of different NFTs, but you know when lesser artists are just copying the Bored Ape NFT. Originality is also different from inspiration. When you get inspired by an artist to create your art, you tend to look behind how he did it, and what resonates with you in your work by either the method or thesis behind the artist you're inspired by. So you can do the same method, and apply the same techniques, but your story is quite different from what he or she was telling, because it has to be your story that you tell and not theirs. For example, 𝐷𝐷 and the Ukiyo-E woodblock printing by the Japanese people of the 16th century which depicted their daily lives then has inspired artists today. Artists like J.H. Henry to portray game characters he loved in the Ukiyo-E style. He draws them traditionally and paints some of them digitally. He then collaborates with a woodblock printmaker, David Ball, to print them traditionally. The result is something unique. It's a juxtaposition of an old art style with a modern twist of video game characters like Pikachu, Ryu from Street Fighter, and Bowser and Mario from Super Mario Bros., all presented in a traditional form of print. 𝐷𝐷 and the other legends of traditional woodblock printmaking will be proud. I told that story because I was also inspired by 𝐷𝐷 and the other Ukiyo-E artists, as well as the juxtaposition of J.H. Henry's modern artworks with David Ball's traditional printmaking. My wife and I were participating in an art event where we can sell our artwork to passers-by at BGC in our booth. Since the event was a weekend, I thought instead of bringing my huge oil paintings, which won't sell on the spot because they're too pricey for the average passerby, I should create an easy-to-do series that I could sell at a lower price, given I'll be making it small as a sheet of paper, and much faster than my average painting. So as I was thinking of what I could do, my thoughts led me to Ukiyo-E woodblock printmaking, as they can produce multiple copies of an artwork. I like the aspect of woodblock printing where you can print many copies of an artwork, which is something really handy for an artist to sell fast and cheap, but still have a high quality in terms of production, execution, and concept. However, I did not know how to do woodblocks. Carving them alone is mastering a different skill, so I instead opted for what I have in the studio, and what we have is a Canon inkjet printer. So what I thought I'd do is I would draw the outline of an artwork, and then scan it, and then print multiple copies of them in our printer onto watercolor paper. And as for the colors, I can hand paint them each, and in that way, they're still valuable paintings. See, it's easier to color each artwork, as long as the outline is the same. The colors may slightly vary, but it's still an original painting, which comes to my mind, instead of nothing is original. It's everything's original. So I got the how to do it part down, but now what will I paint? I could go with what J.H. Henry did, juxtapose the old art style with the video game world, but he's already done that. If I did so, that's copying his concept. So instead I thought harder about what I could depict. This led me to me looking at the files on my computer and hard drive. I take a lot of photos of just about anything because I might need them one day for reference in my comic books or artworks, and I also just love to take photos of beautiful things and people I see in the streets. And so it hit me, as I was looking at the files and saw the people in the streets that I took photos of. I suddenly knew these were the ones I wanted to paint, and so I did. I drew them as I would in a comic book style artwork, inking it, and then scanning that inked outline and printing it on watercolor paper. Then I painted each one with watercolors and color markers, and by the end of the day, I had at least 7 new artworks on paper to sell the next day. They were always small, the size of a bond paper, but when I had them for sale the next day, I was immediately able to sell one artwork which cost about 500 pesos. If it had been an entirely original painting without a print, I might have charged it 1,500 to 2,000 pesos for a single one-of-a-kind artwork, and that might not attract people that much with its price. They might like the piece, but they might not buy it. And so the next day came and I sold another, and then I was beginning to think I had something, and when I posted them online, since I can also repaint them, it went viral. A lot of people liked it, so I decided to do more, and I named the art style Manila Ukiyo-E. It's my take on the Ukiyo-E art form, where they capture and paint their daily lives in Japan back then, but now it's a modern take of what Manila life is like, with a much more modern approach in the process of creating and producing and reproducing an artwork in the series. I created Manila Ukiyo-E back in December 2017. Now in 2023, we have almost 5,000 followers on its Facebook page, and I've sold close to 1,000 original Manila Ukiyo-E artworks. I've done 5 solo shows of them, and have been featured in numerous websites for this series, including Esquire Philippines, Business Mirror, and The Guardian. All because I chose to be inspired and not to be an imitation. All because I took the time, at least less than 30 minutes, to think of a new thing to paint. Hopefully, that story was able to distinguish what is a copy and what is an inspiration. I was inspired by the process of woodblock making and Jed Henry's modern approach to the craft. I did not, however, copy Jed's video game concept, nor the Ukiyo-E artist's life in Japan, but instead look within what I already have with me that I can make my own. And that's how you get to be original, by just being you. To clarify, you can get inspired by a lot of different people, but do not copy their concept or their story, because if you do, you're telling their story and not your story, and if people already know the story of that someone you copied, all they can see in your artwork is a copy of that person's story. A technique is a different thing. You can learn and use a technique if you want. No one owns a technique. It's a way of doing something, and it's passed down to generations of artists and artisans. However, one story, that's you, and just you who has it. You might have been born in the same hospital as 1,000 other kids, but all of your stories are different. Even if you were born with the same mother, you can have a story different than your brother or sister. So that's how you can get to be original. Dig something deep within you. Other people look at what others are doing when they are seeking inspiration for what story to tell, but I seek inspiration from my own stories, my own experience, and my mistakes, because everything is different from one's own eyes. Copycats look on the outside for things to imitate. I look within for me to express what I feel and what I want to say. And within you lies what you like, what you don't like, your personal experiences, your trials and hardships, your lessons, and your bouts and insecurities, as long as you're honest about them, and are willing to share them with others through your art. You will find that you will never run out of ideas or stories to tell. Did you know that in 1889, Charles H. Dewey, the commissioner of the U.S. Patent Office, was widely quoted as having stated that the patent office would soon shrink in size, and eventually close, because he said everything that can be invented has been invented. Imagine that, in 1889, how minfic would he be if he saw an iPhone? Or a laptop? Or YouTuber Avengers Endgame no, Spider-Man No Way Home? People through generations would say that nothing can be invented anymore, but we don't even know what we don't know. And so with the unfathomable quantification of knowable things, why put an expiration date on it? Lastly, Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Envy is ignorance, imitation is suicide." He meant that when you envy people, you do not know what other faults they have in their lives, that your envy should not exist, because if you knew everything about them, you might not envy them, to begin with. As well as, why would you envy people when you can just look around at what you have, and appreciate what you already have, and find that you are already so blessed? And on the part of imitation is suicide. He meant that if you copy others, you are killing yourself. It's more toxic than poison or cigarettes, more deadly than a virus. When you imitate other people, you're killing your true self, killing who you are. And one day you will see in the mirror, you are not you. You are your idols and the people you want to be and you think is cool. You listen to music you don't even like just because a lot of people listen to it. You don't say you like something or not just because you don't want to offend people, and soon you become everyone else instead of yourself. When you try to please everyone, you become no one. So try and look within yourself and have the guts to be who you are. That doesn't mean not improving your shortcomings, and it doesn't mean if you're a fucking bully all your life you remain a bully. No, you can change for the better, every day, every single day. You can change something every day and be your true self, and make works of art as bright as one soul. I don't believe it when people say nothing is original. What I believe is, people are just too lazy to come up with something new. It's right there on your fingertips. Be original, just like your fingerprint, and make your mark in this world. I don't want to be paralyzed by perfection. Back in 2014, I had this artwork that I wanted to finish. It was on watercolor paper, and I used various mediums like inks, color markers, watercolors, and gouaches on it. although I was really afraid to paint this specific piece because, well, I was afraid I'd eventually screw it up. You see, back in 2014, I was kind of a fuck up. My artwork doesn't sell, and I didn't have a steady job other than the ones I get hired to do, or when someone needs a mural to paint, or that one classmate who remembers I could draw well and they want a family portrait. I also wasn't that confident with my art. I've been through a lot of art styles, all of which I love doing, although not many people bought them. At this point, I've sold less than 5 paintings in my 10 years of being an artist. I've done a lot of group shows, even a one-man show, but I still haven't sold that much art to be able to afford regular food for myself, let alone the art materials, so I could produce more art with. At the time, I was lucky enough that my family helps me a lot in terms of buying art materials, as I may commission pieces for them, but when I show my artwork at galleries, they seldom sell. Either because only a few people understand what I mean in these paintings, or they're too dark and erotic most of the time, or maybe I didn't have collectors yet, or I've overpriced my pieces. Whatever the case may be, I'm still not where I wanted to be at this point, and it sucked as I remember it now. Going back to the artwork I was painting, it was about a young woman. It was a photo of a beautiful Japanese courtier model, which I juxtaposed on some mixture of Marvel comic book artworks, TV show characters, and movie screen captures, and a ton more photos of women, nude and dressed, that I grabbed all over the internet. I compassed it as such as the main woman, Yae-chan, was in the middle of all the chaos behind her. The background was loud, but they had a matching red and pink color scheme, and it was chaotic, but there was a kaleidoscope aspect to it too, having each piece mirror each other, therefore having some serenity in the chaos. The whole background was very detailed, which brings out the softness of the skin of the beautiful girl in the middle of it all, as if she was laying on top of a carpet filled with cartoon characters smashed with pornography, magazines, and the TV guide. Suffice it to say that this was a bit ambitious to paint. I know, because creating the study and looking at it wasn't helping, because I can see already how much work and concentration it would take to accomplish it, not to mention the time it would take me to complete this. Having a study for your artwork is helpful, but it also lets you know how much work you need to do, and to have a study for this kind of detailed artwork, it's like a roadmap to Mount Everest. Though in my case, imagine there's a commentary on every step you make that's saying how hard it is, and it just keeps getting harder. My doubting voice is so loud I can't even lift my brush. I've done many detailed artworks before, especially when I was still a kid. I drew and colored on illustration boards using markers, and have already impressed a lot of people with what I've accomplished with them at a very young age. Although growing up, you get to have doubts. You think you might have lost it, and it's quite true, especially if you've changed careers for artists. Either you've stopped entirely and just gone back at it again, or have changed mediums. And that was the case for me. I changed mediums. When I was a kid up until my freshman college years, I made artwork using paper and pens. For the other half of my college years and up to the point of the story, I was always painting with oil paints on canvas, and these two are very different beasts. The shift was because, as stated earlier, I barely had enough money to buy art materials, and my oil paintings work didn't sell as much as I wanted to. Oil paints and canvases, if you didn't know, were quite expensive. Add to the fact that I paint huge artworks, 4x 8 feet or larger. I do have smaller pieces, but I have a lot of them, too many to be exact. And it's eating all the space I had in the studio. That's what you get when no one buys your art. And so I decided to shift to pen and paper again. It's cheaper to buy, and faster to make. The canvas and oil paint costs double and even triple what watercolor paper and a couple of markers and inks cost, and I also want to get back to my comic book drawing and coloring roots. Plus it's easier to store because paper's thin. I could store 100 of them in the same space as one of my huge canvases accumulate. But herein lies the catch. Painting with oil paints, I could go wild with it, do strokes boldly, while not minding all the splatter and mist marks I make. I could always paint it over with no problem. And in oils, the canvas is very sturdy. You can add paint or even scratch it with your palette knife for some kind of effect, and it won't damage the canvas. And painting on a big canvas gives me more room to maneuver and place it on an angle as it stands on its own. All of these features are not to be applied on watercolor paper. The paper is delicate. You can overwater your paper, and you will damage it irreparably. You even might burn a hole through it. You can't go hard on it, as you might scratch off the paper, and it will be seen no matter how many layers of paint you put in. Speaking of layers, you can't put too many unintentional layers to it too, because watercolor and the mediums I use cannot overlap too much, otherwise the colors will be muddy, and your intended colors will not shine or show as much. It's a different discipline, to the point that watercolor is painted on top of a table, not on an easel. And the worst part is, I have to be delicate painting it, not the madman or beast I turn into when I paint with oils. It's like making love to a different woman. In oil it's rough or wild sex, she's screaming in pleasure, and the lights turned on. But with watercolors, it's quiet sex under the covers with the lights turned off. Both are still amazing, but if you switch them up, you'll end up with a bad time in bed. With that said, I'm wild in bed, and I'm aiming to pleasure a quiet woman who likes quiet but passionate sex. And I gotta tell you, this is not easy to do. All your tricks and moves from before that always gave you the win doesn't work here. In fact, they're no good here, downright prohibited. I'm quite a messy painter. I smoke cigarettes while I paint, and I don't wash my brushes, and I don't clean my palette after painting. I'm the bad boy type in oils, but I can't tell you enough how it doesn't work with watercolors. Hence my fear. I had this beautiful study I have already sketched perfectly onto paper, and all I need is to paint in the colors, but as I colored in the parts, a fear grew inside me every day. I controlled my wild beast. I painted as much as I can, slowly, being able to repair whatever damage I made or mistakes that I did onto the paper, due to my feral nature on the leaf. I was still trying to learn the discipline, but I was far from there. And every time I stopped painting for the night, I would hang the paper artwork like one would dry clothes on a special hanging device. There I'd see how much I still need to do, and how this map to Mount Everest is far from over, and hell is still about to come. But the fear of screwing up this magnificent artwork to be, the fear of not being able to commit a mistake, and not being able to erase it like I normally do on a canvas with oils, the fear crept up on me so badly, that I let the artwork hang there for days, even weeks, even more than a month. I sat there always looking at the artwork, admiring it, and then looking at the study I made and seeing them both, noticing the miles I need to go and then saying to myself, I could never do this. I could never paint it this perfectly. Maybe I should just give up now and call the artwork finished. I know some artists who leave the artwork half done, calling it finished. I'm not sure if that's intentional, if they're afraid like me, or if it's a real art style, or if they don't know what else to put in, so they stop midway and call it done. Or maybe they're just really lazy. Back to my artwork, I kept thinking, there are already some colored parts in it, and the pretty lady in the middle is already beautiful in pencil. I can just say that this is what I intended to do in the beginning. I'm good at making up stories anyway, right? I really can't afford to make a mistake, especially in painting the face of the girl who was so alluring and delicate, that I would just screw it up like most of my artwork. Like how I've just screwed up my art career by not being on time submitting paintings and going beyond the deadline, and not submitting stellar pieces with even a rickety canvas frame. Like how I screwed my life up by courting the wrong girls and making love to those who I didn't feel anything for. All these thoughts bogged my mind as I looked at the unfinished painting. I felt I was a collection of screw-ups and fuck-ups, that I am not cut out to paint something this intricate. That I'd be doing all these detailed parts and then in the end when it's time to paint the face, I'll screw it up, and then all my efforts turn to shit, just like my life has been so far at that point. And that paralyzed me for quite some time, that I didn't touch the painting, and it even hurt to look at and think about it. In the end, however, I thought to myself, this is no way to go. I can't have it end this way. And so then I thought, I don't want to be paralyzed by perfection. I thought, fuck it. I'm going to do it. So what if I make a mistake? At least I tried. So what if I don't get it at 100%? I'm not a robot. I can make mistakes. And if I do, I'll make changes. I'll fix it. I'm still improving, and if people point out this mistake or that mistake, I'll say, fuck you. You do it better. You try and paint like this. I felt so energized, defeating that self-doubting and self-defeating voice, finally standing up to it, and my fears that I was shaking, and best of all, I started painting. With this renewed power and courage coursing through my veins alongside this new mantra repeating in my mind, I realized that all this bullshit I was thinking of about this piece to be perfect, the way it is in my head, that picture will never come to be. Or no, wait, it can come to be. As long as I keep painting and keep trying, no matter how many times, it will manifest, it will materialize. And it only won't come to be if I sat there and did nothing and did not finish the painting. If I was forever paralyzed with perfection. And you know what? I was able to finish the painting. And it's one of my favorite pieces. It's called Soft Machine, referring to a woman's vagina. Well, I don't mean to say women are just machines or toys, because all our bodies are somewhat machines if you think about it. All I mean is, the softest machine is the woman's gentle parts. The woman is soft, gentle, and loving, like the watercolor paper. You have to treat her gently and be firm with her at the same time, and match her intricacies so that you can produce something beautiful together. That's just me, and it encompassed the story of how I approach the paper. Even if I'm more accumulated in oils, the soft machine could also be the brush or my mind thinking thoughts of perfection. Who really knows? The point is, I was able to finish the piece and I'm proud of it. The fears I had, of people pointing out my mistakes, well, I didn't get any of them. All I got were praises, and a lot of the comments were like, what kind of drugs were you snorting when you did this? I only answer laughing, but deep inside my answer is, fuck perfection. There's a saying, we can never really be perfect, no one can, but we should all still aim to be perfect. And that's true. I might say fuck perfection or axe perfection. I even made a shirt of that, but in the end, I try for my artwork to be perfect as it can be. The lesson is when you don't achieve it, it's quite okay. And another lesson is, don't be paralyzed by it. If you want something truly great, don't your excuse be, I won't be able to do it, because it won't live up to what I have in my head. Well, nothing ever is. All we ever really produce when it comes from our heads is just second best, expectations vs reality, as some internet memes say, and reality always wins. But failing to make what's in your head or vision and landing on something close to it is far better than the idea in your brain that doesn't materialize, because we never move to make it into our reality because of fear of imperfection. After this experience, I was able to overcome my fear of perfection and have a new outlook on it. Sure, I've mistakes still, but more are wins than losses. I now sell a lot of artwork, at least 1 or 2 sold artworks or books in a week. And all of them are watercolor artworks. Imagine if I had given up, thrown my arms up, and said that watercolor is not for me, where would I be now? I've exhibited in numerous galleries with my watercolor artworks, and in 2021, I just exhibited at the prestigious 𝐷 𝐁𝐥𝐬 and sold a lot of watercolor artworks, almost selling everything I showed. Out of the 60 plus artworks I exhibited, only 20 came back. And one of the main pieces there was a huge 3x4 feet watercolor artwork, with the most detail I've ever done in an artwork. It's called 𝐷, and it depicted hundreds if not thousands of people in the wet market of 𝐷. If you see that painting, you will be in awe of how much work it took for it to be done. But I did it, thanks to my mantra and a new mindset of not being paralyzed with perfection. Suffice it to say that, if you're paralyzed by perfection, imagine if you weren't. Imagine if you had no fear and just did your best with what you have right now. It might end up being good or bad, but nothing will come out of it for sure, if you only think about it, and not pull your idea out of your head and finally materialize it into our reality. You can't judge a book by its cover, but you can judge an artist by his art. The adage, you can't judge a book by its cover, still rings true even today. But I say, you can judge an artist by his art. That any artwork an artist creates is something I think you can judge him or her by. You can even apply this principle theory even with Renaissance masters. If you presented some people with early art done by them, and not knowing it's them, their reaction would be that these works are amateurish or not yet fleshed out. Because these masters were indeed amateurs at one point, and when someone reveals the amateur work of Rembrandt or Da Vinci, well, it still won't change the theory of being able to judge an artist by his art. Because masters, as they will come to be, indeed are still amateurs with the artwork presented as early works. If anything, it preserved their skill level at that time. Sure, it's still valuable as fuck, but not because of skill, because it belonged to Rembrandt and Da Vinci, and we're not talking about monetary value, we're talking about the state of the artist, as he or she made his art. One's art is a snapshot of one's skill level at the time he made it, no excuses. One's art, whenever it is made, is more reflective than a mirror, at least to one's skill. You really can't fake being a master in a technique, nor could you also fake that you aren't a splendid craftsman in your craft. Even if an artist, out of spite, wants to prove this theory wrong, and he's already a well-known artist, and then he does a painting intentionally, or unintentionally, haphazardly, and has a half-baked concept, then shows said artwork to me without me knowing who the artist is, and I judge it, and then I say that the art by itself is poorly made, and go as far as criticizing the artist as being immature art-wise, but I would note that their stroke is confident, and concept is either not fully fleshed out, or he's just tripping. And then afterwards they reveal themselves as being the well-known artist all along. I can still say that even if he or she revealed himself, that his art was still raw in terms of execution or concept, because, first, they made it out of spite. His intentions will come out of his concept, his strokes will not be as firmly done. And second, if he or she had even had the time to do it, holding back his true skills, it would come across in the artwork too. Revealing that the artist is indeed holding back just to prove a point, art that is held back, hence you can indeed judge the artist by his or her art. Or if he did the opposite, if he or she gave it his or her all, we can judge the artist as a skillful painter already. There's always a tell, one can read brushstrokes like reading a book. Your work will exude excellence if you're a legend at it, and it will also stink of your lack of talent or skill in practice, which most people can see. Maybe not every time, but there's an aura to it that people can't explain. But the ones who do know what to look for see it. Mostly, it's not even meant to come out. Some artists don't know their skill level, and he just does it fluently, or sometimes ineffectively, and does a stroke. Some have truly perfected their technique time and time again, and they no longer think about it. It's what the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu meant when he said, doing without doing. You are no longer aware you are doing something because you aren't thinking about doing it, you are just doing it. You have mastered it, it is part of you. It may not have been a part of you before, but when one perseveres, when one keeps at it, you can no longer not do it. Amateurs practice until they get it right, professionals practice until they can't get it wrong, as they say. It's like being in the zone, and the more you practice, the longer you can stay in the zone. Now imagine if you could do that with your art every time you paint, would you do it otherwise? There's also another saying that comes to mind when discussing this, which is a saying I don't believe in and hate with a passion: fake it until you make it. You really can't make it if you're always faking it. Instead of faking it, why not make it real? Practice why don't you until you can do it. Don't just act like it, be the part. Like Leonardo DiCaprio's character Franco Bagnell when he was faking being a doctor in the movie Catch Me If You Can. He can't operate on a person like a surgeon. He can only mimic what the doctors in movies say, and try to pass off as a doctor or pilot. Unless he studies for it and practices, he's surely become a doctor and pilot. And speaking of actors, fake it until you make it is for amateur actors only. They fake an expression and fake that they're shooting a basketball with a role they're playing. But there's this thing called method acting, which is really doing it. Some actors, if they'll be portraying a janitor, would secretly be a janitor for a week or month, just to know how it feels to be one. They would also talk to people in the profession and ask their experience and apply it in their acting. There's more authenticity behind it, and even if you don't go all method with your acting, the best actors and actresses may have a role to play, but when it's time to cry, they pull deep within them and experience that they did feel that sadness or loneliness they felt. They're able to express anger when they go back to their memories of being betrayed or furious. And when they laugh on screen, it's not a fake laugh, they're really having fun. So actresses and actors aren't fakers, they're real people who are emoting on screen with real emotions. The phony actors and actresses, well, you can see that a mile away. Even if you aren't a cinema connoisseur or movie buff, heck, you don't even need to have been to acting school to spot these fakers on the TV or on the big screen. Just watch Gal Gadot act in her Wonder Woman roles. Sure, she looks pretty as hell, she really looks like Wonder Woman in the costume. But man, when she opens her mouth and says lines, fucking cringe city. And God forbid if you saw her singing. She's still hot though. But compare her acting to Elizabeth Olsen's Wanda Maximoff. Even if you didn't really know who the Scarlet Witch is in the comics, if you've seen her act in any Avengers films, or if you've watched WandaVision, you can see that she's a great actress, not because she's wearing the costume, she's Wanda, even if she's just wearing sweatpants, because she has embodied her character of being a wife and a mother. And when you do see her in costume, it is as if the character from the comics has stepped out from the page. She's a real goddess to behold. You feel her pain when she cries, and you're happy for her when you see her have fun with her kids and husband, even if he's a synthezoid. That's acting, that's real acting, or that's real. Now watch Gal Gadot's speech about perfection at the end of Wonder Woman 1984. Man, even the script is empty platitudes and bad acting. That's a real faker. Now Gal might have gone to more acting classes by now, and she might have improved her acting in her recent films, which I will give credit to her when I do see them. But for now, I don't know and I don't intend to find out, just so I can be spared from the disappointment and not waste my time. The point I'm making here is if you've got the chops for the role, if you got talent or skill, or if you have really put your heart, soul, and mind into an artwork, it will show. And you might have been doing that for your art for quite some time now, and you've been posting it on social media, and it only gets less than 5 likes every time you do. Don't worry, it'll pick up soon. Because great art, something really great, people don't sleep on it for too long. The only thing you should work on is your patience in getting noticed. And I also would propose that you should at least try to improve or at least have a strategy to get more eyeballs on your work. But ultimately, you also might want to consider if your work is really the shit or just plain shit. And since I don't know you personally, I'm going to have to say the only way you'll know is, you really can't know. But the only thing you can do is keep improving and never getting satisfied with what you have already done. Don't rest on your laurels and keep improving and escalating your work for the better. That's the only surefire way I know how you'll know you're doing better. Because you're keeping at it and not getting stuck with this one art project you've done and calling yourself a genius in your head. But in reality, no one really cares about your art because it's too obscure. It might be that you are a genius, but if you don't put your art out there, if you are listening to good criticisms or at least trying out suggestions if they're good for you, then I can bet you aren't growing. You can't improve your work when you, yourself, can't improve your mindset or even your attitude. Why show your art out there in the first place when you aren't interested to hear what people think? Why make art and show it to people if you're not going to care about how they react to it? Just keep it in your head. The truth is, even if we say we don't care what people think of our art, we actually do, because when we put it out there, we would often check and see what others think of it no matter what, even for a tiny bit. And it might not get the traction or attention you think it might deserve, and you might hate or bitch about that, but the truth is, it's only because you didn't put it in front of many people to see, which I suggest you do, and maybe that's why it's not getting as much attention and recognition. And that's not the only reason. It may be because they don't understand your work. Maybe you should at least make more effort for people to understand it more, so you need to keep improving your art. I've run into a lot of people who don't want to tweak their art, so that it would be more understandable to other people for others to get what they're talking about or saying. They would often say, "That's not me," or "I don't want to compromise my expression just so people would get me." Well, okay then, they won't get you. Stay stuck in obscurity then. The best artworks are those that have a deep meaning expressed by the idea of the artist that can still be understood by the passerby. Damien Hirst's artwork installation, 1,000 Years, it's a fish tank with a rotting cow's head in it, where there are maggots hatching flies, and said flies are lured into a bug zapper installed along with all of these things in the fish tank. Meaning. Death, life, and death and life. It's all been going on for 1,000 years or more. It's a deep and thought-provoking artwork. Controversial at the time of its unveiling, wonderful, beautiful, and morbidly chaotic. It's powerful to look at, and you can't keep your eyes on it, but at the same time, you can't look away. Even the smell punches you in the face. Damien says. It's a pretty deep artwork. It conveys what the artist wants to tell. Who even can tell he wanted to tell something in the first place? But what's important is that it gives meaning, and we can understand what he's trying to tell, even if it's not an accurate grasp of the message. At least we're able to grasp something. And that should be the main goal of your art. Make it possible for your audience to read your work, even if it's not the language they speak. True art will reveal its meaning to the viewer if done right. People do judge people on their outside appearance, even if the adage says that we shouldn't, there's some truth to it. I know when I write a jeepney in 𝐷𝐵𝐿 and some shady guy is frantically looking like he's on the run or he's hyped up in meth, and he's eyeballing the cell phone of one who is absent-mindedly flaunting it, especially if the one holding the phone is a weakling rich kid who's new to 𝐷𝐵𝐿. There are body languages one can tell what one's true intentions are, and it goes both ways. Either you're going to fight or you're going to run away from an intense situation. That's why people have a poker face. There are also tells in one's words, which are subtle enough that the police can tell if their suspect is telling the truth or not. We all make unconscious movements and say words that give out who we are, even if we try to hide them, some people can sense it. Now imagine that in your artwork where you're bearing your soul. People can tell if you've researched something well enough with the details you're putting into your painting. Especially if it's a specific subject, and you're just winging it, and you truly don't know what the hell you're talking about. And in executing your art, the strokes you make show confidence. At the same time, they also show the immaturity of having unsure layers and lines. There is indeed room for mistakes in art, but most experts and collectors can identify when the artist is second-guessing himself, or if he's having fun playing with the colors if it's an intentional mistake. They can tell that the artist doesn't mind the beautiful or random outcome that shows up unplanned in his work. When I look at an artwork, most of the time, I already know who that artist is inspired by, or where he copied that technique or style, or concept from. I may not know everything, but I've seen a lot. And I do mean a lot, lots of art, comics, films, TV shows, and a whole lot of images in the internet and books to know where you got that thing on your painting, or who artist you're inspired by, or which movement you're trying to create from. You can easily tell if a painting is a cubism or realism, or dark the way H.R. Giger Hieronymus Bosch does stuff, so it's easier to determine if the artist also is just trying to copy that other famous artist's style, and he silently prays that no one will know he copied it. And that kind of attitude is what makes me laugh. Of course, people will know. Maybe not everyone will, but people who know stuff will know, especially if you're copying from is quite famous. A better thing to do is to know the difference between imitation and inspiration. It is better to be inspired by something than to wholesale copy what the other artist did. With inspiration, you can let your audience know you're inspired by this artist when you made this series or style, and that you have added something your own into that style. Eventually, people would feel much happier because they know you aren't trying to trick them into passing off something as your own, and eventually you as an artist would find your own style by adding more of yourself in each piece you make going forward. It's also not just about art styles, it's also about the story or concept you have with your art that shows you are as an artist. I can always tell when someone ran out of ideas when seeing their work, or if they've run out of energy and momentum while painting. Most of the time the reason I can see in the strokes that the artist didn't put much effort into painting their pieces, they either lack time to do it or lack the effort to paint it, because they were bored with their own work as a result of they aren't aroused by their idea, and just needed something to submit for a show they have agreed to participate in. You can see these kinds of paintings on group shows, and I only know the bad habit because I have been one of these people before. I lack time, even if my artwork had a good concept, and I failed to give it my all, because I didn't plan my schedule well, or I took too much time doing other things that I neglected to have the discipline to finish the artwork ahead of time. As I said, you can judge the artist by his art, and since I wasn't able to finish on time with the best of what I had in me, it meant that I don't know how to manage my time as an artist, and I didn't have the discipline to not submit a half-baked artwork altogether when I know it sucks. And when you exhibit something at a gallery, it's there, forever, sealed in time, it's on your record. In your mind and memory, even if no one really remembers these works of yours, although some might, that's really something you can't change. The only thing you can do is to make better artwork going forward and learn from that lesson of showing half-baked work. Or pull it out of the wall, either destroying it or retouching it for another show to come. It's your call, because it's your art and reputation. You can't judge a book, but you can judge an artist by their art. Not a lot of artists like to hear this quote of mine, but it rings true to those who really give it their all on their works, to which I say to them, keep at it. And to those who haphazardly copy, or make art with little effort, mimic story, or parrot a message, I say to you, we know. Even if not everyone knows, we know. Some of us can see it in your art, no matter how much you try to hide it. Because whether you make good or bad art, you are what you paint. When you think you are ready, you are not. When you think you are not ready, then you are. How many times have we been a victim of our hubris? Thinking that we have everything ready only later to realize that we have forgotten a crucial item or step we need to finish the project. Our overconfidence becomes our undoing. Sometimes it's just simple forgetfulness, but other times it's self-sabotage. Thinking that we have everything, not double-checking our materials, or not doing an inventory beforehand, often leads to an interrupted momentum while making art, not being able to finish the artwork in all its glory. Immediately thinking that you are ready only means to me you are being lazy to double-check. You are impatient and just want to get started. That's all good. It's really hard to start something, especially in making art, and most especially a challenging project or painting. Having an I'm ready to begin the project feeling is good. And it's also quite understandable to start even if you have self-doubt that you're able to finish. But for me, in my experience, starting at once when you still aren't ready is twice as deadly. The reason is momentum. Imagine you're driving along the highway and you forgot the USB drive that has your presentation. You'd have to finish the whole highway, find a U-turn spot, go back to your house, and then go on your way. Of course, that takes time, add in the fact that drive time going back and not being late for that presentation. So all the while you're rushing and making mistakes, spilling the coffee, and the next thing you know you're speeding and being chased by the police, or worse, you crash your car all because you left your USB drive at home. It's much better to assume that something might go wrong, especially before a project begins. In this USB left at home case, it's having the foresight or the acceptance that you might screw this up, and might have a brain fart just before your big presentation, so you double check your pockets to see if you have the USB, and even then, at least saving the file in the cloud so that you have a backup just in case for some reason the USB crashes or gets wet by the rain or spilled coffee. It also wouldn't hurt to know your presentation by heart, just in case all else fails when you're in front of your client, and the power fails all of a sudden, or they can't read your version of the PowerPoint file. All this can be avoided or at the same time confronted by just accepting that when we are overconfident, we might oversee the chinks in our armors, just because we think we're unbeatable or invincible, because we just had a streak of wins, or we're just that much of a proud man that we don't even check ourselves if we need some kind of improvement. This saying is a no-brainer. Of course, we need to prepare before a battle, we need to review before a test, treat everything as a war, one say. We need to test things before taking the plunge of a point of no return action. Well, this is a no-brainer if you're one of the sound-minded individuals, or if you're one of the guys who have been wrong before countless times that you've learned your lesson and learned you did the hard way. This saying is for you too to easily remind yourself and humble yourself, and for those who are in their artistic endeavor, it's a caution to not be such a proud asshole. And how does this relate to art, you ask? In cooking, there's a term called mise en place, which means establishment or to establish in English. It means before you start cooking, you have to check all of your ingredients first before you even turn on the stove. Otherwise, you might burn the oil on the pan as you're still cutting up the garlic, and then when you do put the garlic in the pan, and only then do cut the onions, the garlic has already burned, and so on. As much as you tell yourself that it tastes good when you're eating whatever it was that you were cooking, you can still taste that burnt garlic. Mise en place, which also means to gather or put in place, teaches us that everything should be ready beforehand. Cut up the vegetables and marinate the meat the night before as part of the cooking, even if you'll only be firing up the stove the next day. You can see this at cooking shows, and you seldom do not see them do this ever right. When was the last time you saw someone scramble over the kitchen looking for a potato peeler, and not have his food turn out arc and burned in the end? Rarely right. It's because real chefs and cooks respect the mise en place method that they know everything has to be in place before they start, so as to not impede their momentum while cooking. They respect the process so much that they do not just do it in one go out of the blue, unless of course they already have chopped onions and diced beef in their refrigerators and freezers, but you still have to defrost that beef. The point is, preparation is a big key, so that you'll gain the advantage of momentum and flow while doing your work. Okay, so how do I do it as an artist? Well, my mother, being the food expert and cook that she is, taught me the mise en place term, and gave me a tip way back when I was starting to be a full-time artist. She told me that before I start painting, I should have done all my chores and other errands, so that when I paint, I can do it non-stop. Come to think of it, she might have said that at the time because she just wanted me to do my house chores, so that she wouldn't have to interrupt me while I was painting, which I hate, but also adds to the fact that this is something that we should do before starting, so kudos to her for killing two birds with one stone. Chores are done and teaching me a lesson. Nonetheless, I followed her advice then at work, so I did it every day, and to this day, I still do it. I have all sorts of daily routines in the mix too, so that I can harness that painting time when I do begin. And I can only explain this by sharing my daily routine. I begin my day either praying or meditating when I get up from bed. I then head to the studio, either greet my wife and son if they're awake, and ask them how they are, or if they're asleep still I go ahead and turn on the computer and write my dream. I do dream journals, and I often find good messages from my subconscious when I do, so try it for yourself. If I have time, I do some stretching and breathing exercises, and work out on an exercise bike. After an hour of this I clean the studio and take out the trash. Then breakfast. I usually watch something on the computer while I eat my breakfast, an episode of something, or just random videos I downloaded the night before. After that, a bath. Then I go back to my computer to read messages and respond to emails. I then do some more writing. This time I'm writing a book page every day, so that it accumulates slowly and steadily over a few weeks. You might be thinking, I thought you said this was a painting routine. Well, it is, and we'll get there. After writing, if I have an artwork or an advertisement or an announcement for an event to post, I post it. This is usually around lunchtime. After I've posted new art on social media or shared it on Reddit, I then go to YouTube and download more videos for the day's playlist. This is a crucial part of my daily routine, my playlist. It's mostly videos of YouTubers I'm subscribed to, comic book reviews, film trailers, comic book film reviews, Marvel Cinematic Universe rumors and theories, art videos, marketing strategy videos, psychology lesson videos, podcasts, church sermons, interviews, funny videos, and whatnot. I collect and download these videos with a special desktop app, and then play them as I paint. This does two things. First, I'm not streaming them, therefore no ads and no lagging. Second, this gives me the staying power to paint for more than 12 hours on my desk. It's like listening to the radio or watching TV while making art. You get caught up with the news and other inspirational videos while making art. It keeps me awake, it keeps me informed, it keeps me inspired and entertained. You might say, isn't that distracting? It depends. If I need full focus on what I'm doing, like inking or penciling, I can just play music or listen to a podcast or a sermon from our pastors I draw since they're just talking, and I don't need to look at them while I listen. I can keep my eyes on the art I'm making. However, if I'm just painting the colors, I can switch to the video playlist where I can look at the monitor from time to time while I paint. Yes, it might be distracting for some, but it works for me. The key is, the small break in focus gives me time to let the watercolors dry, and it also gives me time to pace myself, because my psyche is relaxed. And like the podcast and music, I make sure it's mostly stuff that I can listen to instead of fully watching. After all, my focus on art making is still the priority. Interviews and talks are also good for this. But if there's a new movie or TV show episode one like, then I won't put it on the playlist. I wouldn't watch these when I'm painting. Maybe after painting that I'll reward myself to watch a movie or a TV show episode when I take a break for lunch, because these things need my full attention to really absorb and appreciate. However, movies aren't at all excluded from my playlist, especially if it's a movie that I'll be watching for a second time. It's because it won't need my full attention anymore, and I can start painting while it plays. When I'm feeling especially lazy, I'll play a movie that I really like to watch, and then I won't have a choice but to do the work in front of me in my painting desk where the monitor is. When I really need to focus and time is of the essence, audiobooks and podcasts work well, so that my eyes don't have to leave the paper when I listen to these books and people talking. A concert playlist of a band or an orchestra, my playlist collection of music videos, works well too. And when I really need to rush, I put on a playlist of concerts and performances by the White Stripes. No joke, their coke-filled music is such an adrenaline rush, I'm able to finish faster. So now with my playlist ready to play, with my chores done, my head clear for meditation and writing, my post posted for the day, and my body bathed, I now set up my table, which is a whole other thing. My table is clean of dust, which I also did when cleaning the studio. I then put my paperboard on top of the table, then put in my watercolor palette, and set up all my pens to the side. I have 2 baskets with wheels on them, so I can easily glide my baskets of pens to the side for easy reach. They're both on my left side, and the pens vary in size and brand, and medium. Color markers make the most of them, but they're also categorized in gel pens with silver and gold. Permanent markers, alcohol-based and water-based, are together, and are separated by primary and tertiary colors. I also have highlighters and ballpoint pens in there, along with other stock of all of these pens and watercolor tubes and colors within my reach on the different levels of the basket with wheels. On my right side, white pens and correctional fluids are in place on the upper part of my watercolor and 𝐷𝐷 poster color palette, and in the middle of that is a jar of water with a seashell inside, so I can rub my brush to scrub the tip of the brush in water. Besides the white pens are the black pens and rulers, and then the brushes too, which are also properly placed, so that I don't have to scramble looking for the right width. At the far right, there are clips and scissors and cutters and sticky tacks, erasers, and rubber bands, all of them are 𝐻𝐿, just in case I need any of them in my art making. Right next to me is a smaller desk. This is where I put my coffee and notebooks, more than one, along with a mouse and mouse pad. This is also a place where I place my snack if I have some. Coffee, water and snacks are not allowed on my painting table, so that I can avoid accidents. And yes, I have at least 4 to 5 notebooks with me on that small table. All of which is where I write ideas or thoughts depending on what book they belong to. I imagine them as nets to capture ideas that come to me as I paint, and that happens a lot. So I'm prepared to just go on over to the side, get the right notebook and jot that idea down like a madman. And lastly, beneath my painting table is a wireless keyboard which I designed and made a device that houses it, where I can easily pull it out when I need to type something. I have 2 monitors, one on the computer table and the other on the front of my painting table. This is where I watch my playlist as I work, but both monitors are connected to one PC, and I can easily access the 2 on either keyboard, mouse, or monitor. They even have 2 separate speakers as to where I want to direct the audio, on my computer table or painting table, so that it matches the monitor where I'm watching the videos. Back at the desk, there are 2 lamps and a nearby light bulb, and 1 special LED lighting for my color palette. I have a stand for the reference I have for the artwork I'm making. I also have a shelf system above the desk where I dry my artwork and segregate them per project and step. There's a penciling slot, an inking slot, a done and scanning slot, and a total of 15 slots where I segregate the projects. Before I start painting, I ready the references I'll be using, which one I would be painting or drawing first up to the one I'll be painting to the last. There is also a whiteboard on the wall beside me on the right, where I write what artwork I need to do that day and other notes that suddenly enter my schedule. And beside that is a list of commissions and project status, just so I can see all of them whenever I need to. Having a list of what you need to finish today is also a key thing to have. It's ideal to do this at the start of your day as it clears your mind, and you won't forget anything important as you cross off things on your list one by one. I seldom get done all that I have put on the list that day, and I just migrate what I haven't finished yet onto the list the next day. You might say, this doesn't work, you weren't able to finish all of the things you set out to do on your to-do list today. But I would argue that if it wasn't for my to-do list, I can say I wouldn't be able to finish as much as I did. I'd be disorganized, unable to even know the things I neglected and forgot to do. It's all about getting it out of your head, so you can physically see the bigger picture. That way, your mind is not busy keeping up with the things you should be doing, but instead, you're looking at it as a strategist on how you can tackle, segregate and prioritize tasks you need to do. David Allen wrote a book called Getting Things Done. There he explained that if we don't get things out of our heads to put them on notepads, notebooks, and to-do lists, we're using psychic RAM, that we're literally using up the memories in our brains, like a computer, and that we're not able to remember as much or function as well as we could, when we go over the capacity of what our mind can only think of at a certain time. And what do we do when our PC's memory is full? We delete things, we keep what's important. We organize files and folders that are related to each other, and we store the other data we won't be using now on an external hard drive. In that way, like our minds, we don't clog it up with irrelevant and unimportant things. We just focus on the project at hand, to what's truly important, and when we do so we will be at full capacity. When all of that is set up and done, I can now finally begin to paint, or should I say play. Charlie Parker said, master your instrument. Master the music. And then forget all that bullshit and just play. That's what I do. It's still work, yes. It's draining and tiring after the day, but it's also just play for me. Painting the colors, drawing, and having fun. And that play aspect comes out of the artwork as my clients and audience also see and feel it. They're satisfied upon seeing my work. Going back to what I said, when you think you are ready, you are not. When you think you are not ready, then you are. This means preparing without pride. Or just not second-guessing yourself because you know you have prepared as much as you can, even though you know you really can't be too prepared. Is saying that you got this, and at the same time, let's double-check our checklist. That you have considered everything before you start. You got your music or podcast ready, your coffee or tea next to you, your references all printed out, and your art materials there and have some extra just in case you feel extra inspired that day. And when you have all of that ready, and you know that you might still encounter some roadblocks after you begin, then you will realize that you can never really be prepared for anything, but it is good that you are prepared. Because when you have done your best to prepare everything and there arises a complication or something is missing, you can just as easily improvise. Or when something is lacking, it wouldn't be too hard to replace or go without or go get whatever it is. compared to starting with almost nothing or only with minimum preparation. Sure enough, that won't be the only thing that's going to be a problem that day in that project. And when you do finish, you'll say, if only I had that thing with me, I could have done this artwork much better. When you think you are ready, you are not, because there will always be something missing, some unforeseen force or event or circumstance unbeknownst to you and your art endeavor. It's better to assume that you are not ready, so that you can seek out the obstacles you may encounter along the way, so that you may not pay with time wasted, and your momentum and flow can better your art when you do ride that flow. So I implore you to prepare. Miss N, place your materials, ready your playlist, check your art supplies, and have reserves too. Buy your brand of coffee, and have more than enough so that you don't have to go out of the house in the middle of the night just to get that brand. So think you are not ready, so then you will be. So that you can force yourself to look for holes in your ship and patch them up before going to sea. It's not being obsessive compulsive about the details, it's just being prepared altogether than not being prepared and going on to battle, without having to sharpen your sword or check your resolve. It's never really God or the universe that isn't listening to us. It's always us not listening to the universe. Have you ever had that moment where you were ready to curse the world, because none of what you were doing was going the way you wanted it to be? How about when you were rejected by the girl you were courting? Or when you didn't get that raise you were hoping that could change your life? How about when that thing you really want just keeps eluding you, and you get this other thing instead? But then after 6 months, a year, or even 5 years later, you look at these things you begrudgingly almost cursed the world for, and realize that these seemingly unlucky instances were actually a blessing in disguise. How often do we hear about these stories? A lot, I say. Steve Jobs said, "You can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backwards." And for anyone who has achieved something significant out of their own experiences, you will know that this saying is very true. That project that can't fly off and seemingly has been riddled with bad luck, failure, and disagreement with everyone. Now when you look back you see that the universe was guiding you to see the drawback and faults in your design very early on, instead of later in the game. That bad luck was not really bad luck at all. It was a prototype of a worst-case scenario you had to encounter now to be prepared for it in the future, like a parachute or fire extinguisher at the ready. And the disagreements we had with colleagues and fellow employees were just a testament that what we are building is something new, and that we had to change minds in the process, or get rid of the wrong people on the job and welcome new ones, not sycophants mind you, but more open-minded individuals who can see your vision, or at least the type of people who are not envious of your success to sabotage you. The universe gives us gifts like these that are seemingly not in any way beneficial for us, or what we wish for or ask for at first, but when we finally see the bigger picture in hindsight, it gave us just that. In my experience, I always chased hot girls, women who look like fashion models, chicks that were very popular in their field. I felt after an experience of being cheated on by a seemingly innocent girl, that I was done with the simple girls. So from then on, I wanted girls who were stunningly beautiful and were always in the spotlight. True enough, I did get those girls, and yes, they were all beautiful, they had the spotlight on them, each on their own and different right, and they weren't simple girls either. But you know, the one thing that was missing was they weren't fucking my brains out, not in a sexual way, but the intellectual way. I'm not saying that my exes were not intellectual, they were. They loved films, music, and even poetry and art. All of them had great tastes in all of these, and even influenced me on some occasions. But they weren't getting what I was really about. They weren't getting what I was talking about most of the time, nor do they stimulate my creativity or could swim in the depths I could. And so, I felt that lack, the one where you could talk for hours and even forget the time. Sure, that happened once or twice with my ex-girlfriends, but not always. We would often hit a wall where they lacked the knowledge or understanding to grasp what I was talking about. I mean, it's not their fault, of course. I'm just really into a lot of things that most people aren't even aware exist. When you try to talk to them about it or try to tell them this thing, they seem to fade off and become uninterested. And as I said, this isn't their fault at all. It wasn't their interest. And I could see that it wasn't because they weren't interested at all, because it wasn't their passion. My passions lie in a lot of things, especially art, psychology, even religion and philosophy, and a whole slew of other things. Some of the girls were indeed interested in them as well, and we would start a conversation about this or that, but our discourses often doesn't get a satisfying or significant conclusion. There was no insight for them or me, and I felt something lacking. And so we would break up, maybe for other reasons too, but maybe it was this all along. Eventually, though, I figured I should probably just stay single. I mean, I'm no good at maintaining relationships anyway, and nobody so far has really gotten me or who I really am. Then I realized, maybe I shouldn't court a girl just because they were hot or look like a model. Maybe the reason I'm not satisfied with my previous relationships is that I always aim for the girls in the spotlight, or if they were goth babes, or if they were in a band, or were always drunk and high who goes to poetry slams. I just realized when it came to girls, that these characteristics, physical and outer characteristics, were the ones I should pursue and focus on for them to be my girlfriend. I hadn't even considered if they were a total bitch or not. Neither have I considered what they thought of my ideas, or got what I'm about. And it goes the same for the ones I courted who dumped me. I never really considered if they really understood who I was. Do they even know I write poetry? Or that I collect action figures? Do they care or even get that at all? Do they even like to read manga or comic books too? No, it was all about their looks first, and then it was just a bonus for me if their interests lined up with mine. And I tell you, that's not a good way to go about it. I never even considered how they act like a princess bitch when they treat other people, and that they might treat me the same way when we're finally together. I never considered their principles. Heck, I've never really even considered mine. The women I gravitated to, it seemed that both of us were acting in conjunction on how both our lives are fucked up, like how negative people attract other negative and toxic people. Toxicity is like a magnet, and I'm blinded by this and just didn't care because I just wanted the pretty girl's pussy. I'd do anything out of my desperation and depression, even upping the ante of my ridiculous traits, like being an ultra-goth, always high, always drink persona, to sway them or to fall in love with me, so that I can fuck that woman. I even pretend that I was a successful artist, but really was an undisciplined, starving artist. And me having that persona, donning that costume of the seemingly successful vampire artist, putting it out there for the world to see. I did attract these girls who I like, but I also attracted girls who are just like me. The kinds of girls who fall for my facade, I attracted them because they too were wearing one. They too were pretentious, unloyal, and riddled with issues. Girls who looked pretty on the outside, and they did look stunning, putting so much effort into what they look like on the outside to look beautiful, so that they can hide their inner insecurities. Like a poisoned apple, shiny red and smooth on the outside, but on the inside, damn fucking rotten. The worst part is, I only attracted them because I was playing my part, that same part they were playing, being the shiny apple on the outside, but when you get to know them is really full of worms and maggots on the inside. It's a karmic partnership and we all deserved each other. So I realized that and decided to change my ways. I decided to exercise all that rotten stuff in me, the insecurities, the pretentiousness, the vanity, and even the laziness, depression, and naivety. I changed for the better, substituting my vices for virtue, and changing my polarity. I then cut my hair to normal length, which was up to my butt cheeks at the time, because my long locks gave me the wrong eyeballs. It attracted women who were as vain as I was. I also decided to be more punctual and professional at work. With the little work I do get from random art commissions, I figured I could get more income if I wasn't such a diva, or I was at least on time delivering what I had promised, and making it the best thing they have ever seen. I finally started telling the truth and nothing but. I became dependable and I even started making my dream goal, which was making comics. And wouldn't you know it, when I wasn't looking for it, the girl, the right girl, the one as they call it, that one girl for me, arrives. She's beautiful, maybe not that model tier like some of my exes, but that kind of beauty is actually dangerous, because a lot of guys will hound your girl, and the girl is actually thinking of leaving you most of the time, because she thinks she can get someone better. So no, not any more girls like those. This one has a simple beauty. I love it when she smiles, it's so genuine, and she laughs a lot, especially at my jokes. She's also an artist, but she's not in the spotlight and hound to be, but she damn well deserves it. She's humble that way because when you look at her work, it is as if a master painted them. It sometimes makes me cry how good and simple they are. And the conversations we have, we can go for hours, we can go off topic, we can go deep into a subject and go light on the next one spontaneously, and she and I love learning new things. Me learning from her about a new thing she discovered, and me teaching her the lessons of my past experiences, and vice versa. We occasionally fight when we disagree on something or debate about the meaning of a word, and the internet judges us both when we fact check. These fights can go on, loud most of the time, with tears even, because we are both passionate about what we believe in, and we both won't let each other be unheard. But this is a blessing, that both of us can be heard, because, for my previous relationships, it's a one-way street, usually in favor of my exes. Now I'm able to equally voice my opinion, and it's refreshing and liberating. Now we both can open up our feelings and opinions, and that's something I wasn't able to do with the rest of my relationships. Also, she's into manga. She also watches anime and some of the superhero films I'm into, but most of all she reads my self-made comics and poetry, so we got married. Then we moved in and soon our son was born. She's a loyal and loving simple person. Turns out, a simple person is what I was looking for all along, because I was a simple person too, and not the loud long-haired trench coat wearing goth vampire. Looking back I realized, I wasn't a good judge of character when it came to choosing a girlfriend. I just looked at their appearance and then that's it, went to fuck. All else came second. But that really didn't work for me, or should I say, that doesn't work with true love. And I'm sharing this now because in each breakup, in each time I got dumped hard, I mean really hard, in each fight I had with my exes, I was always in tears. Tears of regret, tears of pain, anger, and loss. And those tears are just lessons being taught by the universe, saying, this bitch ain't for you. You asked for real love, right? Someone who can understand you and love you for who you are, right? She ain't it, and you can clearly see why now, right? She was just using you for a fuck buddy, stealing your ideas. She's using you as a trophy fuckboy, manipulating you because she really loves you, but she doesn't care that you don't love them. That's what the universe was telling me, and is telling all of us, that sometimes, God says no because he said yes to your request. No for now, because what you asked is not what you have now. You will get it, and you will see and realize it was a yes all along. That if not for this breakup, you wouldn't have met your soulmate, your real soulmate, and not that one you said she was, when both of you were drunk and high. And that goes with everything, love, a job or a simple ask on anything, or a big ask on something really important. God, the universe, he answers, and it's actually so quick, so fast, that we wonder why we doubt him for a second, and we shouldn't. We should talk to him more often and ask for his guidance in every move we make every second of the day. So in that way, he's always in our minds, cleansing us and cleaning our intentions, changing our polarity. It might get tough along the way, but in the long run, we know that he provides seeds and makes them grow until the right time we become the ripe and wonderful fruit that we ought to be. If we ask him for us to have the eyes, heart, ears, and mind to see and listen more than we complain, we will soon be experts in seeing his right way. We will be able to see how he moves, and by putting all our trust and faith in him that he will never leave us hanging, our lives will be a lot easier. No task is hard, no hardship heavy, everything is light in the sight of the Lord. When we accept that suffering is a part of life, only then would we know of nirvana. There was this one time when I went out to do some art chores. They were art orders from our online shop and got to the printing place where we have our art prints done. It was a very new shop to me. It's closer to home, far closer than where we used to have our art prints printed. But the location was a bit new to me. Even if I had gone there a few times already, I wasn't as familiar, and for some reason, I always got lost. Maybe it was just unfamiliarity or all the streets looked alike, and it felt like a puzzle of houses. I don't remember exactly, but I wasn't having a good day that day when I came to pick up the orders that time. I was a bit down, probably some problem I was thinking about, rumination on this or that or the other, as I was threading through the streets finding the print shop. I knew I was lost, but I was just in the vicinity. If I had internet on my phone at the time I could have easily accessed Google Maps, but I didn't. So I was walking around in circles, trying to find my way. I wasn't irritated at all. I was just trying to look for my way at my own pace, just trying to absorb the moment and think of things as I walked. Then suddenly, I saw all these yellow and golden leaves on the ground. They were falling petals from a narrow tree. The petals were decorating the bland cement street like it was autumn in Manila. I found it to be a very beautiful sight. I then took it all in, looking up at the tree, and seeing some more petals dance in the air as they fell slowly down. Beaming through the leaves was the afternoon sun, and it was warm and not harsh, like a loving hug. Then I looked to the side of the street and discovered a small Buddhist temple. It was the four-faced Buddha temple, and there was a statue of a four-faced Buddha sitting inside. I was in awe at what was in front of me. It was cooped in this apartment-type residence in Pedro Guevara Saint. The place was almost identical to the one next to it, but this apartment stood out because the temple gate was open, and the statue was able to be glimpsed at from the outside. Upon seeing the four-faced Buddha statue, I felt some sort of calm and also a profound feeling of finding a hidden treasure in the midst of getting lost. Maybe in fact I thought that it was a good thing that I got lost for me to be found. Maybe we sometimes lose ourselves to find our true selves. A calmness overflowed within me, and I started to think that my problems weren't as bad as I thought, and that I can and will find a way to solve them. And then I suddenly thought that all of this pain, this suffering, getting lost, getting to a point of happiness and calmness, we can only ever appreciate it when we have suffered. The feeling of being found was much more significant because I felt the feeling of being lost, of being alone, of never being found, of not finding the right way. That we can appreciate the beauty of things more because we have witnessed the ugly. That we have seen the true horror of our sins and mistakes, and when perfection or the simplicity of a precious thing like an unknown path of petals that lay on the ground, we appreciate its beauty and not just step on them blindly. Then I thought of these very words. When we accept that suffering is a part of life, only then would we know of nirvana. For me, realizing and accepting it, put me in a calm Zen-like state. That we shouldn't be bothered if we suffered a bit. That we shouldn't be irritated when we get something wrong or if we have problems right now, or feel some sort of pain either physical or emotional. There are ways to tackle it and end it. But while we are there, we should also appreciate it. because it was given to us and we shall take it as a blessing, for without it, we wouldn't know the true meaning of the other. When there is a lack, we can appreciate something more when it's there. And when it is not anymore there, we can appreciate it even further. The same goes for suffering. We have to appreciate the feeling of the pain, while we can still feel it, and maybe when it is gone, we might even miss it. But to anything, we know that whatever pain or suffering we go through, it is only sunlight for our souls to grow. Upon writing this, I searched the internet for the meaning of the four-faced Buddha, and it gave me this description. The front face represents career and life. Continuing clockwise, the second is symbolic of relationship and family, the third is for wealth, and the last for wisdom and health. Looking at everything now, it would seem that all of the thoughts that I had while walking were clouding my mind then. Thoughts of lack, my place in the industry and my art career, my health, my wife's perception of me, our son's future, and my comprehension of things, especially at that point getting lost, reflecting my inner being. All of these negative and intrusive thoughts were banished by the four-faced Buddha upon seeing it. Truly the Lord works in mysterious ways, sending angels and guides to those who are lost, and when we least expect it, a guiding hand, a road paved with flowers leads us to the right path. When the alleviation of evil leaves our heart, the feeling of elation remains forever on us. Make art, don't make excuses. There was a time that I didn't have a lot of money to purchase the right art materials. My medium was oil paint, and if you didn't know, oil paints aren't cheap. Sure, some are cheap, but they don't last very long. I've even settled with a student-grade brand, even after more than 5 years of graduating, but I still didn't have enough money to purchase the medium I wanted the most. Not only that, canvases aren't cheap too. Either I buy the ones you see on the shelves, but are quite flimsy for me, or I buy the ones in the official art stores where it's really expensive and high quality, but that's not going to happen in my case at this particular point in my life. You can even ask fellow artists or art stores to make canvases for you, but it will still cost a pretty penny. I can however create my own canvas, and that's the cheapest route for me, since I also create bigger canvases. I buy the wood for the frame and the canvas at art stores and some primer. Take note, I'm the cheap kind of artist, so I buy the not so heavy duty canvas at Divisoria. I use latex paint, not gesso, as my primer, and then for the wood backing, I don't even buy plywood. I just buy the frame and have the canvas floats there. That's how cheap I am. Well, in my defense, that's how I see art being painted back in the day, without plywood, so I thought you didn't need any of that, and to be honest, I was able to create tons of artworks using these materials, and was able to produce a lot of great works by just me creating my own canvas. And if I had that custom made, it will really cost me a ton. I'm not a purist or anything, I'm just really on a tight budget, because in my early days as an exhibiting artist, from 2006-2015, I never really was able to sell any of these paintings that I make on a canvas. It's sad to hear, but I was only ever able to sell a work on canvas more or less than 5 times over 100 oil paintings. That's why I never really was able to sustain myself as an artist. And that is why I was always buying a cheap canvas and oil paints. The only reason I can buy the cheap materials in the first place was because I have always accepted miscellaneous art jobs, like portrait commissions, and if someone needed a mural for their house. But those kinds of jobs were scarce. I consider myself lucky if I had a painting job that month. Hence I also accepted and applied for other jobs too, one of them being a curator and marketing assistant in a diner. I knew the owner's brother from art college, and they were looking for a guy to run the gallery they had at the place. As a man without any money to paint with, I accepted the job, even if the pay I got was laughable. They said they'd bump up my salary after a few months, but that never really happened, and I just decided to quit the job in the end. Although I was able to stay there long enough to discover something, and that made it all worth it. I got the night shift there. The diner was open 24 hours and most of the time in the wee hours of the morning. From 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. we didn't have any customers. But just in case people were looking to eat in those weird hours and they happened to see the gallery, I'd be there and they could talk to me. This only happened once or twice for the entirety that I was there, and we didn't sell any paintings. Now that I think about it, what a weird idea to have a 24-hour gallery opened and manned. We could have just left some brochures now that I think about it. Anyway, when I was there and I just felt that my time was being wasted, no people were coming in, and I felt that I was supposed to be painting, but even if I wanted to, I was stuck there. And then even if I wasn't there, I didn't have a lot of oil paints to paint with, nor canvases I haven't painted over yet. But I still had the artist in me, so I always had an art book with me all the time. We used them for art classes. One of the jobs I did there was we taught basic painting there on the weekends to the kids. One night, out of frustration, I took the art book and started drawing on it. It was a Michelangelo book about his sketches and paintings of the Sistine Chapel. I drew over his sketches and poured myself into the drawing, not caring if people would say I'm ruining the book. I was vandalizing it, and to be honest, I was actually enjoying it. I was drawing. I was making art. The thoughts and ideas I wanted to paint on canvas found themselves on the pages of the Taschen book page. I did it on one page with the red ballpoint pens I had with me. I did my masochism art style. It's an art style I made by painting human figures with their flesh peeled off to symbolize pain. Dark stuff, I know, but it's how I saw the world then. I did the masochism art style on one of the master's sketches. Then did another one on another page, this time Michelangelo's finished murals. After that, I drew over another sketch, and the next thing I know, a new world has opened up to me. My newfound outlet and creativity gave me new eyes to see. They gave me the vision to see the potential of every book page one come across. I love books. My family and I collect books. We practically have a whole library at home of novels, cookbooks, comics, coffee table books, and of course art books. And so when I got home, I scoured all my art books to see what other artworks I could paint and draw over with my new style, which I called art or book vandalism. When people saw these collaborations with old masters and me, they liked it. Even the teenage daughter of the owner of the diner saw these artworks of mine and asked, "Why are you ruining the book?" To which I answered her with a question. "Let me ask you this, do you think what I've done here is beautiful or not?" And she said, "It's beautiful." To which I said, "That's it. That's why I'm doing this, because it's still beautiful." And she got it and smiled. I could always get another copy of the book I drew on, but to me, I couldn't forgive myself if I did not draw the vision I see in my head on this page. And if a teenager could recognize the beauty in my vandalism, then I think people could also appreciate them. And appreciate them they did. When I finished about 5 artworks, I did something I haven't done before, posting an original artwork online, and telling everyone it was for sale along with the price on the description. I knew I had something special with me, but I also knew I could fail with this experiment, and no one would buy them, but I had to try it. So what I did was, I made an album on my Facebook account, and posted them all online, along with their prices in the descriptions. And just to give you a little context, at the time, 2013, no one really dared sell their art online, especially artists who exhibit their work in galleries like I did. It felt cheap to do so at the time. It also bypassed the middleman, the galleries, and so who knows what they would think of this art stunt. Sure, you can buy art online on websites that are also owned by the gallery. But for an artist to post their art, with a price for his or her friends and followers to buy as they please, was unheard of at the time. But it had to be done. I had to know. No gallery was knocking on my door anyway, begging for me to do a show. So I felt I needed to do it. And do it I did, and before I knew it, I was able to sell at least 2 artworks. I was really happy I was able to make money off of my art, especially one that was truly me, and not a commissioned portrait piece or for a show with a theme in a gallery. Just a little bit of disclosure, I did my first book vandalism back in 2009, and the time I did the album on Facebook selling my work was in 2013. A lot of things happened in between those years, but I'm telling you this now because sometimes an idea is so good that you have to let it sit for a while, and then you come back to it and see its potential again. To be honest, I never really lost sight of the potential of it, but just got disheartened again when after finishing my 2 book vandalisms, because I wasn't able to sell them in the group show I entered them in. So my immature and self-defeating thinking that my artworks were unsellable was all just me sabotaging my success and self-confidence. I for sure thought no one likes my art because no one buys them, thus I'm a failure, so I stopped painting in that style for at least 4 years. But then when I was again out of money, after a whole lot of unfortunate things happening in my life and a whole lot of excuses, I decided no more excuses. So even without art materials like oil paints yet again, I decided to go back into doing my book vandalisms, posting them online to take a risk, to just take a chance. And as I've said, I was able to sell at least 2 artworks quickly, I think within the hour. I thought then that the art gods have cursed me, but no, it was all just in my head. If you're an artist who's just starting, until the first sale of your very own artwork that's really you, lots of demons will whisper in your ear, endless negative thoughts will mess with your mind. All you need to do is don't listen to them, quiet them down, focus on your art, make more art, and hang in there until you make your first sale. I also thought that people disliked me, that they disliked me so much that they did not buy my artworks. But deep inside I knew they were fucking great artworks. I did not doubt that because I honestly thought that they were badass and so inventive. That I only had to find the sweet spot of how and where I am going to sell my art, because honestly, I knew it wasn't the art that was wrong, it was the timing and maybe even the pricing that I had gone wrong before. Today in 2023, I still create book vandalisms, and they're still a bit dark for everyone to really appreciate and applaud, so they don't sell as much as my other art series Manila Ukiyo-E, which is an art style that sells very well, almost unexpectedly well. My masochism X book vandalism is very dear to my heart, and I like making them because they're badass and an exercise of creative transformation. They sell too, by the way. I make them, post them online, and forget about them. Then after a while, someone will just message me out of the blue and ask me if this or that artwork is still available, and then they purchase 1 or 2 paintings of it. In 2022 my wife and I had our first two-man show, and I made all of my works in this style, but now I was vandalizing magazine pages, photos of beautiful women like models and celebrities of today. It's me exposing their inner anatomy, revealing their resilient true form. The show was called Inner Beauty, and it was presented by Art+ magazine as their first series to be sold on their online shop. We've come full circle, haven't we? Me selling my artwork on Facebook at a time when no one was doing it, and after a decade, we're being asked by Art+ magazine to have our artwork shown on their online platform, and guess what? It's still my book vandalism art style, breaking barriers and vandalizing book pages, all in the name of beauty and art. Now imagine, if because I didn't have art materials to paint in the medium I wanted, I instead stopped making art altogether. Imagine if I quit making paintings just because I didn't have a canvas anymore. A lot of us, when we come across a roadblock, we stop and turn back so easily that we never get to where we want to go. But life is full of roadblocks, pitfalls and failures and trials and errors and bad relationships and breakups and lousy paying jobs, and unfair bosses. In fact, life is most of the time unfair, but what I've told you, it's just a matter of perspective. That you can always find a way. As artists, God has given us the power to problem solve like no other. If there's a gap between the place where we are and where we want to go to, we can build a bridge to cross where there was only thin air before. If there's a deadline, we can think of a new way to create things faster and meet that impossible time limit, and make it possible even with flying colors. We can all solve our problems with creativity, and we as artists do even more so because we can come up with just about anything from anything. We can work the problem, and the only thing that can actually stop us is if we're not using our creativity well enough, and we just decide to give up because we find the challenge too hard. Have you ever heard of someone who complained a lot no matter the situation? Or an artist who doesn't paint or make art because he says he has no materials? Or nobody understands him? Or everyone's trying to get back at him? And yet when you give this very artist an invite to exhibit their work or give them free art materials for their painting, and even let them be a part of a group that actually believes in them and likes them for who they are, you'd still get a slew of reasons and excuses coming out of that person. Stating that the deadline is too close, or they don't like the theme, or they aren't inspired right now, or it has been a long time since they've exhibited something that their work might look like shit compared to others. Blah 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 blah. And I bet you, even if you solve those problems, he or she has new ones ready to complain about. These artists are not artists, they're excuse makers, they are cowards. Just make art, man. If they're real artists, they wouldn't complain about this and that, they would find a way. They would use their creativity to make art, even if they don't have the money to buy painting materials. Why not use instant coffee to paint on paper? Why not use rocks you find on the streets or bottle caps or newspapers to do a mixed media? Why not burn wood to create your very own charcoal? Other artists complain that they don't have a studio or the space to make art. Go to the park or the food court. My friend, heck, just sit the fuck down and draw. Others complain no one wants to accept their work at a gallery, but to that, I say, maybe you should improve your work first, or at least ask them why it didn't work for them. Maybe they have a point, and you can still improve. Or post them on Facebook. That's a well too that you can curate yourself like you have your own gallery. As artists, we have to learn to make art and not make excuses. After all, artists are known for creating something out of nothing. The things we should be more focused on are solutions. Of how we can come up with an answer to the art problem we're facing. That's the role of a creative, to create and not to complain. The point is, you can make excuses all you want, and you won't run out of them. There are more excuses than there are stars in the universe. And that goes the same in making art. For too, the possibilities are endless. You can see who a person really is when no one is looking. When we are alone, we tend to do things that are not approved by others. We cheat on exams. We steal ideas and copy notes from others' works. We look at an exceeding amount of porn. These are just but a handful of things we shouldn't be proud of, though the good thing is, we can still change this. Even if it's only us who will ever truly know our true deeds in our alone time. And the fact that we are the only ones who will truly know our virtuousness is something we still have to strive to do. It's easy to fall on vices when no soul is a witness. It's so damn easy. But if we care about our integrity and our character, and if we care about other people around us, our family and friends and even people who we don't know, people will be disgusted by us if they knew who we are, and eventually, we would too if we remain the same. We should be better human beings. And that is not easy to do because we can always be better. And no, we can't be perfect, that we're able to be saint-like in public and in private life, but as I said, we should still strive towards a better direction in my opinion. We can't totally remove our sinful and lustful thoughts, but it's possible to reduce them more and more. Imagine being in public just being oneself without these thoughts and urges. That it's not a struggle to act normally in the company of others, not living a dual life in the shadows and in the light. And I'm not saying remove every desire you have. Of course, you still need that to procreate among other things. But just imagine not holding back, and you aren't having to hold down your demons every time you are at a dinner party amongst friends. Be noble, even if no soul is a witness. I said this to myself facing a really tempting situation, almost giving in to my urges, and taking advantage of a situation no one can see. And that thinking a phrase made me act more acceptably and civilly, by any standards, even if no one knew about it, or will know about the thoughts that plagued me before doing the right thing. I was able to do what was right in a private moment, and not crossing that line, made it easy to be noble in more tempting times ahead. These are minor acts that are supposed to be kept private because we all know that when we cross a line, we know that it's really hard to get back to our normal selves after that. And not that I haven't done things in my private time since then that I was proud of course, I slipped here or there a couple of times. But the point is, we decide to which our moral compass goes back to, doing good, even in our private time. We can only ask for forgiveness for such a weak moment in our lives, learn from its pain and move on, and also forgive ourselves. And from that lesson, be guided by it when presented with another temptation in the future. When we do this, learn from our past actions, we then understand that our sins or mistakes from the past were meant to happen to us, just so we can learn that pain in that moment, so that we might be able to make the right decision the next time. You can see who a person really is when no one is looking. This saying is also linked to finding one's true self. When I was younger, I was always surrounded by friends. In elementary school, I played with a lot of kids in the neighborhood. In high school, I was the leader of our small group of artists. In college, it was the same thing. And I was also at one point the president of an art organization with lots of members. After college and getting a job at a call center agency, a few friends and colleagues were always with me. However, it is when I became a full-time artist, that's when I felt really alone. Not that I didn't have a lot of friends still, I did, but they all either had work in an office or didn't have the funds to come over to chew the fat and shoot the shit daily, and the latter was the same for me. I was broke. I did accept mural jobs and other art gigs, which was not often and can't be called a regular income by any means. In fact, you can call it irregular income, if not non-existent. But only those times that I had some income from an art gig was I able to invite friends over to the studio and hang out with them, smoking pot, drinking, and eating pizza. It's not that they wouldn't come over when I had next to nothing in my pocket. I do have friends like that too, and I thank God that they never judged me and still are my best friends today. But most of my friends at the time kept me company from the sheer epitome of being devoured and eaten away by the void of loneliness. I guess you could call it depression, not having an income as an artist, meaning you aren't selling any work, you doubt your skills, and you doubt your art, and I have to tell you women don't come knocking on my doorstep either. When you aren't the shit, you're just shit. I did have skills, just not a steady income to go out on a date. Even one of my exes broke up with me because I didn't have a job at one point, and she was right to do so. But what I hadn't accounted for is that you can still be happy when you're alone. It's a choice to be lonely. Well, you can look at it that way, being lonely or just being independent. Separation anxiety is a term that might be appropriate here, and it's not that I'm afraid of people or chose to isolate myself like a hikikomori, which are Japanese men that chooses not to leave the house. But in my eyes both are not normal, therefore it can create a certain pain or depression which can lead to suicide. And that's what happened to me. It was my third girlfriend in a row that I'd broken up with, again without a job, and I'd actually used all my money up, and even borrowed some from my aunts and uncles, to live a life living in with my girlfriend at the time. But things didn't go the way they do in movies. Sure, we were living together in an apartment, but we didn't always have money to pay the rent being a full-time artist in a new land with that irregular to non-existent income. I wasn't able to pay my end of the deal. My girlfriend was still in college at the time, and she was at least getting some allowance given to her by her family, but we moved into this bigger place, so that I would have the space to paint. But then as the non-existent income crept in, I had to borrow money. When the people I used to borrow from ran out, I decided to just sell my intellectual property. See, I also make comics, and then I was able to find a guy that was interested in purchasing some characters I did when I was a kid, and still had the potential to be popular today. The deal was that he would give me 70,000 pesos, and I would give him the rights to use my characters and make them into comics. And we would print and sell those, and in the end, I would also pay him back the 70K. Looking back, the deal wasn't all that fair, but he was not to blame. Sure, he was eager to sign the check and hand it to me and my business partner Bone at the time. He was also the one who didn't walk out on me when I had next to nothing in my pocket, and I was all hot up to do this, just because my rent is due in a couple of days. I figured at least with this I can get 2 months worth of rent. Though the characters that I created since I was in 3rd grade would be owned by a guy I just met 2 years ago. Oh, and the contract we were doing stated that if I wasn't able to pay him back in 6 months, he would own all the characters. Again, not his fault, just the stupid Marius struggling to pay rent that month, that I wasn't thinking straight. And so the check was ready. Bone and I were just going to pick it up the next day, but luckily, as with any business dealings that I have, especially with this big a deal, I ran it over with my mom, who had business experience, since she and my grandfather helped build up their business that still stands today. She said that it was not a good deal. More often than not, my mother is in agreement with me about art, writing, and dealings like this, but today, she outright said don't do it. She said that what I gained today wouldn't be that profitable in the long run, and that I could get more if I just waited for the right deal in the future for my characters. In the end, I was losing these childhood creations of mine, that I would not get back to just 70,000 pesos, which I can easily get when I do get a name as an artist. She asked me why was I doing this all of a sudden, and I told her that I need money to pay rent. To which she said, if that's the only reason, don't go ahead with this deal. Find money elsewhere. Thinking about what she said, I had to break the deal off and didn't push through with it. Later I spoke with my girlfriend, who was living in our apartment in Baguio, while I was in Manila, and our conversation ended with me breaking up with her. It was because she thought that I was seeing another woman here in Manila when in truth I was busy looking for money to pay rent for us. I lost it during the conversation. She didn't know what I was willing to sacrifice to keep our life and our apartment there. I was willing to sell my only real valuable possession, and she just nags me and accuses me of cheating on her. When she said that, I saw red and just told her that it was over. I wish I could say that I was happy. At least the rent problem was gone, and so all of my problems were solved somewhat. It made me think that I wasn't sure if we were meant to be with each other for the rest of our lives, living like that, having our arguments get the best of us. And I was again back to being broke, alone and lonely, by myself and depressed, and thoughts of suicide came to mind. I remember this as the lowest point of my life. I was again going at it solo, all sad and miserable, without money, hungry, and felt like I was cursed. I thought that anything I did turned into shit. Nothing was working out for me, and I felt that I could never really get back up from this. I felt that I was a huge mistake, that my life was filled with numerous wrong decisions, and that was the story of my life. I felt that it was a mistake, that I shouldn't be alive, and upon realizing that, I decided I would just end my life. But then, right after saying that, I thought to myself, okay, since I'll be ending it all, maybe I should do something as a last hurrah of my talents. I am an artist after all, and so I said to myself, since this is the end, for my last act, I would do something that I always wanted to do, regardless of money, regardless of people's opinions, or if I had nothing to eat, or if people would be willing to buy it or not. So I decided I would make comics as my final send-off to myself, and so I did. I did also want to tell people why I was a fucked up kid ever since, and why I committed suicide. I should at least tell them my story and why I did it. And so that was the story I did. I called it 𝐀𝐑𝐓. It focused on how I became a fucked up kid, after witnessing a cat that I tried to take care of, but instead killed in the process. I told the story in comic book format, making the art on the pages all paintings. And then after a month or so, when finally I released all my pent-up darkness onto the comic pages, as if a weight was lifted. And soon after finishing the entire comic book, I didn't want to kill myself anymore. I felt inspired and liberated. For once I didn't think of what people would think of me or my art, or the story I wanted to tell. I was doing art for me. And that realization, that act triggered something inside me that I was able to discover who I really was, and why I set myself on this art path in the first place. I had forgotten that the true reason I took fine arts was to learn art to make better comics. I realized I got swept up by all the fame and attention I got from painting huge artworks and showing them off at galleries. I even created a character to look the part of a legendary artist. But in reality, I only had average painting skills, and was not professional enough to even improve myself or my materials, and was always late on deadline submissions. I created a fake identity just to be seen as a competent artist, and was surrounded by fake friends who only longed to be in the spotlight with me, along with toxic relationships which I attracted with my false persona. I snapped out of it and thought it was enough lies and bullshit. I was going to be honest with myself. Everything I say will never be superficial. I wouldn't use the word awesome that often anymore and describe what I really felt about things. That I should just show how it really is to myself and others. That I would never lie to myself, that I will always be honest with others and seek out and only tell the truth. And from that day, I dubbed myself as an agent of truth. And you know what? Discovering your true self can only come from being able to survive being truly alone, that you have to be in isolation to discover who you really are, peeling away your friends and your family's influences on you. It's you being alone, quieting the voices that aren't you, especially the ones that sound nothing like you, the loud voice stopping you from making a terrifying but ultimately rewarding decision to achieving greatness. Oftentimes, these thoughts are voices that don't sound like you, are dead wrong, they are not on your side. More often than not, they're just sabotaging you anyways when making a choice. To hear the voice that is truly yours, I would like to let you know that it's always been there, it has never been gone. It was just overpowered by peer pressure and other voices. Do you know how you can spot your true voice in your head? Recognize what the other voices sound like. Do they sound like your friend or parents or teachers or enemies? If they do, then they are not your true voice. Silence them and hear your own. You can only discover that when no one is around. Practice it and listen to it. In time you will not hear these noisy and nosy voices anymore. Ignore them and opt for silence. Sometimes, you also have to quiet your own voice because they are full of doubts and confusion. So you have to silence it 2 at times in order to just do and not think. That's what intuition, feeling, and being in the zone were like. For me, realizing my true voice, being alone, and being an agent of truth, these 2 things changed my life forever and for the better, and it is still getting better and better. As cheesy as it sounds, I really can't deny the wonders and miracles these 2 simple things have done for me. I was able to jumpstart my comic book career. That was the way I was able to fulfill who I was meant to be. I got more and more art jobs and was a professional at it, delivering stellar work, and eventually in one of these art jobs, I was able to meet my future wife. It was when I was able to seek out the truth that I was able to find what was meant for me. If we can be noble even in the shadows, we might be able to cleanse our dark desires, and instead learn our true art. It's cleaning your house daily, and not just doing so because you're expecting guests so they think your house is tidy. It's about cleaning regardless if you're expecting visitors. You clean because you want a functional and pleasant environment to work and live in. And if the visitors do come, invited or unexpected, you'll just be you, with your friends and family enjoying the company and the view. Try. There's no Yoda. In Star Wars, there's this quote by the character Yoda. He tells it as he is training his student Luke Skywalker to do some GD telepathy, lifting a spaceship off of a swamp. Luke says, "I'll try," and Yoda responds saying, "Do or do not." There is no try. Luke tries to lift it with his mind using the Force and fails. As a young GD in training, this is not a simple feat. In frustration, he bitches and walks away. Then Yoda, being the mystic and powerful seasoned GD master that he is, with his mind using the Force, lifts the spaceship off of the swamp and lands it on the ground. Luke hurries to talk to Yoda saying, "I don't believe it," and then Yoda replies, "That is why you fail." First of all, it was a great scene, with the atmosphere, the acting, and the music. Who would have thought that a puppet can spout so much wisdom? Just a disclaimer, I'm not really a big Star Wars fan. Too many lasers maybe, or too much world building, maybe too many toxic fans. I don't know, to each his own. Anyway, I brought that up because I see people quote this Yoda quote oftentimes, and it's not because I don't like Star Wars, I just believe it's bad advice to give. Of course, you can try. You can try out a cuisine or food and know if you like it or not. Try on a shirt or jeans and see if they fit. Try a relationship, a person, go out with them, and see if you're a good match. You can also do her, but that's also part of trying even if you have done the deed. Dating advice aside, you can definitely do a thing or 2 without trying. Meaning, you can accomplish many things by doing them, starting and finishing them, but a try still exists. And of course that's not the try Yoda was talking about, it's the try that is inclined to failure and success. I just put it out there that there is such a thing as try in the world. So now let's get on to try and do. This means there's no in between, just accomplish it or not accomplish it. Or as one netizen I got a YouTube comment off while rewatching the Yoda scene. Luke says, "I'll try," because he expects to fail. Trying involves some aspect of doubt that you will not be able to. Yoda's do or do not involves doing your best with 2 outcomes, but neither involve an aspect of doubt that you will fail. Basically, trying is what stops you from fully doing something. I put that in here just because I wanted to really see if there was something in the Yoda quote, but I only found more nonsense. If you did your best, isn't that also trying? If there are only 2 outcomes, do or do not, was Luke doing his best to fail? To not lift that spaceship up. Oh wait. I think I finally got it. Do or do not, there is no try, but Luke tried. Does that mean he's a new concept to Yoda? Because he's lukewarm, haha. Get it? Cause he's in the area between do or do not. He's in the gray zone of black and white. Haha. And there was water in the bog, so lukewarm, get it? Get it? Haha. Kidding aside, as hard as I try, the quote is making my brain hurt the more I do. The commenter said with regard to do or do not, neither involve an aspect of doubt. But when Luke said, "I don't believe it," and then Yoda replies, "That is why you fail," Luke was on the do not category, because he wasn't able to lift it, right? But a moment ago he was in the try category because he tried. The do not and try categories both have doubt and negative aspects, therefore not being able to do it. So try does exist, although unsuccessfully. Try unsuccessfully equals do not, while try successfully equals do. But you still do something even if you failed, so failure is also do. And do not is not trying at all, but is also not failure because you didn't try to do it. Like I said, my brain hurts now. But maybe it's because I'm using my logical brain with the quote, well, we all should with almost everything we do, I say. What if we tried to apply the logic to real life? When the Wright brothers invented aircraft, they tried thousands of times in the dunes for the perfect weight and flight balance. They weren't able to do it with one go. If they did do it with one go, their overconfidence would have put them to their death, trying as they will their way to a cliff with their first designed airplane. Their first model most certainly do not fly, and if that happened, maybe we still won't be able to fly in planes now, or planes haven't been invented yet. And ironically, in the scene, someone is lifting the X-wing, a plane-like craft. This is funny because it's my glaring example now of people trying a lot of times before doing it for real. The do or do not. There is no try, has been passed around by geeks and nerds, Star Wars fans who feel like it's a deep thing to say in quote when there are times of need or struggle, but in truth, it's a stupid quote. They just gobble the dialogue up like it's gospel, without having to think deeply about its real implications in our reality. I think the first time I heard it was someone used it in a speech, and people were awed that he or she used it to promote some sort of call to action. However, I was baffled because I immediately disagreed with it upon thinking about it for 2 seconds. I'm an artist, I deal with trial and error to perfect my art style. I do trial and error every day, even when I was a kid, trying out how the colors behaved on a different paper, and trying out a new suggestion to improve my art. So when I heard it, I knew then it was bullshit. Trial and error. The British artist Francis Bacon said when he was asked how he was able to come up with that kind of captivating, raw, unsettling imagery. And as I fact-checked in Google trial and error plus Francis Bacon, a different Francis Bacon emerged who also taught trial and error. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, led the advancement of both natural philosophy and the scientific method, and his works remained influential even in the late stages of the scientific revolution. There you have it, try to prove something is factual, you should try and try again. This guy led the scientific method, also known as trial and error, into proving if something can be done with the same results scientifically just so one can say, this thing ain't bullshit. But one thing does reek still, it's Yoda saying, there is no try. And look, Yoda is bullshit, because he's a fictional character. However, not all fictional characters spew bullshit like this. There are many fictional characters to quote from that speak the truth. You only really need to think hard about what they said if it all makes sense or not, or at least if it's applicable in real life. We can't all be Jedis in reality, but Uncle Ben's timeless quote, with great power comes great responsibility. I still use it today. I can still resonate with it, and it even got me through high school, not starting up fights with bullies or being a bully myself. It helped me be a good leader in all of the organizations I was president of in college and at work. It made me a fair individual and even a good person, as far as I can tell. And for me, there is no try is not one of those gems found in fiction as people use it to be. You might sound cool or deep because a Master GD said it, but to me, it's not a quote to live by. When you do use it, you just sound condescending, like I said, good leader, and it doesn't help people who are struggling trying to do their best with whatever they can. In my experience, those who try do succeed, and those who do succeed at once early in the game tend to fail in the long run because they got it early. Maybe they got lucky on their first try, and their egos get a boost, and they don't hone their skills and earn their muscles. They did it once and they can't do it again. And maybe you're saying, but Yoda can lift the X-wing out of the bog again if he wanted to. Sure he can. He's a fictional character, his words of wisdom, action and event, the outcome of a scenario were based off of the plot the writer made for him. A better quote is, try until you succeed. Now that's a saying that has stood the test of time. Or instead, why not quote Lao Tzu, the one who wrote The Way, Tao teaching? If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. Lao Tzu. If you really want wisdom, read about The Way by Lao Tzu instead. And I bet you that Lao Tzu was the inspiration of George Lucas in the first place for Yoda. Reading The Way is a far deeper and more wonderful interpretation of how things are in life. The Way is Lao Tzu's observation of how things work in this world. He wrote it because a guard asked Lao Tzu to give him a lesson on how things are before he left the village he was in, and the next day Lao Tzu gave him this entire book, practically written it overnight. And so I'm writing about this specific Yoda quote for those who do not know of Lao Tzu, or other more meaningful philosophers and thinkers in history, so that you don't go on about quoting a stupid quote by a fictional sci-fi character. Or at least, think twice and hard about what someone said if it really makes sense, and not just parrot it because of the hype. We should all try. Try as much as you want and then do it over and over again if you really like doing whatever it is. And if you do try and it's not for you, then that's great too. Because not everything is for everyone, just like Star Wars. And to that I say, try. There's no Yoda. There's no such thing as a good artist. There's only really just a brave artist. It was in 2010 I think when I was painting at my studio, and a friend of mine texted me asking for tips on painting. She said she's good at drawing, but now she wants to try painting on canvas too. So I asked her some questions about what she wanted to create on the canvas to know what medium I can suggest to her and what materials to buy. She said she wanted to do paintings realistically, and so I suggested painting in oils as that's the easiest way to achieve that. I told her it might be hard at first, but once she gets a hang of it, once she has a feel for the oil paints, she's able to create with them what she wants to achieve. Then after sending that text, I got a reply back from her saying, "I'm not that good in painting with oils." And without thinking about it, I replied, "There's no such thing as a good artist. There's only really just a brave artist." To which she responded with just one word: "Wow." Only after she replied that I grasped the beauty and depth of what I had just said. I was painting at the time as we were texting. I had my brush in my right hand and cell phone in the left, texting and reading her replies, so I was really in the mindset and zone of art making. I could not even fathom such a reply of my own if I was not asked a question. It might be our subconscious taking over when we suddenly respond to a question out of the blue. Of course, I did not mean to wow or impress her, but what came out was really profound. And I think it was because it was a lesson that I had learned over and over again, that was not taught in me. There were no real words to go back to, so my mind just took what was available to get at the time, and came up with a condensed version of this lesson. That it's not because you're good that you become an artist, it's because you have guts. What makes an artist is, he paints or makes art. If he doesn't, by the very definition of it, he's not an artist. Art making sometimes is scary. It's not that easy to create something. Even if you're good, you can still have the fear. Therefore, your guts to do it nonetheless propels you to create art. Hence, your bravery, and not your skill, makes you an artist. There are a lot of talented people who know how to draw and paint, but don't paint and draw. Either because they don't have the guts to say what they really want to say in their art, or it's because they are afraid no one would get what they mean, or they are afraid that no one would buy their art. They are not artists, they are cowards. What I meant by the saying is, nobody is a really good artist. Nobody really thinks they're good at doing something, they just dare to face the fear that comes over them every time they start a new project. This fear doesn't go away whether you're a student or even if you're a professional artist. Aside from beauty being subjective, if you think about it, it's not that you believe you're good at something that makes you do something really good. It's your courage and bravery to outwit yourself into facing that fear, and proving to yourself you can actually do it. And as artists, we're always prone to making mistakes because we're only humans, and even big-time artists who have successful careers still have dud artworks. Sure, their sycophant fan base might rave about their latest work, but sometimes even they think some of the works they do that their fans love are not that good. However, that is not to say that artists' works are bad. What I'm saying is, no matter who we are, we're not infallible to making bad art. An artist might be confident in his or her skills, but it's trying not to suck at it as every goal in each stroke one makes. And one makes it good as one would often check if his or her work sucks or looks beautiful. We make great works that go beyond our expectations as well as our audience, because every piece of art takes courage to make. If it didn't, then everyone would do it. That's why some artists still make art after having an amount of success, because, for them, they have already arrived at the place where they want to be, and don't want to blemish their seemingly pristine resumes. Some artists still want people to see them tarnish their body of work, because of some bad project they're bound to make in the future. And believe it or not, that's normal in the art world. There are a lot of great artists with artworks who have done it, and don't want to make any more. It's the thing that we hear Quentin Tarantino only plans to make 10 films in total in his filmography, and QT is one bad motherfucker, one of the bravest directors out there. Maybe he's just afraid to turn into M. Night. And I can respect that. For me, it's more of trying to do less if you have nothing to say anymore. It's not easy to handle a new medium, a new job, or a new project, but as I said, it's not how great you are at doing something that guides the light that pushes you forward to start. It's mostly just accepting the fact that you want this thing in your mind to materialize, that you swallow that fear of not being able to materialize it or do it well, and say fuck it, let's do it. And in my whole art career, in fact in all of my careers, in art, in writing and comics making, even in love, it's the daring to go beyond that gets you there to be great, and not that you already are. It's a leap of faith. Every great, or even simple, artwork you see in a gallery or online, the artist who made that didn't think before he started, "I'm the shit, therefore this is a masterpiece." Instead, it's more of, "Can I do this? I think I can, I'll just do it, come what may." And before you know it, he or she has done it. Their bravery in the face of the odds and self-doubt has catapulted them to start and finish their artwork. On the other hand, it's usually the ones who think they are so great, the ones who are boastful and think they're the shit, the ones who brag about a project that it's going to be awesome before they have even started any research on it. They're the ones who don't make it. Even if they do start or finish the piece, oftentimes it's lackluster. It doesn't have life, or it's so generic that you think it's a joke and is in no way proportional to the loud talk they say about the artwork. Maybe their true art is embellishing their art even before they have finished it. For me, it's the challenge that fires me up to create the artworks I do. Because if I've already done it, and if I'm not afraid of it anymore, I tend to lose interest in it. But when I keep upping the ante, if I keep changing my game and stacking up the odds against me, I find that I won't get bored of my work. It evolves and changes rapidly, it matures instantly, and some might say I've changed or my art has changed, but really I'm just challenging myself, keeping it interesting, keeping it true to what I believe in, whatever message the artwork came from. I do this to be better than my previous self, on a personal level and also with my artwork. This always results in something profound. It's an evolution, always pushing something forward or trying to outdo myself. And people notice that, in fact, it's the only thing they notice. It's the only thing there is to notice. The works of artists who dare to be brave. There's an image, but no message. I think one of the worst things an artist can do is to paint an artwork, but it has no meaning. Some artists already know this, either because they have been taught by their mentor, or they just really want to say something. That's why they had to put it out there and use art as their voice. Then there are those who, as they paint, come up with an idea as they go along, and that works too. At least they know that what they are making should be about something. However, the most notorious painters are those who don't even know you're supposed to be saying something when making an artwork. That there has to be a meaning or a story behind the artwork you're making before you even begin painting. Even abstract artists channel what they are feeling, whether they are happy or sad or confused or their lives are chaotic, and you see that burst of energy on their canvas. The bright or dark colors tell a story. They try to capture their emotion at the moment, and even prepare for it even before they begin painting. Again, they are not devoid of meaning. Don't get me wrong, you can do a piece that has no meaning or message, but it has to be a conscious choice. You have to know that an artwork first has to have a message before you actually do something without a message. So no, who I'm talking about here are the artists who don't know that they're supposed to be saying something in the artworks they produce. You can also have your message be a secret. No one can force you to tell the meaning of your artwork if you don't want people to know what you're saying in the painting. Though I've spoken to artists who use this reason as an excuse, but in all honesty, they really don't have anything to say in the artwork. Because sometimes it's obvious that the artist just mixed and matched images off of the internet for it to look cool. By all means that's okay, but when you do that, all you're doing with your art is surface level stuff. Like you're wearing all branded clothes, expensive rubber shoes, and some bling blings, but when you open your mouth all you can talk about is you wearing branded clothes, expensive rubber shoes, and some bling blings and nothing more. You got no insight nor original opinions, you have no depth. So yeah, before you say the meaning is a secret, make sure that it really means something, otherwise you're just fooling yourself. And to be honest, people are not fools. Sure, keep your meaning a secret, but people eventually figure it out, one way or another, what you meant with the painting you did. That is if you really were saying anything by the artworks you made to begin with. And if not, if they were really devoid of meaning, eventually they get it's all empty, that even the wallpaper has more meaning. I've noticed some artists aren't really thinking of something to say first and just go at it on their canvas or drawing paper, scribbling a figure or character and haphazardly applying paint, taking a chance if something will come out. And sometimes, something does come out, so later they decipher what they painted as something that they were feeling inside, even if they didn't think of the final image when they started. Like with the abstract painters, I would argue that there's meaning behind it because you're letting your subconscious guide you, like a dream revealing your deepest thoughts and feelings, and then later decoding its meaning similar to decrypting one's dream, but there's still meaning. So who am I talking about here exactly? Well, it's those artists who just want to paint because everyone's painting. They're the artists that try to imitate other artists, but not knowing the meaning behind the other person's actions. They're like monkeys, monkey see, monkey do, and artists should be better than that. You can see the works of these artists, they're just clones and copies of other more sophisticated artworks, with the creator of it put some thought and time into making it. They just imitate artworks that sell and try and make something like it, without adding anything new to it, or changing it to some degree that it becomes theirs. Artists who try to mirror what's hype right now. Like for example, if you know 𝐷, you'll know that most of his artworks are dark, and has depth and a plethora of meanings in every simple object you can find on his canvas. And his works are beautifully haunting and are out of the best out there. Since his approach to his art is successful, a lot of artists copy his style. Not just the manner of painting, but artists copy his semiotics and even his subject's deformed anatomy. They even copy his personal darkness without having to really understand what they all mean. These copycats don't have a deeper and more personal connection to the items and objects found in his works, but they still blatantly copy them thinking that it's okay to do so. And these copycat artists might have a message. Oh wait, 𝐷 has a message, but the artist who copies him don't really have their own message at all. Because they just copied his world. His darkness is not your darkness. If anything, their message is symbolism kleptomania. or it could be their messages, steal like an artist. The sad thing is, the artist who does this doesn't know that this is not a good thing, that this is not acceptable. Sure, they might be able to sell the piece, even have a one-man show with a copycat series after Mark Ryden, but eventually the artist suffers because he's not talking about his own ideas and thoughts. He's just copying a superior artist's works and risks. And if he's then called out about this, or another artist actually tells him that he's copying too much of Mark Ryden's work, then the artist who copies eventually stops painting because he's humiliated by something he's done. Or he actually doesn't stop and continues to do so, even blatantly admitting that he's copying the superior artist's work. Yikes. It's either that or he copies another artist consciously or subconsciously, and the cycle begins again. It's not hard to think of your own message or story if you just take the time to do so and make room for yourself in your artwork. But we're not here in this chapter to talk about originality or copycats, we're here to talk about meaning. For the topic of originality, go to chapter titled, Be Original, Just Like Your Fingerprint. Another uninspired artist is the one who never left college. Sure, they may have graduated, but technically, how come their artwork still looks like he's competing at a college painting competition? Why is there a flag of the Philippines there for no reason? And why are his themes always talking about world peace and saving the earth? My fellow artist, it's time that you realize that art is not a contest. It never was. Even in the competition. Of course, you can join some painting competitions in college or even after graduating. But you're painting, dude, we don't have a theme anymore to follow here. You can just be yourself and paint anything that your heart desires. And no, me saying that doesn't mean you should paint a literal red friggin' heart. Jeez. It could be that these artists really don't know that you're not always supposed to paint like you're in a contest after graduating college, and when you're not in a contest, still trying to be super patriotic and being loud and grand in their themes and artwork, like he's outdoing his someone in the effort or his neighbor, or like she's competing in the Miss Universe pageant. You can always identify these guys. Their artworks are almost on the social realism side, almost with a bit of brown tinge and color, and there's a dove there somewhere, or something against a tanker pollution. Come on guys, we're better than this. We're artists. Some actually can't think of an artwork to paint if you don't give them a theme for an exhibition, because they are hardwired to follow a theme given to them by the guidelines. And I can bet, they are the very same artists who only paint when they are invited for a group show, but if no one invites them, they don't paint at all. Paint for yourself, my fellow artists. Your art should be yours first, not the jurors nor judges, not the people who will buy them. Your art is an expression of your soul. You can't allow someone else to dictate the theme of your life and art. You can't allow someone else to dictate what your soul looks like. Only you will know the true beauty of your soul. Another artist is the one who doesn't copy but doesn't know what to paint. They might say, I can't paint, I haven't anything to say yet. Well, if that's the case, you can just make stuff up. Pour out your fantasies or your dreams, make up your world, or paint your ideals and ideas. You and everyone have got something to say just about anything. Make it about your favorite scene in a movie. Make it about your love of cats. Make it about the pain of other people that you see every day. It's that you're either afraid to say what you really want to say, or you haven't gone deep enough in your thoughts that you can't discover who you really are. That you haven't been honest with yourself or with others enough that you don't even know the sound of your inner voice. Everyone has an opinion on something. What's yours? Think about it real hard. Choose a topic and what's your opinion about it? Paint or write about that, and if you notice that your opinions are really just you copying the opinions of others, either for you to sound cool or for you to sound intelligent, then my friend, you are right now being a copycat. You have to really know what you think about something. Maybe you have the same opinion, but okay, you can tell it differently because you came from a different background. Or that thing affects you differently because you're Filipino or you're still single right now or you're a geek. Your opinion is you, and it doesn't mean that if you have one, that it's right, or that it can't be changed in the future. But it's your opinion and you should at least voice it out, especially if you really have something to say. You might even make a difference. And how do you get your opinion or hear your own inner voice? My advice is to get into meditation and quiet the thoughts that you hear that have the voice of other people who are staying in your mind. You could always tell whose voice is speaking in your head, and you can hear them clearly because these voices only come from memory, and once you've identified them as not being your voice, banish them. Especially if they hinder your creative progress. You can also write down stuff, or just let your thoughts flow as you write. Type or imagine, and eventually, you'll know what you want to say when you notice what has not been said yet out of all the chaos and bullshit that's being said out there. There are a lot of bullshit messages out there. Wouldn't it be great if you can counter that with your own artwork's message? And speaking of bullshit artists, they're next on the list. They're the ones who don't copy others' work and have something to say, but what they're saying is of little value. Don't get me wrong, you can say anything with art. You can say something simple and ordinary if you want to, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's quite okay, even wonderful. But there are those who actually say something with their art, or at least they think they're saying something in their art, that they want us to think that they're saying something in their art, but they're really not. They're not saying anything in their art, and just juxtaposed images they got from here and there and jumbled them into the canvas, crossing their fingers if it would look cool or be something profound. Well, you can do this when you're doing collages, but the thing is, to do a successful and witty collage. Meaning, you set out to find meaning juxtaposing images, and then something comes out with a message. And that's good in my book, I do it too, and it's actually fun. However, if you're just putting images together but there's no reason behind it other than looking badass, well, for me that rings false and falls flat on the meaningful scale. It's like seeing those made in China toys or clothes where it says Avengers on the text, but the superheroes on there are the Justice League. They got it wrong because they don't know what the hell's the difference between the two. Would that be you? So you really should think about what you're getting out of the image you're putting together. A successful collage and marrying of images should make you laugh for the right reason, because it's funny and witty. Remember, if there's no story in it, if it doesn't say anything about anything, it's just a bullshit mishmash of junk. An artwork without a message is not art, it's just an image. So what can you say on your artwork? Well, anything actually. You can lie in your paintings if you want, meaning do a self-portrait and pretend you're rich or you have 10 women pleasing you sexually. You can put that on a canvas. It would mean something, but I can't guarantee people would love that painting or the meaning behind it, or if they would believe any of it. For me, the best thing I found is that you tell the truth in your artwork. The truth that you have discovered on your own that no one talks about. You can also tell stories, either fictional or something that happened to you on a memorable day, or just your experiences. What's the message in that, you ask? Well, there's a story and that's already enough if you ask me. If it's a memory you cherish, it's probably something beautiful, exciting, powerful, or maybe even terrifying or sad, and the reason you still remember those memories is that they made a mark on you, so that means it's interesting. When was the last time you remember a boring thing that happened to you? You don't, right? We don't like to talk about boring people or boring movies, right? We stay away from them. We instantly delete dull details, the mundane day-to-day unimportant information for our minds to make room for new and much better and memorable experiences. And if it's memorable to you, it probably will be too if you shared it with others in your art, essay, poetry, or film. Because stories, especially those that we are compelled to create and paint, are those stories that move us or have sense in them. No matter how simple your story or message is, it's better to have a simple message, rather than not having any meaning to your artwork. And your story message meaning doesn't also have to be deep either. But of course, you can be deep if you want to be deep as you want it to be. Don't be afraid to go further in depth into the layers of your message. Make poetry with your art, just don't hold back who you really are. Don't mind those motherfuckers who tell you you're just trying to be deep when you really have a profound message or meaning to share. Those limpid guys just need to read more books to swim in the depths you're willing to go. Leave them at the shore where the water is shallow. You can tell the whole world about your theories and your thoughts, even if you get misunderstood by people. Because this is the whole essence of art, to be able to show what you have in your mind. You are the god of your world, so make it a damn interesting place to be when you show it us. Just a reminder though, you should also be able to express clearly your art form here in this physical realm, in our shared reality, so that people would be able to understand your ideas. Be willing to translate for other people the art you want to express, so that they would get them. Otherwise, why pluck these ideas from your head in the first place, if you don't want other people to get them? Just leave them in your head then. And sure, sometimes they might laugh or misunderstand your ideas, your world at first, but keep at it. New ideas are funny at first to virgin ears, but you know why comedians are funny. They tell the truth. Make a backstory about it. Make your own lore. You own 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐷RMCU or 90,210, and paint that. Close your eyes and look carefully at what you see in your mind, and paint that vision. Think of the concept before you start painting. Make your intangible ideas into representational subjects and objects, and paint that. Give your viewers a hint of what you're saying in the painting by giving them a title that acts as a key to unlocking your story. Or you could just let them know what your artworks mean by telling them yourself when they ask you, or better yet, ask fellow artists what they meant with their artwork. I guarantee you that you'd be surprised by their answers and what they mean by their paintings. Ask them, would you pick that title for this piece? Or would you paint so many cats? Either you were already thinking about what they're trying to say, or you'll discover something new. And knowing more about their paintings, you like their artworks more now that you know the story behind and in their work. So no, don't just make an image because it looks cool. Think of what you want to say and make an artwork. The job of an artist is simple. He must tell the truth. Telling the truth is not easy for a liar. If you are an agent of truth, however, it's not that hard to tell it how it is. It's quite easy to be honest with someone or with people in general because when you tell the truth, you don't have to remember all the lies and excuses you're building up. If you just plain told how you really felt or why you did something even if it was wrong or right, well, you're already doing the right thing. Now, if someone is in potential danger and if telling the truth would cost their life, go ahead and lie. If your boss asked you if you think he's an asshole, well, if it means your job, which means your life, and you want to keep that job, then by all means tell him what you really think if you can't stand him anymore, but do it as nicely as you can. However, if you really want to keep your job, then it's quite understandable if you kept your mouth shut. And on the subject of honesty at work, if something sucks at ass there, go and tell him. He might disagree or even fire you, but at least your principles are intact. Maybe if he cools off for a while, he might realize you're right and hire you right back with an apology in tow. The point I'm making here is that you gotta be honest and tell the truth, but you also have to pick your battles too. With that out of the way, let's focus on telling the truth in art. If you're an artist and you don't know what to paint, paint the truth. If you're in a contest with a theme and everyone's sucking up to the judges of the competition by selling out and putting images in their pieces they know the judges will love, well, you don't believe in what the others are putting in their paintings because it doesn't ring true, then do the right thing and tell the truth and don't be like them. You might even win that contest, simply because everyone appreciates honesty, especially if the truth you're talking about makes a lot of sense, and no one has the guts to say it. Or if you really like a girl and she's really pretty, chances are a lot of other guys are telling her a lot of positive things to her to get in her favor. Imagine if you told her the truth as she asked you about something. You weren't negging her or anything, you're simply just telling her the truth. That to her ears would be something she has not heard before. A truth about herself that you notice and she hasn't. She and most girls are looking for the truth because girls, and people in general, don't like people who just say things just to be nice to them. And even if you said a lie and she believed you, imagine if she found out the truth. She would never look at you the same way again, and it'll be hard to earn her trust back. Those examples, it's like that all around, in your job, with your clients, and in your art. If you tell people you're going to make this thing or project awesome, then let it be awesome, and not a half-baked piece of shit art piece. Side note, don't tell people you're going to make it awesome in the first place. When you've finished a piece and show it to them, let them say that it's awesome. It'll be awesome if it's awesome, and it won't be if it's not, even if you said it's going to be. Imagine the spot you'll be in promising awesomeness and just delivering a meh. It could all have been avoided, right? So don't overpromise and do it the best you can. So in making art, when it comes to the themes and topics that you're saying in the message of your piece, don't embellish it, tell it as it is. You can heighten some aspects of it or exaggerate some parts of the story and make hyperboles galore. But its core must remain rooted in the truth. The English author Alan Moore, known primarily for his work in comic books including Watchmen, The Killing Joke, and V for Vendetta, said, "I traffic in fiction. I do not traffic in lies." With fiction, art and writing, it's important that even if you're dealing with areas of complete and outrageous fantasy, that there is an emotional resonance. It is important that a story ring true upon a human level even if it never happened. What he means is, if you're telling a story, it's not always that the good guys always win. Sometimes, and maybe oftentimes, the good guys lose. Or the main character doesn't always get the girl in the end. Most of the time, she gets away or maybe even falls in love with another. That's the story we all know to be true, that they don't always live happily ever after. It's seldom that the girl is going to fall for the guy, just because he gave her 1,000 flowers. That only works in the movies, that's not how it works in real life. You can't buy love like that. You'd probably even be asked by the girl to stop doing this and file a restraining order against you. True love exists even if you don't have money to buy your girl a single rose. Maybe that girl appreciates paper roses instead because they will never wilt. Those kinds of stories are the one you know make sense because it's grounded. Now just slam some villains who want to abolish all paper in the world, and you've got yourself a story. So no matter what fantasy or imagined world you're writing, either lived in by aliens or by antichrists, you gotta tell some truth in it, so that people can connect with it. It will resonate with them because they too have felt that way. That's why people love Spider-Man. It's because he always worries about paying rent and responsibilities. Sure, he can defeat the Green Goblin, but at the end of the month, he has to work for someone who thinks his alter ego is a menace, so that he could pay the rent. And we can all resonate with that, and imagine that after paying the rent, we dream of kicking the Green Goblin's ass. For me, I grab the truth and turn it into fiction. When I was in high school I loved to draw comics, so I was bummed that we didn't have art classes at our school. I also loved poetry, but it wasn't a major topic in English class. We've discussed it before, but just for a week and we moved on. I also didn't like algebra too much. I like math, but our teacher at the time was the terror kind. She humiliates students in front of the class if we couldn't get the answer right, and adding to the pressure, she's shouting at you and remembers you so that the next time you fuck up, she's sure to give you a bigger scolding in front of everyone. The school that I was also enrolled at was a Catholic school, and we prayed every time a class started, and we had a lot of classes. We also had a lot of trips to the church, which was just beside the school, which was named after the school. That's all good and all, but sometimes we noticed that the school is somewhat greedy. So as students, we were confused about whether or not the school was actually good. I also liked gothic stuff at the time in Hollywood horror films, especially the ones with angels and demons and the end of the world types of films. And of course, since this was in the 2000s, I also loved anime and manga. I especially liked Hunter x Hunter at the time, and loved some of the characters in the series, especially the Janae Raiden, also known as the Phantom Troop. One day I was watching TV with my family in our living room. We were watching the 2001 movie X-Men. Then there was a scene there where the mutants were in the Xavier Mansion in one of the classrooms listening to Storm's lecture. Pyro showing off his powers, and there was a small commotion. The scene ends with Bobby Drake whispering to Rogue, "Welcome to Mutant High." Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Mixing in with the wants and angst I had with my high school, I thought, what if there was a school in another world that was the opposite of our Catholic schools? Instead of a school worshipping God, what if there was a school where they worship Satan? A complete invert of our schools today in an alternate world. And then the word Satan High came to mind. I then closed my eyes and saw a school in the middle of the forest, and instead of a church with a cross on top, there was an inverted cross with a pentagram in the middle. The school was all black, and all the students wore all black clothes, and anybody can kill anyone because they inverted the 10 Commandments. Oh, and they also had art and poetry classes. After a flow of ideas popped into my head, I ran into my room and didn't even finish the movie, even if X-Men was my favorite film at the time, but the idea was so big I had to start making it. I sketched all that I could in pages, and before I knew it, Satan High was born. I was able to create Satan High when I was in my second year of high school, and I let all my frustrations about our school out on the comic pages. I talk about professors trying to kill students who fail the class, somewhat like my own professors who humiliate me when I do something wrong, because let's be honest, when your teacher humiliates you in front of the class, it is as if you've died. The teachers at Satan High don't just scold you, they kill you right there in the class, but the students can also fight back if they wanted to. But not everyone died. The art class professor is still alive. I also added a PE class which was called Pain Class. It's like a deathmatch tournament where students can kill each other inside a cage. It was me letting out a lot of frustration not being able to start fights at school, because I didn't want to go to the principal's office and be expelled. In my world, however, I can kill anybody who fucks with me and beat their faces to a pulp. Suffice it to say, Satan High was a violent and angsty indie comic, but you know what? Letting all my anger and frustrations go into these pages really made me vent out my demons, and somewhat even made me normal. I had thoughts of suicide when I was in high school because I was dumped by a girl I loved. Silly reasons, right? But to a teenager, it's the end of the world. And so being able to vent all my problems and dilemmas into that dark world made me look at life and realize that I had it okay, that it was going to be fine. I scratched the paper with pens instead of slashing my wrists with a blade to end my life. Going back to an artist telling the truth, well, I just told you the truth. The truth about my comic Satan High's origin, of how shitty my teacher was, and how I multiplied that x10 in my school. The truth of how I wish we had poetry and art classes in our school, the urges we wanted to beat the bullies up, the way we wanted to wear goth clothes just like the Phantom Troop did. That's all true. And I don't even stutter or blink when I tell or type this story because I'm not holding back, I'm not lying, I'm only telling the truth. See how easy it is? I typed all of this really fast as well. And you know what? Satan High was loved by my classmates in high school, they could relate to it, they said. And even up to college people still read it and even bought them. As in they paid real money to get a copy of it. Satan High was the first thing I did that I was able to sell. And how I approached making Satan High is how I approach anything right now in terms of creating something, whether it's art, writing stories, poetry, making comics, and maybe life in general. I've told the truth in writing, and even if I have nothing to say on a topic, I explore my own experiences in the theme, and a stream of consciousness flows from my mind onto the page. It's because you're just sharing your story. You can edit some parts of it to heighten it a little, or bring some attention to some parts for drama, but its core has to come from the truth. Oh, and have you heard the fake it until you make it saying? Well, I say fuck that. That's the total opposite of telling the truth. You can fake it till you make it when you're aiming to be a hoodlum or thief. Fake your test result, fake your exams, fake your feelings, and fake your opinion. Soon you rise to the top to be a friggin' phony. If you aim to be a doctor, however, can you fake it till you make it? Of course not. You have to study hard and pass the bar and so forth. And if you do fake your degree in being a doctor, you'll get arrested if you get caught, not to mention all of the lives you'll ruin when you give people wrong advice. The only artists who fake it are con artists. Unless that's your goal, I suggest that you stick to telling the truth and be a real artist instead. Because both paths take time, discipline, and effort. Why make it harder for yourself being on the wrong path? You'll notice, the most authentic artists out there are the ones who are telling their stories, even if it's not pleasant to tell at first. I don't mean to say that you should share all your dirty laundry out in the open. No, you just have to tell the things relevant to the situation. Why that thing happened and how it helped you be a better person, and how it also helped you unlock the best way for you to make art. And if you do that, no bullshitting, no faking or making lies. If you tell the truth in your art, you'll find that your job as an artist is quite easy. As easy as telling the truth. It's not the canvas or oil paints that they steal. It's what's in the canvas. In the art world, especially in the art-making scene for artists, it's the ideas that matter. It's not the materials you have. Anyone can buy a set of oil paints and canvas at their local art store, so it's not the tools or the mediums you use that people steal, it's your concept. Not everyone can paint something that can resonate with people. Some would just paint a typical landscape, and that's fine too, but sometimes it has been done enough that it's not different from the last guy who painted one. So it does not connect with people, it becomes generic. But if you do it differently with your personality mixed with it, people will like it more because they have never seen it done that way before. The same goes with any artwork, it's the idea that counts. And it's not easy to come up with a good idea, but it's not impossible either. A lot of artists don't take the time, not even 5 minutes, to think of a single idea about what to paint. They instead just look at art in a gallery or online, see what everyone else is doing, and then they will just imitate or straight out steal that idea and concept or way of doing things, and then apply it to their art. That's not a good way to go about it. It's not original, and you're imitating someone, which means you are not being who you are, which is what you should be painting about and thinking about, you. Art is personal. You have to look within what you want to express on the canvas. Paint your vision of the world and how you see things. How can you do that when you are always referring to other people's vision of the world, copying them? And when other people look at your work and they say that it looks like other people's work, isn't it embarrassing? The best thing you can do is to be yourself, discover who you are, and discover what you love doing. You can find lots of things to do even if it may seem that everything has already been done before. The world is infinite, filled with new ideas. Every day there's something new. Just walk outside the street and see and talk to different people. There's something new every day when you talk to them. Another thing about concept stealers is they steal with their eyes, not with their hands. An art thief or art burglar might steal a Picasso painting from a museum, and of course, they would use their hands. But the fellow artist who steals another artist's concept only needs to look at the artwork, and he can copy its idea and claim it as his own. They do this because they believe that a road that has been proven to work is the right path to be, that they should at least have their work look close to some artist who is doing well, so that if they like the famous artist's work, these people would also like his work, and that would put them into stardom and fame. When you do this, you alienate who you are. You are just a copycat, a cheap and discount version of someone else's art. Don't you want to be authentic and original? Of course, you do. We are all born different. Even twins don't like the same things. So why should you imitate others just because it has worked for them? And no, techniques and principles are not a part of this. Meaning someone can teach you how to do things, but you're not supposed to do it exactly the way someone teaches you to do it. Like if someone teaches you to do small paintings because they sell well, you can still do those small paintings, but don't copy the artist's art style too, or what he also paints on that small canvas. Paint in your style, paint your story, and adapt their business model if it applies to you, but leave it at that. Keep your work original. Vincent van Gogh said, "Normality is a paved road. It's comfortable to walk, but no flowers grow. So explore the road less traveled, and hack away those weeds, so that you can discover who you truly are." Now I'm not saying you shouldn't get inspiration from other artists, that's okay too. But make sure it's more of inspiration and not imitation, there's a difference. For example, I have been inspired by Rembrandt's drama and his paintings, the way his art is like a climactic scene from an epic movie. And I am equally inspired by Japanese ukiyo-e artworks by Hokusai, depicting the daily life of Japanese people. I love ukiyo-e artists' aesthetic in colors, composition, and simplicity of lines in every woodblock print, as well as their production and reproduction process. Lastly, I'm also inspired by 90s Marvel comics, the X-Men, Avengers, Spider-Man, and even some more comics of the same era, the Max, Archie Comics Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and the like. Their colorful covers and neon pages captivated me, capturing my attention at each turn of the page. So I use that in all of my work making my Manila Ukiyo-E art. I didn't paint Rembrandt's religious depictions of scenes from the Bible, however, I have seen his works 1,000 times that when I walk in the streets of Manila, that when I see people laying down sleeping, eating, or laughing, I could see drama or an epic scene. That if painted would really be something else. I didn't copy the depiction of everyday Japanese life of ukiyo-e artists, instead, I used our own Pinoy, Manila life as my subjects, but I was inspired by the fact that they found beauty in their everyday as well as I used their simplicity of lines and composition, but in my own way. To the point that when I say my art is inspired by Japanese ukiyo-e art, people respond, "This is not ukiyo-e, it's Marius Black." And I didn't copy the dynamic and buff anatomy of Western comic book superheroes or their fantastical stories. I told my own stories. I drew people as they are, thin if they were thin, old and wrinkled, fat if they were so. I inked and colored them the same way a comic book artist would, with the vividness and a variety of colors found in said books. But you wouldn't get immediately upon looking at my artwork, had I not fully explained that I was influenced by 90s X-Men comic books, Japanese ukiyo-e, or Rembrandt's art. It's because it's more of me than them in my art. I was only inspired by them, but I'm not imitating them. It's inspiration imitation. I have also been a victim multiple times of artists trying to imitate my art style and approach. And you will eventually get your copycats when you consistently put out and create new and great ideas and concepts. And rather than thinking of a new idea when getting inspired by new art, copycat artists just give in and copy a newly blooming concept. I mean, I'm happy these artists are painting and are at least doing something, but please paint something else. Look within you, for that is where I found myself. I don't like it when I look at your work and also find myself in there. I won't name names, there are too many to mention if you ask me, and some of them are big-time artists, and some are local, and some are international artists, some I know and some I don't. All trying to steal from lesser-known artists so that we can't do anything about it. These copycat artists scout other artists' works for their concepts, especially the more younger artists who have fresh and original ideas. Copycats prey on them and take advantage of them, either hiring them to make concepts for them or flat out just stealing the artist's vision or story, and beating him to market or exhibiting it to the gallery. And how can a starting out artist fight a battle with an established artist who already has a lot of connections in the art world? You really can't. They have more resources. You can only make more art and see to it that you make more original work and even stick to the art style and concept they stole. Because eventually, when the truth is revealed, you have proof showing the evolution of your style, along with your body of works. It's a good thing we always post on Facebook and social media nowadays. We have camera phones that have metadata, and we can easily prove now in court the date and even history, when we took a picture of something we did. We can go back to a post as proof we were the first ones to do something. Just think of this, they have all the money, the resources, manpower, and art world connections. They have more art shows and exhibit invites and followers than you can only dream of. And yet they still steal your art. Pathetic, no. For me, the original concept artist wins every time. Because if your ideas are new and original, you'll eventually get noticed, and you'll be successful if you're also a decent person. The copycats, well, they built their fortune stealing, and even if no one knows it or they never admit it, they know it. And knowing that will eat them up, not because they stole from you, but because they don't know who they really are. As I said, people can steal your ideas and pass them as their own. These guys, being well-known artists, have the money to buy big canvases and high-quality paint, but they are so conceptually bankrupt that they have to steal from lesser-known artists. Which only speaks that they know not how to make great art. I remember this one big-time artist offered me free canvases and even a bonus flat-screen TV out of the blue, and for no reason at all. And it was at the lowest point of my career where I had no shows, but I have great ideas and concepts. So I declined to accept their gifts. It's because I knew that they wanted to own me. I will be obligated that they gave me all these things. It's only fair I share with them all my hard-earned research and ideas, right? No way. Had I said yes, they can endlessly milk me for my ideas without having to pay me a cent. I felt like I was a girl being courted by someone throwing gold necklaces at me along with houses and cars. I'm not that cheap, nor am I desperate. I know the real value of my ideas. As I said, the best response is just to make more art. Paint at your own pace, think of things you really want to talk about, and be linked with what you really love and know, your interests and your passions in life, so that it will be so firmly tied with you, they can't even touch your art on that subject, therefore, they can't steal it and claim it as their own. And you'll even have a firm grasp of who you are. And as I said, history can only tell the truth. When you post it online, there's a timestamp, when people start to trace the origins of your art style, or they look for early sketches and studies of your work, there it is in your notebook and sketch pad. And the only thing that the copycats can show for it is a file saved in their computer of a picture of your artwork. Or if you ask the copycats what is the origin of their idea, it's actually a memory of that one night when you told them drunkenly of the painting you're planning to do, to which when you see their next artwork, it's the one you talk about a few nights ago. Pro tip. Don't talk about what you're going to paint, especially around those artists you don't know very well or trust actually. Even if you trust them or know them, don't tell them what you'll be painting. Even some of those fuckers you trust and have been your friend for more than a decade can still, and will, screw you over with the idea they heard and got from you anytime they are forced to paint and are facing a blank canvas. They know what they're doing, but they'll still do it. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, at least for some starving for attention or fame. So you shouldn't just babble your concepts and ideas to other people, especially verbally, because you don't have proof that you told them this or that. Unless it's recorded audibly or in a chat. The point is, take care of your ideas. There are thieves silently looking at your work, especially if you let them in your studio and they see what you're working on, or when you naively show them your notebook of idea banks. Or lend them your hard drive with all your research. Don't do that. Just say no if they ask to borrow one of these things. Just be honest about it, say it's personal, and you wouldn't want to show your ideas to them until they're finished. Because I've been burned before, by people I know and don't know, people in the Philippines and outside of the country, well-off rich people with lots of followers, my own peers, co-workers and co-artists just starting out with their careers. Take care of your ideas, the paint and canvases are easy to buy, and you can even make your own mediums. But what you do with those art materials, what you talk about, what you paint, that's what's truly important. Remember that it's you paint on the canvas. You wouldn't want them to steal you now, would you? Even if the physical painting is stolen, lost, or burned, someone will still remember what's painted on that canvas, especially if it's a great concept. No one will ever talk about the canvas frame or the actual paints used in it. It's the idea that sticks to people's hearts and minds, and how you the artist painted it well. So well that your idea and your vision are manifested clearly inside their head, and no one can steal that from them or you. If your heart is not uneasy, if you aren't even nervous, if you're not the least bit afraid, it's not worth doing. When I was in my 3rd year of high school, I was courting this girl. She and I weren't exactly classmates, but we were both in our junior years, and we met by being introduced to each other by a mutual friend. Not being in the same section in our school, which had at least 9 per year, we really didn't get to talk much, and then when it came to lunch or recess, we hang out in different circles, so we barely talked to each other to not existing at all. We did speak on the phone once or twice, but I wasn't that guy who regularly called. I was drawing comics in high school. I was also the art editor of our school paper, and I was writing a lot too for my fiction segment of it. Add to that my friends and I liked to hang out a lot after school, so I never had the time to call her. But then one day, our mutual friend called me and said that I was losing her, that because I wasn't calling or talking to her, she was losing interest in me. In truth, I didn't know it was supposed to be that way. I have never really had a girlfriend before at the time, so I was new to the rules. But I also didn't know much about her, other than me sensing that maybe she has a crush on me. I never really got to know for sure, but it seemed that way to me anyway. And so when our mutual friend told me the news, I felt that I should have done something more. I really thought that she might be my first girlfriend, and I thought I had it in the bag since I felt she had a crush on me. Doesn't it work that way? I thought then. Apparently, it doesn't. Imagine a junior high school girl waiting every night for a teenage boy's call, but every night whenever their phone rang it was anyone but me. Meanwhile, I was watching a 𝐼𝐻𝐵 on TV every night, not even knowing I should have been calling. I was being a douche without even knowing I was hurting someone. My junior high school mind has already thought of scenarios for us being together, so I really didn't want to lose her. So that very day, I assembled my closest classmate friends. We have a group back then, and I named us the Anonymous Artists, just because we all know how to draw, and we love anime and similar stuff. I told them the news I got, and so I devised a plan to woo my girlfriend to be with a grand gesture, thanks to all the movies I've seen. We all went to my place after dismissal time, and I hatched a plan of inviting her to go together for lunch the next day. But when she goes to our canteen, there is a table setting there complete with candles and a steak meal. The spoiled brat and evil genius that I am, I told my mom that we have a presentation the next day for our THE, Technology and Home Economics, class, and it was about table setting, and we have to have some real food, so I asked for her help. My mom and dad had a catering business, and we have all these fancy dinnerware at home too, as she also collects them. She also, of course, knows how to cook. She always wanted us to have the highest grade school from our maximum effort, and so she really went to town with the dinner she prepared for us. The steak included some mashed potatoes and peas too. Keep in mind I was lying to her, but I knew she'd understand it when I told her the truth, eventually when I introduced this girl as my girlfriend. But I also knew she was going to go all out because 3 of my older sisters went to the same school, and they also got the same assignments when they were in my time. That's where I got the idea from too. I just had to advance the lesson to benefit my dating dilemma at the time. And so I prepared my buddies at home on how to prep the table. One guy was on tablecloth duty, the other gets the drinks, another one sets the table, and the other clears the table, and the last one is for a lookout. After all, we're still in school. None of these grand gestures was permitted. In fact, if the teachers knew, we'd be in trouble for it. But I decided to risk it, as long as I got her to be my girlfriend. I also told my mom to deliver the freshly cooked food at our lunchtime. We lived close by, and my dad drove her, and I met her at the gate, as we weren't allowed to go out of the school during lunch. If my dad knew this was all planned by me to court a girl, he might not have agreed to go there in the first place, let alone allowed my mom to go through all this trouble. Finally, I had to call her to invite her to lunch. I said to my buddies, if she doesn't agree, everything we planned and practiced was all for nothing. And yes, we did practice it at home. And timed it perfectly under 1 minute, so that only the moment we get inside the canteen and give them the signal do they set the table up, to not arouse any suspicion from our other classmates and teachers. It was terrifying, to be honest. No one has ever done anything like this before, and no one knew we were going to do this except a handful of my friends. It felt like we were doing a bank heist just like in one of those movies. The next day came and the whole day was like a fast-forward scene until it came to lunchtime. Recess might have gone by, but all we could think of was lunch. We were all excited and joking around. Some were practicing already and I was really anxious, but it's already been set and there's no turning back now. When lunch came, I told my friends to hurry for the canteen so they can secure the table we wanted to use. I quickly went to the school gate to the ground floor to get the food from my mom. I thanked her and saw the food. It was twice as good as I pictured it in my mind. I then hurried back to her spot in the canteen without having much difficulty and not being noticed by people that I have a tray of 2 plates with complete meals of hot steaks on them. I gave the tray to my friends and had to bolt out of there to fetch her, and I was able to do so without a problem. We spoke a little, and we went together to the canteen, and once the boys saw us, they went to action. Like the tires being changed at a Grand Prix race, I saw them from a distance setting the table up, accurate and step by step like a dance. No, actually it was really more like a bank heist. Everything I know I got from watching too many movies. My dad had this video rental store when I was growing up, and almost every movie there, I got to watch every night with my family, even the ones that aren't supposed to be for kids. So I really had a lot of ideas in my head, just because I had a library of scenes and scenarios from movies growing up. Back to the story, I saw my friends as blurs as they continued to set the table up in record time. 1 minute it wasn't there, and the next minute boom. It was a table restaurant complete with candles and shit. All of a sudden all students in the canteen took notice. Why was their dinner table set up in the back end of the canteen? They whispered and asked, is this a joke? Another murmured, is someone preparing for class? Or if not, this may be a date. If so, then who set it up? As she and I got closer to the table, she notices the setup and she suddenly blushed. She was a bit conscious but couldn't hide her smile, but she also wanted to hide her face because all eyes were on us. She asked, what the hell is this? While she was still smiling, I then replied, I told you we're going to lunch, right? And she went and sat at the table with me. She was respectful enough to not abandon me right then and there, and to this day I thank her for that. And as we sat, something we didn't plan happened. We got a huge YIHEEEEEE from all the students that were there, and then all of a sudden, they all left the canteen. It was like a miracle. It was always packed full during lunchtime and just started. It was amazing that they gave us some privacy, and I can't thank them enough as well. My friends were still there at our usual table eating their lunch and complimenting themselves on how great job they did. I too am proud of my group, the A2, and can't thank them enough. As for me and my date, she told me I was out of my mind for doing that, and thanked me as well for doing it anyway. I said I just wanted to make it up to her. We spoke some more and we barely touched the food, but she had a bite or two, and we got full not with food, but just talking to each other. Later the bell rang and it was back to reality. She thanked me for lunch, and she went ahead to her classroom as we cleaned up the place of the lunch date we just did. Later as I entered our classroom I got this huge applause. I didn't expect it, but I thanked them secretly, and I just smiled. They loved what had just happened back in the canteen and were really amazed by all of it. It's sometimes pretty boring and mundane in a teenager's high school life, so to witness something no one has done before really is quite a day for us thespians. Sometime later my best friend told me that in their classroom the girls who had boyfriends were asking if they would do something like that for them. And it was really funny, and I was amazed as well that we were able to do it, and everyone was equally as stunned. That night, I called her. I'm not that dense, of course, I have to call her. And we spoke about what happened in school, and she was still elevated and happy, and I was really glad to hear that. Although she never really became my girlfriend. Don't get me wrong, she liked the lunch date we did. It was a grand gesture that could make any girl take notice of you and remember you for life. I was almost sure that she will be my girlfriend too, as well as the whole school too who saw what happened was concerned. And no, there was no love triangle either, or she found out I was seeing another girl, but it was more because I realized that I really felt nothing for her. When we were about to do the surprise lunch date, all the planning and strategizing, all the problem solving and improvising we did, my heart was really racing. But when we were together, when she and I stepped into the canteen, I felt that my heart was silent. I noticed it because a few minutes before, it could not be contained. I felt excited and I felt alive because of all of the unforeseen forces we might encounter and have our mission to fail. But once she was with me, I didn't feel anything at all. I found it odd and kept it to myself at the time. The crowd might have cheered for us, but inside my heart was quiet. I then realized that I felt nothing for her. And sure, we went through with all of what we set up, and I even called her that night, but when I was alone with my thoughts, I was not crazy about her. And maybe that's why I never really called her that often before, nor spoke to her that much. I felt that I had it in the bag for her being my girlfriend even before the lunch date, but maybe I just wanted to have a girlfriend, but I didn't like her. As much as I wanted to, I didn't love her. And it might sound harsh to hear, having her go through all that just to not be courted further by me, but I'd say it's more of a crime, even a sin if you went through with a relationship knowing that you really don't love the other person. When you're there just because you want a partner or you're with them so that you won't go hungry, that's not love, that's exploitation. You're just using the other person for your selfish means, and I couldn't do that at the time. Maybe I was just led to pursue her in the first place, because our mutual friend hinted that she liked me, and me wanting someone to be in a relationship with, started courting her because I thought it would be easy to get her to be my first girlfriend. And thinking about it, makes one realize that we do things sometimes for the wrong reasons, just because we want something, but in the end, we see that we don't need what we want. And I was lucky enough to be honest with myself to not pursue courting her. In the end, I courted another girl, and this one I really liked and she became my girlfriend, and the other girl too had a boyfriend. All of us never really ended up with any of our partners in the end, so you know nothing really is set in stone in life, even if you did a grand gesture of love. What does all of this have to do with art? Well, remember I said that I didn't feel anything. Well, one takeaway from this experience for me is that I learned to use my internal compass, my heart. I learned that if I'm not excited about something or even afraid of it, that it's more often than not worth doing for me. Simply because everything that's worth doing, you should at least consult your heart first. And you don't need me to know that if your heart is not in it, don't do it or don't accept it. Our hearts are a compass. We can know if what we are about to do is something we might really regret doing or not doing. Sometimes my heart will let me know something. It can't be quelled when I haven't spoken my piece yet in a conversation or business meeting. At other times, my heart is racing because I'm afraid to speak up or say in a painting a message that I know might be ridiculed or be laughed at. But when I feel this fear, especially if it's a great fear, that I'm almost trembling to do it, I know I really need to do it, and I always do. And I have never regretted that I did, for the rewards of doing so are infinite, and doing the opposite will be the outcome that I'll always regret. It can be what they mean when they say, follow your heart. So let me tell you a story of a time my heart did dance in terror. I was a senior in college and I was in front of my thesis jury, and they're dead silent while looking at me and my huge-ass artwork for my painting thesis. Not only was it a complex piece, but it was also 13 pieces in total, and worst of all, my thesis was about suicide being presented in a Catholic school. And it was at this moment that I knew I was going to have to kill myself in front of my jury to pass and survive my thesis defense. Okay, let's back up for a second. I was in my 4th year of college, and we of course have a painting thesis for us to graduate. We are given the liberty to choose the subject matter we want to discuss with our work. I chose the topic of suicide. I had thoughts of taking my own life before, and I was over the depressing thoughts at this point, but I wanted to explore them to understand what goes through the mind of a person, and how it's tragic if they do so. I also wanted to do it in my own art style. At the time my works are pretty dark. It was always about pain, especially about a man or woman skinned alive feeling constant pain. These figures, even though they're skinned, are still alive and they are in constant pain. That's really what I was focusing on. It's my way of saying that everyone feels pain, and most of us live our lives in pain, either physical pain or emotional pain. We all carry our burdens in life even if it's too painful to live at times. I call these skin figures masochisms as an ode to masochists enjoying emotional humiliation and even loving pain. The figures I created experience pain too much that they have begun to love it and lived with it. It was also a reflection of who I was when I started the masochism art style. I was in a terrible relationship in which I always felt I was being abused by my girlfriend at the time. I guess it was because I never gave her a lunch date with candles and steaks, and all that shit at our canteen. That's why she always slapped me in the face anytime she felt like it. Going back to my thesis, I also wanted to make the artwork huge. I wanted to push myself to the edge in terms of my painting skills, and I also thought of, instead of painting just one person in the painting, I'd paint multiple people. 13 suicides in fact, and form them into the iconic composition of Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. But all the people are skinned, and are all famous people who committed suicide, and they're eating their flesh in hell in the circle they belong in. I know, it's dark. I had this idea that I can cut the canvas into 13 pieces, so that one suicide is in one canvas, and each canvas that held them has all items and objects which are symbols of their life and demise. Of course, some items overlap with another canvas which then has a new meaning when it belongs to another suicide. Therefore I really had to think of the right people to put together. I remember as I was going to my thesis advisor, Ma'am Baldemar, she said, "You shouldn't be afraid of your jury, they should be the ones afraid of you." She meant that if you really know your shit, your thesis, you should lecture the jury and not cower with every correction they have with your work. And I took what she said to heart, maybe even literally, and this is where I got the silent stare of my jury telling them that I'll be killing myself in front of them. Wait. Before we get to that, I also wanted to let you know that we were allowed to do performance art before we started our thesis. This can be considered as a primer somewhat, and it's completely optional. Other students just hand out sandwiches to the jurors. Me being me, however, I wanted to do something they will never forget. What I did was, I laid down in front of them a small table on which I placed a lot of sharp objects, a knife, scissors, a katana, butterfly knives, a hammer, and other things one can use to harm other people. My jury was laughing at all the things one can use as a weapon, and I took my time taking it out one by one to present it to them. Then I asked them if they could promise that, no matter what, they would not stop me from doing my performance art in front of them. They said okay, sure, whatever, go on. And then after that, I also added that I'm not going to do my performance art at the start, it's going to be a surprise when I do it. It might be at the end of the presentation or even during the critique. My professor, who was quite a character and one of my jurors, impatiently said, sure, whatever, get on with it already. To which I then said, okay, my performance art is, I'm going to kill myself in front of you. They were all silent. They were suddenly no longer laughing. To which I just responded by saying, okay, let's start the defense. They were dumbfounded for quite a bit. I felt that they were in shock. The air was static, and I knew I might get in trouble for doing it, but I did it anyway. I started explaining to them the story of my artwork, naming the suicides and my thesis behind how I executed, no pun intended, the painting in 13 canvases with different meanings. Then it was their turn to ask questions, which I was excited for because I have prepared for all of it because it was my friggin' thesis. As they asked their questions, one gave theirs after the other at a slow pace. I then suddenly realized that all of their questions were boring, that they were never going to ask the questions I wanted them to ask me, so that I could give them a great answer. Time was running out, so when I noticed that this was the case, I raised my hand and said, sirs, can I have a suggestion? Instead of you guys asking me a question or two, can I suggest that I just explain everything that you see here in this painting? What does each item mean in its double, triple, or even quadruple meaning when it overlaps on other canvases? They were glad to give me the floor again, and I couldn't be happier that they agreed. So I went to the very first canvas of the 13 canvases on the far left side, to which I had Adolf Hitler, and then before I even started thinking of what I was about to say, I realized I was fucking scared. For the first time in many years, my knees were knocking, and I felt I was going to die as my mind raised a lot of valid and terrifying questions. What the hell am I doing? I asked myself. How can I have told them I'm going to explain each and everything here just out of nowhere? This was not the plan in the first place. How can I have picked this taboo topic? How can they not fail me after doing all this in front of them? But then I suddenly remembered a show I loved at the time, Lost. In its first episode, two of the lead characters, Jack and Kate, were trying to help each other after their plane crash landed on an island. Jack, a doctor, was injured and had a huge cut on his back, and he asked Kate to stitch it up for him while he instructs her. Kate was terrified to do it since she has never done something like it before, but Jack assures him that she can do it. While Kate was doing her best to start, Jack shared a story to alleviate the mood. She told Kate about the story where he was operating on his patient, a girl. All was going well while he was fixing her spinal injury, but all of a sudden he mistakenly sliced open an important organ that, if he did not act quickly, she would be paralyzed her entire life. Jack froze as he realized the situation. He was so terrified that he couldn't move. But then he remembered something his father taught him. Whenever he's scared, he should give in to the fear for just 5 seconds. And that's all he's going to give it. He will count to 5 and then get back to doing what needs to be done without any fear. And so, while in the operating room, he told Kate, he silently began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He then immediately sobered up, and then went back into the girl's damaged organ, and he was able to fix it up again. The operation was a success, and the girl was able to walk normally again. As Jack was telling that to Kate, she too took the time to count to 5, to give in to the fear. But then after counting, she mustered up enough courage and stitched Jack up. After which they both went back to the beach to help more survivors of the airplane crash flight 815. And there I was, frozen in fear as if time didn't move for me, as I went back to my thoughts to find the strength to go through with my defense. So I counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I took a deep breath and started to explain every last detail of my thesis. As stated before, these items mean something to each suicide on the canvas. However, if the painted object overlaps with another canvas, it will have another meaning. And so at the top of my head, there were at least 150 meanings of items overall in the artwork. Each meaning had a story or explanation. I was able to tell everything there is about my artwork as my jury only sat silent. It took me about an hour to finish talking about that. I didn't know what they were thinking from their body language, but at that point, I really didn't care what my grade was. All that mattered was, I created a painting that I really and truly believed in. I researched it and talked about every inch of it to my heart's content, and I'm really proud of it. They asked me a few questions afterward, and then it was finally over, but before we officially ended it, I asked them, "Aren't you curious when I'll be killing myself in front of you?" Then my professor jokingly said, "Okay, go ahead, now kill yourself already." To which I replied, "I already did, making this dark artwork, and defending this piece to you, talking about a taboo subject such as suicide in a Catholic school. To me, doing this and still presenting it is suicide." It was a figurative form of suicide, and I really don't know if they got what I meant by that, but they were all smiling in the end. I really didn't even know if they got what the hell my thesis was all about, but after all was said and done, I was able to be who I really am in front of a jury, and that's what all that mattered, because I think that's what art is all about. Being brave enough to be who you are and defending your work and what your message is to the entire world. And for my thesis, mine was, "Don't kill yourself." Sure, it might be titled 13 Suicides, but that's just the informal title. The more formal is, Hindi sila nakapaghinter. They couldn't wait in English. They couldn't wait for their actual time to die, they hurried it up. The people, like Kurt Cobain and Vincent van Gogh, either of them being too famous or not praised enough that they took their lives nonetheless. Or like Hitler, after losing the war shot himself from cowardice, or Ninoy Aquino, knowing he'd be assassinated, still went back to the Philippines, stating that, the Filipino people is worth dying for. Or it doesn't matter if you don't believe in God or you do, as my middle piece was Judas Iscariot, hanging himself, knowing full well the miracles of Jesus, but still betraying him and taking his own life. These are all the people I painted in my thesis. And you can imagine how much more there is to it in the painting itself, that I can't fit here in this essay. I'll just link the video here of me talking about my thesis to undergraduates in UST. It's a full video of me talking about this essay. And my grade. They gave me a solid 1, which was the highest grade. My artwork was also exhibited twice, and once for our gallery thesis show, and another one for the best thesis exhibit of that year. I was really glad. It even boosted my grades enough so that I graduated cum laude. I never really planned all of it, the show, having high grades, graduating with honors. That was never really my thing. I mean, my parents were proud of me, of course, but I really didn't do it for the grades. And maybe that's the reason why I got so high of a score. For me, it was just making art the way I want, with the things I wanted to say. Pushing myself and even discovering a new thing or two, about my interests and even about myself. If your heart is not uneasy, it's not worth doing. If you aren't even nervous, if you're not the least bit afraid, it's not worth doing. This has been my compass this entire time during this thesis defense. In fact, as I was conceptualizing it, my heart was also my compass, weighing things if I should do something small or big. And you know what? It has always led me to something I'm proud of in the end, because our hearts know who we are, and when we follow where it points us, if we follow where it leads us, we will discover the path that was always meant for us and only us. If right now you don't find yourself even afraid of saying what you're going to say in an essay, a comment, or a painting, you don't really have anything to say. If you are nervous about something, then you don't really care much about it. But if you saw this asshole guy making a move on someone you secretly like, and you know that they will only break their heart, no matter who you are, you will feel this fear, this uneasiness just watching this situation. And soon enough you can't take it anymore, so you instead finally make a move on the girl. And once and for all you realize that you just don't like her, you love her, and you confess your love to her, and she loves you back. And even if you're not a guy who picks a fight, you'll beat the living shit out of that asshole guy if he flirts with your girl again. And the next thing you know, you and the girl are married, and you guys have a son living in a beautiful apartment, living both your dreams. I know, because that's me and my wife I'm talking about. All because I followed what my heart was telling me, even if my brain didn't know I loved the girl. That's why it was hurting seeing someone make a move on her. You can also use this in art. Think of a project, a concept, or an idea. If it doesn't turn you on or get you excited, it's probably a dud. If you are not afraid right now with an endeavor, then you might not be doing the very best you can with that art project. It might soon fail or maybe be easily forever forgotten. And I don't mean to be flashy like a grand gesture, that hardly ever really works. I'm talking about a deeper movement, the one that moves your heart, and other people's hearts too. What is it? Well, that's for your heart to decide what makes it race and make you terrified. Do that. Make it worth your while, make it memorable, and make it with all your heart and without regrets. Let your work and your words show who you really are to the world. Let your heart be your compass, and follow that throb in your heart. No routine, no result. No goal, no compass. No life, no art. Have you ever done a project that took more than a day to complete? Something more than just a drawing and is quite hard to do. Not only that, it has a deadline, and you also have to add that project as part of your life every day for at least a month. It's like chipping away at a stone to break free from a prison cell or digging a deep hole in the ground to find the treasure buried in it. Especially for big projects, you have to keep it daily. And as much as we want to overwork ourselves, we only have 24 hours, and our body needs to rest too every day. We can be overconfident and say we can finish a month-long project in less than a week by just giving up our sleep for the duration. But even if you can do that, you'll find that your mind would be out of whack. You won't be able to think straight and you'd be sluggish that you'll make more mistakes. So it's best to actually take your time in doing a project and making time for yourself as well. No routine, no result. You really can't do a project in one single blow or overnight, especially if it's that big of a project. The only sure way to finish with flying colors is to have a routine. A routine is something you do every day. You already do it even if you don't know you're doing it. You wake up, look at the clock, go to the bathroom to freshen up, check your phone, grab a bite to eat, take a bath, go to work, go to lunch, go back to work, go home, take a bath, have dinner with the family, spend some time watching TV, maybe have sex or jerk off, and then go to bed. We all do it, the routine, not jerking off every day, except for us guys. We do it exactly like this or maybe in another order. The point is we all have our routine. Some may go out of one's daily routine if they have a job that requires them to go to different locations, or for us to do different things, but it's always the same from how you begin and how you end your day. In art, however, there's more importance to it than most people, even artists, know. The daily routine can make or break an artist's career, mainly because artists tend to lean more on the "am I feeling it today" kind of schedule. What do I mean by that? Well, artists, or to be more specific, starting artists or amateur artists, tend to gauge their schedule by checking their inspiration levels before they paint. Sometimes there will come a week that you don't even get that itch to touch that canvas on your easel with your brush, maybe even longer, just because you didn't feel like it. And most people will say, "I got busy, life got in the way," or "I don't feel inspired to paint," and those are only a few excuses that I can think of at the top of my head. However, what these amateur artists don't know is that the only reason they don't have time to finish their work is that they don't make time for their work. They don't find the time in their average day-to-day to look for the time or to sacrifice the time, like lessening their time on the phone or watching YouTube videos or putting the game controller down and just start working on their art. Even if you find an hour every day to focus on your work can do miracles, and that's why I said if you don't have a routine, you won't get results. Sure, you could say, but I can make results. I did this drawing 5 minutes ago, and I didn't have to have a routine. Okay, you did finish a so-so artwork today, but that's just a small piece. That won't make a career. That's a doodle. Anyone can make a doodle. Even my dog can make a doodle with a poodle. What we're talking about here is a big art project, and if you can do a drawing or take an hour to focus, you can finish that big project, and in a month or so, you will see the results when you do a daily routine. You can, however, take the whole week off and focus entirely on the painting or project, and you might finish the piece with flying colors. But when you get back to work, you can't take another week off. Why not just put it in your daily routine? Or you might experience burnout if you haphazardly let the whole project consume your whole day every day. You have to also do other things every day to balance your daily life. To be able to spend your art energies evenly so that you won't run out, but that even is a little bit unproven and maybe untrue. You can still make tons and tons of artwork daily. You'll never run out of art powers. In fact, you'll only grow better. Just rest, take a break, sleep, and once fully charged, go at it again. You can watch TV, but see to it that you always put in your time painting. Allow me to share with you guys my daily routine as of today. And I said as of today because right now, this is what works for me, and I might change it in the future or next week, depending on what projects I'm doing, or if I see something that doesn't fit the schedule. Wake up, 6 a.m. Dream journal. Pray, meditate. Write a book chapter, essay, or poem. Check email. Clean studio and do chores. Stretching workout. Go outside for a walk. Breakfast. Ready video playlist for the day. Take a bath. Paint or write. Post art on social media. 12 p.m. lunchtime. Lunch break. Back to painting while watching videos. Play with my son or chat with my wife. Break time. Back to painting or writing. Dinner, 7 p.m. Back to painting or writing. Shut down the PC and clean the drawing table. Sleep, 3 a.m. if at all, depending on the deadline. This is my routine and you can make your own too. That's the beauty of it. Occasionally the time changes. It really depends on when I woke up or slept. Every so often, I get to sleep after lunchtime, posting art before I rest, and this happens when I did an all-nighter, or a whole day just making art or writing, or both. But I see to it, the daily to-dos, especially posting art, is done even if I did burn the midnight oil. So when that happens, naturally, the time when I woke shifts, so I have to adjust the schedule. But even if the time is different, I will still do the routine, adjusting a few things and exchanging the chronology. I do this until I finally get to wake up at 6 a.m. again, and the routine is back on its proper time schedule, which only happens at least 3 times a week, due to me having to go on all-nighters most of the time. But having a list of things to do as a daily routine always snaps me back to my responsibilities and hard sets my discipline in creating. On the list itself, if you noticed, I also make my own video playlist. What I do is, if there are a lot of videos I want to watch, I download them from YouTube using a video downloader, so that I won't have to experience lag time and ads. Plus, I get to keep the video in my library for research purposes, so I can watch it again whenever I need to review it. I watch the videos I compile while I paint. My attention, of course, is on the painting most of the time. Most of the videos are people talking, so I can just listen to the video as I draw, but the purpose of this is I don't get bored painting. I paint at a minimum of 12 hours a day, so that I really get stuff done. And if you do it that long, you can't last the day if you don't have something to think about or listen to while you paint. After all, painting requires focus, and doing something over and over kind of gets tiring and boring, so you have to make it fun, or at least watch something while you paint. You kill two birds with one stone. Another tip is, you can also listen to music or listen to audiobooks. When I do this, it means I really need to focus on what I'm doing, meaning my eyes can't really wander around for me to do my work. This goes for penciling tightly and inking the details that I can't afford to get wrong. When I'm in painting mode, I can relax my focus a little bit because I'm just playing at this point, and also, I don't want to rush what I'm doing. The videos set up a pace for me to just take my time in painting the pieces. But it doesn't mean you can't listen to an audiobook or podcast to have fun while you paint. You can certainly do so. I also download videos per topic. If I have a client or I have an idea, I'll download a lot of videos from YouTube talking about the topic I want to know more about. I make them their own playlist per topic, and this is like doing a crash course while I paint. I can also watch movies and TV shows, especially if the thing I'm painting is work stuff that I'm finding hard to start. What I do is I put in a good movie to trick and reward my mind with a great film I want to watch even if I've seen it before. Doing this forces me to sit down and paint those deadlines away with more joy in my heart. I'm watching Firefly for the nth time later today. Most amateur artists think that if they're only inspired, then that's the only time they should paint, but a lot of creative writers and artists wield their masterpieces because they force themselves to work and finish their artworks in novels and films. You wouldn't hear about it if it wasn't finished, and there might be some exceptions to that, like The Thief and the Cobbler by Richard Williams, but that's another beast entirely. Although what I'm getting at is, you have to put in the time to make your artwork. And art is work really, and if you don't put in the time you don't get paid. Just imagine it as that. Only you're the boss and you're the one calling the shots. Just remember that even if you're the boss, you're still bound by time in this realm, because we all have 24 hours in a day. Take your vacation after you've finished your work. The masterpiece you're looking for will only exist in a routine. It won't be done overnight. It won't just magically appear in one stroke of genius one afternoon you decided to get so high. Don't delude yourself as being a virtuoso. Just paint every day, and that will be good enough. You might not believe that's all that it takes, but it really is, and you can only see the results when you make your art, and you do it every day with your daily routine. It's really hard to start, but I find that as long as you sit down to write, as Steven Pressfield suggests in his book The War of Art, saying, it's not the writing that's hard, it's the sitting down to write. So as long as you can trick yourself to sit down and start, the rest will be easy. You don't need to be inspired or need someone to cheer you on, you just gotta sit down and start. And you'll notice after doing that you can't stop painting or writing because you're writing the creative flow now. You're not afraid of the sea anymore. You're on a boat reversing unexplored waters. And that's what it's really all about, discovering what you'll find there, and that will surely yield results. No goal, no compass. The second thing we need to have as artists in exploring the big blue seas of the oceans of creativity is we need a goal to get to. And that, if we don't have a goal, we won't get there. We'll just wander adrift and maybe die adrift. Lost at sea with no ambition or determined destination. What's the use of a compass if you don't know where to go? So where's your goal? Do you have one at all? It's this amateur mistake of a starving artist that hinders growth, because most of these artists want to be an artist, a famous artist mind you, but famous for what? Slacking off. Getting blindly drunk every day while doing next to nothing work. Instead of revealing all the flaws of the amateur artist, let me share with you my current goals at this moment. Well, let's go to the most tangible one for you, this book. The book you're holding right now is or now was part of my goal. If you're reading this now, it's because I was able to attain my goal of finishing this book. Congrats to me and Yehi. Now that you know my goal, what do I mean by no compass? Easy. If I didn't have a goal, I wouldn't know what to do or what not to do. I'd be picking my nose and scratching my head, flipping through YouTubers looking for something to watch, reading comments, or letting the Facebook news feed suck my soul. But since I have a goal, I have a mission. I have an objective to breathe the air. When I eat, I won't feel guilty that another day has passed that I didn't contribute anything to the world. When I sleep, I knew I was able to finish a page or two of the book. The compass toward my goal keeps me focused on what to do next. I'll spend my time on the PC writing instead of just looking at porn. I'll finish up my artwork in record time, so that I know I have more time to write. I'll schedule in the calendar the day I want to publish and announce the availability of this book and schedule around that other project deadlines. My goal is my compass. It tells me what I should be researching more as this book is on my mind. Every time I hear something in the videos I watch, I be sure to take note of that to add to my book as a source or quote. In fact, the videos I'm most interested now in watching or audiobooks I'm most attentive now in listening are the ones in the topics I also want to tackle. Not because I want to copy what they say or rip them off, it's only to have a better way of telling the stories I wanted to tell here, and if the lessons they teach are also what I'm sharing here, I can cite them as another source that also claims the same thing, adding validity to the saying I share, as well as seeing if they haven't seen it the way I do. And then if that's the case, I know that I really have to share this something new. All in all, you really have to know what your goals are. I already have a list of my goals for this year in my handy-dandy notebook. Therefore, when I'm in a long line waiting, I can peek at the back of my notebook and remind myself saying, ah yes, I need to do this. And it gives me a clear path on what to do next, compared to following my wandering thoughts. Looking at my list also gives me excitement of the things I can accomplish finally this year, because some of them are the ones that I wasn't able to finish last year. Case in point, this book. I'm writing this book, this part of it anyway, in February, and it's part of a self-challenge I imposed on myself at the start of this 2022 year. I challenged myself to be able to self-publish one art book, comic poetry book every month of 2022. So far I finished one and this is supposed to be the second one, but I'm enjoying writing it too much, meaning the book is getting more pages than I initially intended, so much so that I might move its launch by March as my third book. Luckily I already have another book that's already 98% done, and only needs a page or two to be fixed, and I can just print it and have a book for February. Side note, I wrote this chapter in May 2022, and I'm editing it now in May of 2023. Obviously, I wasn't able to finish writing this one for last year. I just had too much fun writing that it wasn't right to force me to finish it then. As for my one self-published book a month last year, well, I was able to still fulfill and successfully do it. I was able to finish 12 independently published books, ZENs, photo books, art books, poetry books, you name it I did it, except for comics, because that takes a real amount of time to do alone monthly, with my kind of workload anyway, but this year there shall be comics. Because I also re-challenged myself this year by self-publishing one book a month in 2023. Though, there were some setbacks because it's May and I still haven't published a book, and this book, ZEN, will be the first. I'm 5 books late, but the reason for that is that I also added a new challenge this year on top of this one, which is the 100 artworks in 2023. It's a challenge that I'm doing aside from art shows, commissions, and other paintings I'm supposed to be doing. And that sounds crazy considering the amount of work I already have on my plate, but I'm having so much fun. I'm doing the challenge with my wife and other artists too who want to improve their art and discipline in creating paintings. And that was our goal, which is to have the discipline of regularly painting and putting out artwork. So far I finished 34 out of the 100. It's hard, but I can't even begin to tell you how much I've been improving in terms of discipline, creativity, experimentation, and tackling new ways to make art. I can't wait to show all of you our finished results. Now we can all set up challenges like this. I do have a lot of books almost done, and are ready to be self-published like this book. Some are nowhere near completion. It's in a notebooker folder with all the information and text I've written on the topic. But like this book, which is only an idea with a few collected quotes from my notes, I wrote this from scratch. And you might say, wow, it only took you a month or so to write the stuff here. However, that's not entirely true. Everything is in my head for many years now. These are my life's lessons, and I have them in my mind, heart, and soul, so I've been writing this book, in a way, for almost all my life. That goes as well for the other books I'm planning to write. I've been dreaming, imagining, and thinking about their stories, their contents, their pages, and even cover art and typography for years and years. It's seldom that I do a book out of the blue. It has to have some core I've been ruminating for a time now for it to really bloom. You cultivate that idea, you take care of it, and when the right time comes you will see it flower, and after that, you might even taste its fruits. You might also think, so what if you made a self-challenge that you publish a book every month? You can always skip a month, nobody will know. Oh, people will know, because I announced this on my social media accounts, not because I'm crazy, but just because I'm determined to finish these books. Who knows if I can do it, and who knows how long I'll be on this earth. My biggest fear is to not share all this wisdom and knowledge I've learned through the years. Or not be able to share the art that I've already done before with people who want to see or collect them. Announcing it gives me the pressure of staying true to my words, and even if people don't really care or even if they forgive me for going over a month to publish a book, I for one, really want to fulfill the challenge, and this makes me work more diligently, creating new routines, new compasses for me to finish these books. The pressure allows me to bite the bullet, shoot the shot, and even force myself to be more creative to finally take the leap and hopefully land safely on my 2 feet, and so far it's working. And you know what? I feel more fulfilled than ever. The added pressure of humiliating oneself in front of all the people you know is something I wouldn't want to happen, and it doesn't have to happen. I just really need to publish these books. And that's not to say that I don't have artworks to paint as I write or people to talk to for projects, and also the unforeseen forces like getting sick and clients getting angry at me for submitting an artwork late. To be honest, I added this challenge not because I have the time, but because I really don't, and this will just prove to me that as long as I can manage my time, I can finish a lot more, only if I have routines and goals set. And maybe, announcing it to the world, either failing or succeeding with them, will inspire people when they see it's possible, or even if I fail, they will see that trying something is still worth it, rather than doing nothing at all because we're afraid to fail or succeed. No life, no art. Other artists might say, no art, no life instead, but that's not true. How can you make art if you don't live your life? That's where your story and your opinions and message comes from the life you live. And that's what you make art out of. If you only live for art, then you must not need air, food, or someone to make love to. You can, however, say, what is there to live for without art? And that's hyperbole or poetry, an exaggeration. And I said that in an interview before when being asked if it was still worth it to make art in this time that there's a pandemic, and I said yes. And here's what I said. What makes being an artist worth it, especially during these times? I think it's still worth being an artist during these challenging times. I have to be honest, I was really afraid when I got the first symptoms of COVID, me lying in bed with a high fever. In my mind, I thought to myself, this was it. Death has finally come for me this final time. And death has come for me a few times in my life. I got dengue fever at least 3 to 4 times when I was younger, dreading and surviving each time. I also drowned twice and got hit by a car when I was just a kid. And in college, I was stabbed in the back with a butterfly knife puncturing my left lung, due to a mugging by 3 or 4 men in Blumentritt. I say 3 or 4 men because it was pitch black at that time. After all, there was a blackout due to a storm, and the street was also closed because there was a wake going on, and I know, the signs were there not to walk alone on that street, but it was the street I always walked going home when I was in college. I fended the muggers off because when I punched, fought, and shouted at them, they were more shocked than me. Because based on their body language, they were surprised, because they thought I was a girl. See, I had long hair when I was in college, longer than most girls. And that dark street, my silhouette made me look like I was easy prey. But before they ran off, I was hit with a single stab wound in the lung. I almost suffocated to death due to my own blood drowning me. I even saw the light and a glimpse of God in heaven, if you can believe it. Long story short, I survived that, and after almost 15 years, here I was shivering in bed worrying if my left lung was strong enough to survive this virus. I was lucky enough that I did survive. That chain smoking for 10 years didn't decrease my chances of surviving. I haven't smoked a cigarette for at least 2 years now, and I have to say I'm happy and lucky enough that my air packs still held on, even if I hadn't been the best guy to keep them strong, healthy, and intact. But I'm telling you this now because, when my quarantine and self-isolation ended and was back to normal health as I can be, I needed to go out of the house to do some art errands, and that thought of going out of the house again, with the possibility that I could catch the deadly virus again, that fear was fucking real. I even said to myself, I could just hop in a grab car and go to the places I have to go and minimize contact with other people in my commute. Sure, I can do that, but I don't think I should live in fear for the rest of my life. It was the same kind of fear I felt after I got stabbed in the back and lung. I dreaded commuting from us to Blumentritt for at least a week. Even my parents were scared at the time, and so my dad fetched me for a week from school to home. When I was finally on my own again, commuting, I avoided the street where I got stabbed, even though it was the shortest route. But soon, I realized, I shouldn't be afraid to walk that street. I did nothing wrong, and I love passing that street. And so with all my courage, I walked that street again after 2 to 3 weeks of getting stabbed, and to my surprise, nothing happened. And pretty soon it was back to normal. I guess the muggers didn't see my face clearly to remember me due to it being dark, but they still might know that it was me due to my long hair at the time. But at least they knew now not to fuck with me because I fight back. I also, of course, avoided going on dark streets with no one else in sight, so my advice is to avoid those too because that's where muggers lie in wait for prey. Learn from my mistakes. Anyway, I told that story because I felt the same fear of going out again a few days ago. But man, I love going out of the house from time to time. I get a lot of art errands done, and I'm able to take a lot of photos for reference as subjects for my Manila Ukiyo-E artworks. Not to mention, the day I had to go out, there was a storm, it was raining, but it was tolerable, but a lot of factors weren't in my favor. But in the end, I geared up, put on a jacket, and a bonnet, doubled my face mask, and double-checked my alcohol spray if I had brought it. I opened my black umbrella and went out. I can't say I wasn't afraid, but with caution and social distancing, and enough maneuvering, you can still survive out there. I sound like a safety protocol guy right now, I know, but hey, everybody's just doing what they can with what they know, and we'd be fools not to follow the best advice we can get to prevent getting and spreading COVID. I walked to Blumentritt, rode a jeep, and I went to Recto, then walked from there to Ust, and then rode a jeep to SM San Lazaro, and walked from there all the way home. All the while thinking to myself, I shouldn't even be here, but at the same time, thinking as well, I must do this. Because are we going to always succumb to fear? Or can we be brave enough to make things happen despite the odds, despite our very real fears? I decided the hell with it and just did my best because that's all we're able to do. Do our best and try to avoid this invisible enemy of us, and that goes both for the virus and the fear. We should still make art, even though it's hard for some of us right now. It's like giving the finger to the virus if you ask me. Are art materials hard to come by now because you can't go to your art supply store? Why not order it online? Or better yet, use those unopened paint cans, oil pastels, sketchpads, magic pencils you have lying around, and make a new art style with what you have. I've been shit-ass broke before and only had a ball pen and an art book and a lot of free time, and with that, I was able to discover my art style, book vandalism. We're all creative as artists, and we really can't give up because the whole world decides to have a sick day for 2 years now. We have to keep making art, because we should at least have something to show people that we can go back to normal. That there are people and artists out there that's keeping at it and not being brought down by all the negative news we get in our news feeds. It's worth being an artist during this time because we can show the world that we're still here, able to make art for them to live for, that we can still create beauty, evoke emotion, and have a message to say even in these trying times, whether it's painting, photography, or poetry. Because frankly, without art, what's there to live for? Having said that, I do firmly believe that art only comes second after life. The younger me actually answered, when I was asked to choose between art or love, and I chose love because I said there wouldn't be art if there was no love. A beautiful answer, I know, it wasn't scripted, and it was all true. But had I known that the girlfriend I was thinking of at that time would break my heart, chop it into a million pieces, stomp on it, and then leave me in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere as she drove away, I might answer art instead. Kidding aside, I would still answer love, or just say life over art. And that's because I have a loving wife now and a son who is just plain adorable, and they both inspire me to make more art. It's for them that I make art, it's for me too, it's for my family and friends, and it's for God as well. He's actually the first, God, life, and art. And I say this to you now because if you don't have God in your life, you really can't make art. I mean, God made you to be here, and the life that you live, that's where you get your stuff. You don't just make artwork from nowhere, it reflects your story. Just look at Basquiat's artworks or Vincent van Gogh's landscapes and portraits, all of them reflect what they see, it's the life they lived. If Van Gogh lived in the Philippines, he would paint Banana Q and I saw in Impressionism. If Basquiat were to have lived here, he would have been treated just like any other Pinoy, I guess, but he might have painted different things. The point is, what you paint is reflective of what you do or have in real life. It's not the other way around. What you paint affects your real life. Well, that can happen if you painted masterpieces, but that still has to come from real life. The Manila Ukiyo-E artworks I make are the scenes I see every day when I take my walks in the streets of Manila. I may not be as poor as some of my subjects, but in my eyes, I see something about them that I want to share. You might even see artists who are struggling with what to paint, or they can't even think of an original idea to talk about in their works, and it's because they don't live their lives. Maybe they're too focused on work or the paycheck that their job offers them that they barely go out there to talk to girls anymore, or risk something like making their own art and getting rejected. Or their family is too well off that they don't pay rent or think about paying for another meal in their life, that they lack the challenge of what it's like to live. It's what Steve Jobs said, stay hungry, stay foolish. It meant that he might have been a successful innovator worth billions, but he still wanted to stay grounded by not being swayed by the luxury of living. You tend to forget things when you're being pampered and too secure in life. When you can buy anything you want and don't have to worry about food anymore, you forget that you're human. And you forget how to live life. You are disconnected from the reality of the world, and you just become a pig being fattened for the slaughter. Therefore, you forget the creator, you don't know what to create, and you're afraid of rejection. And even if you were rejected, it won't change you for the better because you don't want to be better. You already have something to eat for dinner every night. You won't challenge yourself or take risks, and it's in these decisions and dilemmas do we really find out who we are. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Even if you get rich, challenge yourself and make fun of yourself. Or just have fun. Don't just play games all day or watch TV. Play the game of life, and fight the challenges of your own creativity, instead of just consuming what others have created. You really can't make art if you don't have life. Anyone who lives a life for their art is living a terrible life or a phony life. Everything I've shared here came from all that I've encountered in my real life. They are precious experiences to me, and they are really some of the life lessons I truly treasure. This is my life, and my experiences are what I make art from. That's why they're colorful and unique and interesting. Imagine if the majority of my life I only played video games or was into some dumb addiction. Imagine what topics I might be sharing with people on my canvas. That'll be pretty dull, and people might have already painted them too. It'll be the same life, and that's not how art should be. Because if we're just experiencing life on the screen, that's not life, that's not art. Find ZEN living your life, find art in the life you live. Instead of living a life full of regrets, one should die happy. This last chapter was never in my initial plan to be included in this book, and maybe I'm like that too, not supposed to be of this world anymore. But we'll get to that. I decided to include this because I think it would be a great addition to this book. It may be the best addition the more I think about it. This one's about death. Die happy. Remember when I told you guys in one of the previous chapter that I got stabbed, right? Well, something happened more than me surviving that. To tell you guys the truth, I died that night. I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying it figuratively this time either. I literally died that night. I got stabbed in the back. In 2006 I was coming home from school. I was a graduating fine arts painting student at the time doing my thesis at UST. I went home late because I was the president of our organization, and I had to delegate a lot of things to my officers when they come in the next day, as we had an ongoing art exhibit outside the school. Although no one was there in the org room because everybody was celebrating at this huge party the whole school was having over our basketball team winning the championship, I didn't really care about that, so I wasn't at the party. After that, I went home and went the same route I did for the past 4 years, but this was at a time when a huge storm had passed by Luzon just a few days ago. The street I always took had its electric posts affected by the storm, and was disconnected, therefore it was pitch black. No jeepneys or cars or vehicles were passing by either. It's because there was a wake that closed the entire street. Thinking nothing of it, I still went the same route. So there I was, walking in a pitch black street, without anyone in sight, not thinking of anything, just walking home, and then I used my cell phone. The small light got the attention of some hooligans waiting to pounce and rob anyone dumb enough to walk the poorly lighted street. I'm not used to being picked on in the streets anymore, maybe when I was younger, but now I had long hair and looked like a hooligan myself. People don't mess with me at all just by the sight of me. I was now seen as someone not to pick a fight with, and I could fight, and I've enjoyed that feeling too, but maybe too much that I let my guard down. Walking this familiar street, knowing that people will be intimidated by my looks, but I forgot that this time the lights were turned off. Little did I know, all the thieves saw was a girl approaching their ambush. So they crept on me as if I was a girl. Luckily I had spider sense. Growing up in these parts you kind of have to force that superpower to come out, otherwise you get picked on or you'll make pickpockets rich. Plus I'm a huge fan of Spider-Man. I sensed that someone was close behind me, motioning to grab me by the mouth so I couldn't scream. At the last second, I dodged whatever kind of hold he was attempting, only scratching my face lightly with his fingernails. But he grabbed my bag, which I felt that it was such a ladylike grab, because it was hella too weak, so I pulled in with how a man should pull, and that woke them the hell up. It was pitch black, but I could still see their silhouettes, and honest to God, I saw their body language that they were all stunned when I did that. How can you draw someone surprised just by their silhouette? I'm not sure, but I saw them do that. As funny as it sounds, that's what happened, and I say them because there was more than one mugger, there were at least 3. We got into a brawl. Maybe it was the slow realization of me being an actual guy, or they were expecting a girl that they were still in shock, or they were just weaklings, or I was too strong, that no one landed a punch on me, but I did land punches on them. I did feel someone bumping me on the side, but compared to the punches I was giving that felt nothing. I then noticed them backing off, and one by one running away. I then told them, that's it. You better run, you fucking empty threats. And then went about my way. I still had my cell phone with me in my bag, which had USB in it, where I had the files for my thesis, and that's why I was so protective of it, and fought. I had my thesis in my mind. They weren't able to get anything from me. Just my left lung. Little did I know the person who bumped me was someone stabbing me in the back. I never gotten stabbed before, so I never knew how it felt like, and with all the adrenaline rush I barely felt anything. The only way I found out was when I was walking. I felt something wet on my side, and when I touched it, it felt warm. With the little light that I saw on my wet sticky hand, I came to realize it was blood. Then a certain shock overwhelmed my entire body as I felt the effect of blood loss, and there was a lot of blood. I only got stabbed once, but it punctured my back and poking a hole in my left lung. I could still use the other lung, but the hole in my left was being filled with blood fast, and I suddenly couldn't breathe. I remember the feeling of being okay, 100% at one moment, then after realizing the blood, I then felt my life was suddenly cut down to 50%, then another minute passed, and I felt it drop to 25%. I felt woozy and weak all of a sudden, so I hurried home. I was still 4 blocks away, but at that moment, I felt like I wasn't going to make it. I knew I was going to die. So I hailed a tricycle and then shouted something like, "Get me to Tindala Street fast, I got stabbed." The driver then proposed a counteroffer and argued, "Why don't I just take you to the hospital?" Because there was one 9 blocks away. I said no to it because I thought, no one I know was with me if I did die in the hospital, so I wanted to go home instead to see my dad, who was supposed to meet me halfway anyways before I got stabbed. So I thought he'd be the one to bring me there instead. I thought I would miss my dad's vehicle, but luckily I saw his Tamra FX when I was close to our house, and then yelled at the trike driver, "Block that FX. That's my dad. That's my dad." The driver got on his way and then I went to my father and told him I got stabbed. He couldn't believe it, but he acted quickly, even scolding me as I lay my body on the front seat almost collapsing and close to fading away. He drove back to the house to get his brother, my uncle, and shouted at my mom that I got stabbed. All of this happened very fast and frantically. My uncle held me in his arms as my body just felt so heavy I can't even move my arms to stay up, nor could I keep my eyes open any longer. I was fading away. I could hear all the shouting, the audio was crystal clear, but everything else was all black and a blur, and just I knew that was it, that it was the end of my life. I remember thinking, we won't get to the hospital on time. I remember thinking, life's so short, 1 minute you're alive, and then you're not, and dying was so fast. I still had a lot of things I wanted to do, but I just knew that it was over for me. When I realized that I was sure to die, I said to my dad for the first time that I love him, and that I hope he and my mom can forgive me for being so much trouble for them. I could still hear my father scream my name, scolding me that I shouldn't have fought or just given them my belongings. And then I could no longer tell what they were saying. And then that was it, that was the end for me. I faded, disappearing into the darkness. I knew it was the end of my life for I felt nothing, and so I did die. And I'll share with you what happened in those final moments. In this complete darkness, it was all so dark. It was complete silence, as if someone paused the game as if time had stopped. I imagined that this is what death is. I suddenly thought I'd finally be able to meet God at least. And then out of the darkness, I saw the word God. It was written in white font, and then it quickly changed the font to another white God, and then another different white font, God quickly changing to another different font, God, and so on faster and faster, God, 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 in different fonts, and it felt like I was going through a tunnel. I asked, is this God? Is this really God? Then a glimmer of light was glowing in the distance. Like I was approaching a place, and then all of a sudden, I saw it. I saw billions of stars, countless into the multitude. It was so beautiful. I knew and felt that I was where I was supposed to be, like that feeling you get when you had a long journey and you've come back home. It was a familiar feeling and I felt happy and overjoyed. I knew it was heaven. I knew all of the stars as God. I was so overflowing with joy that I suddenly thought, me in heaven. I never thought I was ever worthy of heaven. I was crying or felt like I was crying. I didn't even check if I had a body then, but the emotion that I was feeling was similar to that. I was so much in awe at what I saw before me. I can't explain how much beauty there was. I felt unworthy of getting into heaven and being part of it. Because I knew I had been mostly sinful, selfish, and evil most of my life, I never thought I would be worthy to be with God. But there I was, thankful that I was being welcomed back home. As I flowed towards the bright stars, I could see them turning into people, most of them the people who I knew were still alive and well. What I saw was people were all stars. In the distance, we all looked like actual stars, but when the veil was lifted from my eyes, I saw every star as a person, and not as a form of a humanoid being. It's more of one's life. Like every star when you peer into it, is one man's life. It was like watching a film. Different scenes of him living his life, and not a point of view type where you could see what he saw. It was all footage of that person. Like every person, he's a film that you can watch, of what they're doing in their life's entirety. And imagine seeing billions of stars and then they all turn to organic light, like some sort of screen in which you can see all of their life, past, present, and maybe even future. It was a sight to see. It was beautiful. It was God. We were all part of God. Getting closer, I saw the people who were closest to me. I saw my parents, and upon seeing them I spoke to them. They couldn't hear me of course, but I still spoke and even tried to apologize to them for being such trouble and giving them lots of problems when I was growing up. I told them that they should not blame themselves for my death, it was all my fault. Then I saw my 3 sisters, each a star on their own, each close to one another. To which I said to them, that they could have all my stuff and I'm sorry for being an asshole to them at times. But I do love them all even though I never tell them. And then I saw my best friend. I told him that I'm sorry for leaving him, and for being a dick to him countless times, and never really being there for him when he needs me like he was for me when I needed him. I told him sorry because I could no longer finish my comic book 𝐻𝐸, which I knew he really liked, and that he would never find out the end of that story. And that he should be the one to continue to finish it because he's also an artist, and I was now dead. Suddenly I thought, wait, my best friend has a different art style, and he doesn't know how the story will end. And so then I thought, oh no. I can't die yet. I have to finish my comic book. I thought that I should go back, that I should finish what I started, and also maybe even share what I've seen in the afterlife. I told God that I need to go back to finish my comic book, but I'll come back. So I turned to go back and left the same way I came in, and before you know it, I was in my body. I was still back at 𝐼𝐻 in the pool of my own blood, where my uncle held me and my father was scolding me, not even driving yet to the hospital. It felt like a few hours, maybe even days, that I was out of my body going through the tunnel, seeing all the stars, heaven and God, and all who I ever knew, but going back to this world, it was just a millisecond. My father sped through the streets shortly after, splashing leftover flood water at bystanders, shouting at him, but he had to hurry, it was an emergency. We got to the hospital and the doctor said, for him to save me, he had to drain all blood out of my left lung, but to do that, he had to put a hose inside that lung. And for him to be able to do that, he needed to slice another hole at a different location in the very same lung to insert the hose. So yeah, I basically got stabbed twice that night. 3 if you count the catheter. Pro tip. Say no to a catheter when it's offered, especially to us guys. Trust me on this. I can take the stabbing, but the catheter. That was a real shocker. Luckily, after all the stabbing, I was stabilized. We never really got a hold of the assholes who did it to me, but I really didn't care. I was alive, and that's all that mattered to me. After a week I was back in school, of course, everybody was shocked that I recovered so fast after losing a lot of blood. But there I was, back in the org room again, ready to get back to work, to paint and do my thesis. I really don't know how to explain what happened to me that night, but I did some research about it. And through the years, I found out a couple of things, not just about death, but in some afterlife beliefs and the like. A lot of people, and I do mean a lot, have had the same experiences I described, and they call it NDE or near-death experience. Near death, because they've died but maybe not completely, or they did but they went back to our world, the living world, as I did. They've seen the light at the end of the dark tunnel as I did, and was able to feel the same emotions I did. And to tell you guys the truth, it really felt like I was going home, that I did belong there, to begin with. It felt warm and amazing, it felt like heaven. It really felt like God, however one can describe it. To this day, I believe it was him. And I felt so unworthy of being a part of that because I did so many unmentionable things before that point in my life, being bad. I enjoyed killing cats when I was a child, and I always thought that making a comic book 𝐻𝐻 would give me a one-way ticket to hell. That I was never going to be worthy of heaven for all the bad things I've done, and maybe it was the reason I still kept doing bad things because I thought and believed that I was already going to hell. In the end, I realized we were all deserving of heaven. That we, ourselves, will be the judge if we deserve to enter heaven and be with God. That we will be the ones who know that if we did a bad thing, if we meant it, if we did it. That if we do not judge ourselves, we will not be judged. Especially if we have asked for forgiveness internally and are sorry if we have sinned or wronged someone. And if we have regrets, like not finishing what we were meant to do here on earth, that may be what will hold us back from going into heaven as I did. When in our hearts we know that we are not worthy yet, not because of sin, but because of an unfinished business here, and maybe that's a sin too to not fulfill our duty using our God-given gifts. But who am I to say we are worthy really? Even I thought I wasn't. But maybe I was granted a second chance in life to fulfill and give that message, that we're all worthy of it, no matter how evil we think we are. Maybe I was granted back to this life again and not reset and resurrect, via the means of incarnation, this mission, to let everyone know that the key to heaven was a heart fulfilled. Satisfied with having to do all that we can with his gifts. And to share that wisdom with everyone, in the pages of a book like this or on the pages of my comic book 𝐻𝐻. And maybe I got stabbed because that day I was on cloud 9. I was the president of our art organization, people respected me, and I was praised a lot for my art. We just had an exhibit opening outside the school that we organized and I spearheaded, and it was a success. I have great friends and a girlfriend at the time, we didn't even fight that night. I was really satisfied and happy with all that I have and what was going on for me, my art, my career, my personal life, that when I was walking home in the dark, thinking of how good it's been going, of how happy I was, I thought to myself, I can die already. And not a few seconds after I thought of that, I got stabbed. You know the Bible quote where Jesus said, "Ask and you will receive, and your joy will be complete." It's 100% true. I did die. I did get what I want. When we ask for it with our hearts, it comes true. And I was happy and fulfilled, that I earned as well the key to enter heaven. But I asked to be brought back because I felt that I can do even more. That I was thankful that God has given me so many gifts, that I was just beginning, and that I can do 1,000 times more if he gave me another chance. And he did, for I asked, and he gave it to me. All we really need to do is ask. In this world and the next. I once read in the book The Way of the Buddha, which are the Dhammapada, original sayings of the Buddha, this passage. Looking for the maker of this tabernacle, I shall have to run through a course of many births, not finding him, and painful is birth again and again. But now, maker of the tabernacle, you have been seen, you shall not make up this tabernacle again. All your rafters are broken, your ridge pole is sundered, the mind, approaching the eternal, has attained the extinction of all desires. I read that many years after I got stabbed, and had I read this without having to encounter what I saw near death, I might have not understood what the passage meant, and maybe never thought of it again. However, I did go through a near-death experience, and so when I read this passage, it resonated with me, unlike anything in the book. To me it means, we will live many lives, thus we will also suffer many deaths. Over and over again, reincarnating with the same soul from birth to death, one lifetime after the other, and the cycle continues on and on. We come back to life after death because we do not achieve our goals, we are not able to be the best version of ourselves. We put it aside and let superficial things in life such as bills, day jobs, and other trivial things, take over our main task that we neglect our destiny. And we should know this, in fact, we all know what our destiny is, but we have been consistently deceived that we can never attain it. Deceived and fooled by the devil, Mara, or self-sabotage so we do not attain enlightenment. Either way, when we don't follow our heart's desires. So when we die, we reincarnate to get another shot at trying to achieve it again. However, self-doubt sets in again, deluded by illusions and insignificant things, we again forget our goals, put them aside, and the cycle begins again, over and over, with real pain and suffering in each lifetime. We might feel that in each lifetime, we get a bit of knowledge to do what we are here to do and pass it on to the next to not make the same mistake as we did previously. And that might be true, as more of us feel that we need to do something, maybe the fruit of such regrets from our previous life. And this is why we incarnate with a set destiny in mind, and maybe others are still finding their true purpose in their lifetime. We can only truly end the cycle by following our dreams, the gifts that were given to us, that I believe we ourselves asked for before we were even born and put into this earth. That we all were part of God, and we asked Him to let us live on earth to do something, and since we asked, He gave it to us. And that has been our purpose for living on this earth, and until we attain it, we will stay on this earth, reincarnating and living our lives until we are truly, finally satisfied. That we live so we can see it fulfilled, and once we do, when we die, we no longer need to repeat the cycle, and all our desires are gone. Approaching the eternal has attained the extinction of all desires. Dealt with and left on the earth because they are worldly desires. And our souls are now free of bondage, free of lust, free of desires and want. We are weightless and turn into light, pure, and become stars that we go forward to a new life, to where we truly belong. But no one really tells us that we should achieve our gifts and dreams while we're here on earth, but no. Everyone actually says we should. Especially those who we can see that are fulfilled in life, they are the dream chasers. Those who are happy and successful and satisfied. And some people frown and shit on their message out of envy. We hear them say, don't believe people when they say follow your dreams, I tried to and I failed, now I'm broke. So they're wrong. But only because they think we should follow the same way they achieve their dreams, and not figure out our own way to accomplish it, they got it all wrong. And so other people, with low energy, and no faith, would rather believe this message, because it's easier to believe it, so that they have an excuse, rather than to do something difficult and brave and noble, such as a thing as following one's dreams. And most of us, don't because it's terrifying to follow one's dreams. It's not easy to do, even though it's the right path. Unless we have faith and determination, we are not convinced that we should follow our dreams, even if it's against the odds. Maybe, for some of us, we have to tap into that message that we can access in our subconscious given to us by our previous life for us to follow our passions and dreams. But only a few get that message, mostly just those who meditate or find out the meanings of their dreams at night will understand and know of it. And try as they might to convince others to do the same. As I said before, most of us are busy with meaningless things, focused instead on video games, gossip, and some girl they put on a pedestal who doesn't really love them. They all couldn't be bothered taking time to ask themselves what is their true purpose in life. But for those, even against the odds of being alive on this earth, follow their dreams. We sense, and may even, like me, get a glimpse at the real form of man, being as lights and stars. That we do not prioritize superficial things that go against our dreams. Knowing that we should only be temporarily bound to this earth, to leave it, by not being weighed down by our desires. And for some of us who have come back from our near-death experience, we will know our true mission, to finish what we started, or at least to use our gifts to the fullest, and the reward of release that awaits. For me, that is what it meant by having to have seen the tabernacle. That we have glimpsed of the eternal and that we truly belong to something heavenly and cosmic, and not what binds us to this material world. And knowing that, we sever all bonds when we were alive by achieving the goals given to us even before birth, the mission we accepted, and the price of our admission. And when we do fulfill it, we come home. And it is not an absurd explanation. I may not go to Buddhist temples for meditation and lectures, but reading their book, this passage stood out. As well as a lot of passages about letting go of desires are mentioned, which is the key to nirvana. This is why indigenous tribes often put their children to the test of manhood. Either he is put through a physically taxing task, almost dying, and even given drugs or hallucinogens while near death, so that he may glimpse the divine, the door to heaven. And when he gets back after his near-death experience, he will have a clear understanding that this life is finite, of how real death is, and the mission he is put here to do. And when he lives, when he survives the initiation, he is now called a man. It's a ritual initiation that has been done on all tribes of the world, wherever part of the world. We still do some sort of initiation nowadays, albeit a more tamed one, and nothing involving the near-death experiences it should actually have. Here in the Philippines alone, we only get circumcised to be seen as a man, and it helps with our changing bodies in puberty, but it's nothing like how the ZEN youths make the transition from childhood to adulthood, enduring bites from scores of 𝐀𝐑𝐓 𝐻𝐿, known in English as the bullet ant, because its bite causes pain comparable with that of being shot. We don't see the divine in circumcision. It's an important part of our culture, and I'm proud to have gone through it, and will have to ask my son when he's old enough to go through the same. And sure, we feel pain and blood, but not to the point we value our life because we came close to death. It's just not the same thing, especially if we can opt to have anesthesia. In a National Geographic video I saw about the ZEN's initiation of the tribe with bullet ants, the narrator said, as the chief sees it, the ritual not only marks the initiate entrance into adulthood, it makes them better men. And then the chief says to the camera, if you live your life without suffering anything, or without any kind of effort, it won't be anything to you. We have completely erased this aspect of manhood in the modern day that we do not even know it should be done. That we ought to feel some sort of suffering to realize the true meaning of life, and grasp our true reason for being. When we do not go through any kind of initiation, we are stunted men, we wander off as wankers and criminals, we have no moral compass, and we destroy instead of create. We cheat others and we do not help other men achieve greatness and independence. Instead, we pull them down when they get any sort of success. Evil incarnate, because we have not glimpsed of the divine, we do not have faith, nor proof it is real. We have not seen it or felt it because we have not died and come back alive, or went to the brink of death, nor suffered through a ritual initiation. Nowadays, there are other kinds of false or pseudo-initiations like hazing or being introduced into a gang in and out of prison, which are not real initiation of being a man, as Moore and Gillette discussed in their great book about manhood, King, Warrior, Magician, Lover, to which they discussed and explored, that we all know about this rite of passage of manhood even subconsciously. We long for it and we lack it in today's society. We know something is lacking in our lives, but no one will tell us the way to know our true paths. Even mentors, shamans, and elders of tribes are missing in our societies, as they are the one who initiates the initiation and the need for it. Because we have been duped into focusing on tasks like finding a job, paying rent, and buying expensive cars. We thought that what it takes to be a man is being a provider, having money, bringing home the bacon, and the food, and having a good shelter for oneself and his family. Don't get me wrong, all of that are important and are part of the initiation to being a man. However, it is only a byproduct of being a true man. As we all know and probably noticed, see, anyone can get a job and provide food and shelter, but he is still not a man, he's a man-child. A tyrant, he is a person whose age doesn't reflect his character. He is immature, a liar, and a coward. He bails out on you when shit gets real. He thinks that if he has money and wealth it is enough. And yet, so many people that we have seen have money and wealth, and have a house, but there is lacking in their manhood because they do not follow their dreams. So it is not the money or having a house, or being able to hunt food, or being responsible to the family that makes a man, and again those are still on the list too, but first, it is when he knows his mission in life that he can be fully formed. The rest will follow if he is 100% committed to his God-given gifts and purpose, and is claiming his destiny. People can tell apart a man when he is a man of destiny or a man of second-guessing too. There is a fire in a man who chases his dreams, he does not waste time, and his love and his words are real. He might not have a mansion, yet, but his soul beams light, and anyone who listens to him is awakened, and they too live an illuminated life. However, the other man might have all the material things, gains, and provisions one can want in a lifetime, but he still feels lacking, unsatisfied, and unfulfilled. Something is missing, and people can also tell. The shallow conversations, the wasting of time on frivolous pursuits and unimportant trinkets. People leave him after glimpsing his limited wisdom if there is any, and everyone around him is shrouded in darkness to further their sleep. He has all material desires, but still doesn't have everything for the thing he is looking for as his purpose, the one thing he cannot buy. He actually knows what his true purpose is, he is just too much of a coward to pursue it, because it's far harder than anything he has done before. Therefore he will repeat the endless cycle of life, over and over again, until one day he wakes up spiritually after trying out everything else, and finding out nothing makes him happy. He will finally take the risks, and when he does, he will feel that this is his path in life, and by the act of finally taking the plunge following his passion that he will, at last, get a glimpse of heaven. And the message is that if we want to go to heaven, if we really want to be with God, we have to finish what we started, create what we want, and truly want to make while we're alive. Because truthfully, we will all soon die and we all have a limited time to fulfill our destiny of accomplishing our divine abilities here, so that when we go home, we have no regrets. That we don't need to return to this life or after dying, to be reincarnated for us to complete our unfinished destiny. In Isaiah 1:18 it says, "Come now, let us settle the matter, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool." I believe the scarlet being said here is our bodies, that we will leave our bodies to join God when we are ready to come home. That our bodies are filled with sin and earthly desires, it is limited and mortal. That our blood is red and crimson, but He will make it white as wool. From the meat we are dwelling in now, we become light and starts beaming of light. And we are only really able to do so if, for our part, we have settled the matter in this world, achieving our goals and aspirations, the reason we came down here in the first place. And when we have fulfilled our destiny, and our talents, and given and used our gifts that God gave to the fullest, we can finally join Him and live a new life with Him and all others, without darkness or baggage, as beings pure of light. In the end, God, who is ourselves, would only want for us to finish our business here, to live a life without regrets, and for all of us to die happy, at least not just yet. Reset, a poem by Marius Black. ZEN, again, a poem by Marius Black. Marius Black has been making art for more than 20 years. It's about the lessons he has learned from all his experiences in life and art. This book is invaluable to any artist who feels lost and wants to find his way in following his passions. This book is also for those lost in their path who feel that something is missing in their life. ZEN is the marriage between making art and being a mindful person, not only in art, but also living the art of life. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Just search for Marius Black or Manila Ukiyo-E and Kuro Saku for more art, comics and books of the same kind. God bless. And thank you for listening.